Yeah, good evening, guys. I know our Easter holidays has come to an end. Some who had traveled back to your workplace, and so tonight we want just to tackle a few issues to do with politics that is going on. Today, Baba was in Homa Bay and he categorically said it is 6 piece. Wanataka president ODM up to the MCA. I don't know what is your opinion, because what I know is he's running his president's, is it on Azimio party ticket, coalition ticket. So does he allow other parties to kana for other seats, or itakuwa suit tu kwa Homa Bay? I think Homa Bay is the issue to do with Kidero and Gladys Wanga. Hiyo siasa imechacha, and I think Baba wants to support anajiita Genoa. And then we also have issues today. Tumeona Jenny Kihara of Naivasha. She had lost in nomination, but through the dispute tribunal, she has been able to be, I think they have done a recount and she has got, was it 4,903 and 4, and then no, it was 9,904, and then Johnny Kihangi anapata 9,903. Inamaanisha amemshindia tu vote moja. So those are the developing stories. You can come in studio so that we can have a deliberation. Let me share the link. We also saw Azimio women had their own meeting in Nairobi, and they are resoundingly asking Raila Odinga to consider Martha Karua as his running mate. Of course, mnajua Kalonzo amesema kama ni Mkamba Mkikuyu anatafuta, hata yeye ni Mkikuyu, so he wants to be on that. Sources show that Raila Odinga is likely to travel to US with Martha Karua. So hatujui nini inaendelea, but kuja utuambie kulingana na maoni yako. So you're welcome. Let's have a conversation on the same. There are those who are saying due to Toto of 24 years, they have been comparing Toto of 24 years and Oburu Odinga. They are telling us now there are parties for youth and there are parties for old, but we wonder whether Alice Wahome is that young. She's 70 something, I think 74 there. And Rigathi Gachagua himself is not young. So let's also have what role is age going to play in this election? What role is women gender going to play in this election, if at all both sides or one side decides to put a woman on the ticket? Can it bring some euphoria? So far, people are arguing that no party has managed to create that euphoria moment. We don't know whether the time is still they have not struck the right chord. So give us your perspective, whether these considerations can strike a euphoria moment as we go towards August 9th. Let's have one or two clips, and then we start our conversation.
Is fighting off the rising wave of independent aspirants and those from other Azimio parties in the Nyanza region. Raila is calling for the famous six-piece voting pattern, saying it will help to strengthen his government should he win the presidency in August. Our Lake region reporter Oko Okusa with the development that is likely to stir the region as the party concludes its nominations.
The six-piece rallying call by Raila came amidst concerns raised by his close allies that should he clinch the presidency, he may face difficulty running government due to lack of numerical strength, especially in both houses of parliament.
MCA, MP, women rep, senator, governor, president. Oh, come on.
Speaking in the Luo, the Azimio One Kenya Alliance presidential candidate branded the Orange Party nomination losers who have decided to compete against ODM candidates as traitors and enemies of the people out to divide the region.
Our people must unite and shun divisive politics and arrogance so that we can take over leadership. But you cannot be at the top if down here you are shaky. That's why we must form a formidable team at the grassroots under ODM.
The leaders who were speaking during the burial ceremony of the late Kenya's ambassador to Qatar, Paddy Ahenda, in Kabondo Kasipul constituency, took a swipe at former Nairobi Governor Evans Kidero, who declined to step down for Gladys Wanga for the Homa Bay gubernatorial seat, terming him greedy.
For those who went for nominations and lost, it is not the end of the world. Hii ng'ombe ni kubwa. Na baba atakuwa rais. Akishakuwa rais, wenye watapata mkia, watapewa. Wenye watapata matumbo, watapewa. Wenye watakimbia na kichwa, watapewa.
Tutajitokeza sisi wote, tupigie Raila Amolo Odinga kura. Na wale ambao wamebaki kwa nomination, tushikane pamoja. Baba atakuwa na nafasi ya kila mtu.
ODM has been grappling with disquiet among a section of its supporters over awarding of direct tickets to some aspirants and its perceived failure to conduct credible nominations. Last week, the party's National Election Board suspended the issuance of nomination certificates to winners of the acrimonious party primaries in Homa Bay County until claims of irregularities during the exercise were addressed. Oko Okusa, NTV.
Now wants the coalition's presidential flag bearer Raila Odinga to pick a woman as his running mate. The women drawn from 26 political parties of the coalition say NARC Kenya's Martha Karua should be given the opportunity to be the country's second in command should Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance coalition win the August polls. Brenda Wanga with more.
The race to clinch the coveted running mate's position in the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance is getting tighter by the day. Today, women drawn from 26 parties that form the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance Women's League say one of them should be Raila's running mate.
We are saying that it is possible that we'll be having the top leadership of Azimio consider and understand the Constitution of Kenya that calls for 50-50, and therefore, as a new leader is going to be appointed by our fifth, our presidential candidate, they will be considering a woman to be a running mate.
We are not demanding, we are just asking our candidate to refer to that article and be generous and kind enough.
According to the Azimio Women League membership, one person fits the bill and ticks all the boxes.
Martha Karua, Deputy President, Azimio. We do not know why it's rocket science. We do not see how you cannot see the value of Martha. And one of the values of Martha is, of course, she's a national figure. She has vied for presidency. Martha has been a minister. She knows how to run government. And Martha's record speaks for itself. She's a committed woman. She's known for integrity, and she's known for her resoluteness. And we think that she would add not only to Azimio, but to this country as a deputy president.
The women leaders say they will begin to lobby in earnest within the Azimio coalition to get Martha Karua's name on the ballot alongside that of its presidential candidate, Raila Odinga. The entry of Martha Karua in the running mate race comes as the jostling for the position intensified. Maendeleo Chapchap's Alfred Mutua and Wiper's Kalonzo Musyoka have all expressed interest in the position, but the Women League says they are ready to argue their case.
We are now also in the negotiation space for Martha Karua, irrespective of which political party we come from.
That over 4 million women are supporting His Excellency, incoming President Raila Amolo Odinga. And with that, we are then saying, surely, with 52% on the table, it is not asking for too much to say the second in command should be a woman of Kenya.
The Women League is also basing its push for Martha Karua's place on the presidential ticket on their numerical voting strength, having pledged their support for the Azimio candidacy.
Okay, thank you.
Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Support for the Azimio candidacy. Okay.
Guys, when you join the studio, you ensure your video is off. Some of you, your echoes are affecting the transmission. Kuna mtu ako on. Gabriel, kama unashindwa kutengeneza mic yako, I will throw you out. It's too early to start arguing. So, Wangira, how are you?
I am fine, Wekesa. How are you doing?
I'm good. I think women are coming in a smarter way. Yeah? As much as they want the deputy president seat, they are approaching in a very diplomatic and sophisticated way. One, they have ensured that they have gone into Azimio and canvassed in all parties and picked supporters from all parties, because Azimio has around 29 parties. So 26 out of 29 is almost, they have canvassed across. And now they are asking for the second slot. On the other hand, we have Kalonzo who thinks when my party should be number 3 and the rest should be dismissed. How do you look at the balance of scale?
Okay. Before I come to that point of the Azimio Women League, first let me say hi to everybody in the studio today. How are you, everybody? I hope everybody is fine.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay. Before I come to that point of the Azimio Women League, I just want to dwell on this issue of the 6 Ps as proposed by Raila Odinga with our presidential flag bearer. You know, it's not always that I disagree. It's not always that I disagree with Raila Odinga. But today, I want to disagree with my boss, Raila Odinga. And I want to disagree with my boss, Raila Odinga, for 1 or 2 reasons. Reason number 1 is that, you know, there are people who went into the party, ODM, paid for the nomination fee, knowing that they were going to participate in the real nominations. They were never told, there were no communications on time, telling them what was happening. Then on the very last minute, they were being told that there are not going to be nominations. So what happens to such like people who have invested in this party, wanted to run in this party, they were ready for the nominations in this party, and come the last minute, when they have prepared everything for nominations, then they are being told that they are not going to be nominations in this party. You know, that's not a fair way of doing things, and I've seen it across many areas in the ODM strongholds, where I know people on the last minute have ended up being told that in this particular area we are not going to have nominations. So if you are telling me that you are not going to have nominations and are prepared for these elections, have invested everything in in these elections, and you're not giving me a fair chance, what do you want me to do? I'll end up doing what Kidero did by going to become an independent candidate, because the Constitution of Kenya allows a person to run as independent. That is his constitutional right. Secondly, the second reason why I disagree with Raila Odinga on this particular point of 6 Ps, you know, we have 26
Now,
political
before you
parties.
go to the second one,
Uh-huh.
don't you think it's Raila's constitutional right to campaign for because he can't have candidates on his party and is campaigning for independent candidates. So don't you think it's his constitutional right to campaign for those within his party?
But
As
not
a
in the
party.
manner that you this. I agree, it is his constitutional right to campaign for people who are on his political party, but not in a manner that you disparage others. I've been following the discussion that is going on online, and it does not sound very good for Raila Odinga. We don't want him to be seen as if he's disparaging anybody. So let me go to my second reason why I'm disagreeing with Raila Odinga. I'm disagreeing with Raila Odinga because there are 26 political parties who have invested in his candidacy. And you know, if you have 26 kids who all come as your children, you have to find a way of treating them fairly. Now, if you go to Homa Bay and you say it's 6 Ps, then what do you want other member? What do you want these other 25 political parties to feel? What do they feel if they hear you speaking on the podium in Homa Bay and you are saying here it's 6 Ps? What do you want them to feel? You know, Raila must just balance this thing. Perhaps he should invest most of his time in fighting to win the presidency than fighting small wars for people like Wakina Wanga. Let Wanga fight her own war. That's now beyond Raila. Let Raila consolidate the support he needs in the 26 political parties. Because if he starts now fighting these small wars I'm seeing him fighting in the name of these 6 Ps, it could become it could go to his detriment, because what you want to see is a consolidated support for Raila Odinga, whether it's from NAC Kenya, whether it's from NAC, whether it's from Chap Chap, whether it's from Wiper. We want to see that consolidated support for Raila Odinga. But now, if you start discriminating by saying that here we want 6 Ps, then they'll now start seeing you in another picture, and that picture will not be a very good picture. Let me move
But
to my.
isn't it a political reality that is happening when you go to UDA? In fact, he has ended up picking even all the ANC. It's a competition. He took even the ANC candidate and put them on UDA because every party is looking for a majority. And he spoke this specifically for Homa Bay, because we still saw Raila yesterday or but one in Trans Nzoia, and he endorsed 2 governors of DAP. So it doesn't mean that this message was for all Kenya. It was meant for Homa Bay. Can you see that? Because when he was in Kiminini, he focused actually on And he said we have to consolidate this vote. So he said his governors, both of them were coming from DAP. In other words, there's an idea they had, but they never implemented it because of jostling. The idea of bases or zones. They had they wanted to end, and the parties walikuwa na issues, so they left it. So maybe they are using just campaigning strategy.
Ekesa, politics is about perception. Imagine today, even if you want to look a particular area in your favor, you do it very technically. Imagine William Ruto going to Wasingishu when he already has, I think, 12 political parties backing him and telling people in Wasingishu that in Wasingishu here, it is 6 piece UDA. The perception it will give will be a wrong perception. So what we are trying to fight here
But he has
is
already
the
done that by denying CCM or the chance to be a political party in the coalition. He has done it openly.
No.
He has competitors who are doing that, my friend. Because and today you had even what Oscar is his private in Rift Valley. He has said they are going to Nandi Hills and ensure Keteri anaenda nyumbani. They are doing that openly. They are doing that openly. So you have to balance your argument with his competitors also for you to be fair.
Just allow me move quickly in my point because I have like 2 or 3 other points to make. So the thing that I'm trying to fight here is the perception. We don't want Raila to come out with a perception that will be perceived wrongly. That's why there's a need to balance. And the way he spoke in Homa Bay, in vernacular, and there are some things I don't want to mention here. It was not taken very kindly for people who understand the Luo language. He even referred to let me not just mention it. It did not, to even the Luo themselves, they did not take it kindly. Let me move to my point number 2, Wekesa. My point number 2, things are not equally rosy in UDA. Today we have seen Susan Kihika coming out with a coded message which I understand when translated into English, it reads that God's chosen side is preferable. And then he said, my friend Moses Kudia, you had seen very far. So I don't understand why now Susan Kihika is coming up with these coded messages at this last hour. And I understand that the reason why she's coming up with these coded messages is because of the way Farouk Kibet is bullying them. I understand that Farouk Kibet is really bullying people in UDA. Just as I move quickly, now I come to your point of the Azimio Women League. Azimio Women League today proposed Martha Karua for Raila Odinga's running mate. That proposal is a good proposal because, anyway, Martha Karua has every credential that can make her a good running mate for Raila Amolo Odinga. But now there's this other aspect of Ngilu. Ngilu has been a political enemy of Kalonzo Musyoka for as long as we can remember. And just coming, I understand that this meeting today was organized by Ngilu. The meeting I understand was organized by Ngilu. And it's only coming a day after Kalonzo Musyoka demanded that he wanted to become the running mate of Raila Odinga. So to some people, they'll start seeing a hidden hand of Madam Charity Ngilu in this particular push to have Martha Karua as Raila Odinga's running mate. Then, I'm now just finalizing. I understand that in the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, already they have settled on Kithure Kindiki to be the running mate of William Samoei Ruto. And today, Today, when Gachagua was on KTN, he said that Mount Kenya negotiated for that position in 2018. Imagine, he said that they negotiated for the position of deputy president with William Ruto in the year 2018 and agreed on how to share the government. And he said that the coming in of ANC and Ford Kenya is inconsequential as far as that particular arrangement is concerned. So I understand it is in the headline of the Star of Tomorrow, that the position they are going to give Musalia Mudavadi in the Kenya Kwanza alliance, in case they win the elections in August, they will make Musalia Mudavadi to become the finance minister, and then they will make Wetangula to become the Speaker of the Senate. So, looking at the type of energy Musalia Mudavadi has put in Kenya Kwanza Alliance, then you wonder, is this energy worthy only the position of becoming the financier? You know, oh, you know, to some of us who come from Western Kenya, like me and Wekesa there, we find this one to be a big raw deal, because how can our son really struggle for you so much, and now you are telling us that the best you can do is to make him the finance CS, and you know you can make him the finance CS tomorrow, and today and tomorrow he will be in court the way Henry Rotich is in court fighting cases. So I find this one to be a big raw deal as far as Western Province is concerned. And this will make many people in Western Province to go ahead and vote for Raila Odinga. And finally, now we are seeing many people from UDA now becoming independent candidates. We have seen MC Jesse, who is now saying he will become an independent candidate for the Imenti Sound parliamentary seat. We have also seen Njeru Ndwiga saying that he will become an independent candidate for the Embu senatorial seat. So let me just leave it at that and allow anybody, somebody else to come in, and we push the debate forward. Asante, Wekesa.
Thank you for that substantive. Because you are the first one, I wanted you to take more minutes just to open up the debate. That's okay. Let's have Otieno. Oti, what is the issue?
Okay, because if you can get me, I've got some assignment to do, and then I'll get back. But I wanted to put some insight on what Mr. Wangira has said, because he has talked about Homa Bay. I'm from Homa Bay County, and I wanted to maybe chip
No,
in
wait first.
kidogo.
Wait. Otieno.
Yes.
Mwenzako ako na assignment, tumwachilie aende. Sawa, amekupatia. So comment on it and make your submission briefly.
Okay, thank you, and that is why I appreciate you, my brother, because we were the other side, but we came and so my point is, as a person and a person who is representing some community within Homa Bay County, Mr. Wangere, we're not happy. Jacom came and the reality in the ground is his votes are intact. But whatever happened there, I want to tell you the plain truth, and just give you some time, because I'll come back later. I think by past midnight, I'll be here. People are not happy. And you cannot tell us that 2013, Awiti governor, there was no problem. 2017-18, there was a problem. And then today, you just want to bring for us somebody whom has been tested and tried, and has proved to be good upstairs, that is in the parliament. We are not happy. The next thing, that I will not go into details because these are very big forum and don't want to be a victim. Kalonzo is saying that they are agitating that they have to be the presidential deputy president. And we as ODM, we do not have even a presidential candidate. Raila is a presidential candidate to Azimio Ok Alliance party. We as ODM, we do not have a presidential candidate. So if they have to give us that heat, then we as ODM, we are also going to say that we as a major party, apart from Jubilee, we do not have a presidential candidate and even neither. So we also want that deputy president. If Wiper has insisted and they are going around, then we as ODM, we do not have a presidential candidate. We do not have even a deputy presidential candidate. We will also want now, and this is a very challenging issue that we are going to present. We need also that presidential candidate because we are the biggest party other than Jubilee and by the way, Jubilee aside, ODM is the biggest party. We are the largest party that cast across. So if Wiper thinks that they can coerce Azimio around, then we as ODM people, we are going to demand for that position of deputy president because we do not I can be corrected. Who is the presidential candidate? And the presidential candidate from which party? ODM does not have presidential candidate.
You will
So
be challenged
let these
like this.
people.
You will be challenged like this. You are in the NDC, and in the NDC, you resolve that Raila should be a presidential candidate. Then after that, you also met and took now your presidential candidate to Azimio. There were two stages. You did. you have forgotten.
The same process, was it only for ODM to go through it? Each
It's
and
only
every
ODM that
party,
get a privilege to go to produce a presidential candidate. The rest only resolved to support.
what we do,
What ODM
what is going to happen? What is going to happen? We cannot be pushed forward and back. If it is that way, then let Jubilee produce everybody, and then because we are not going to listen to these things but hey, we were given notice with the IBC gave a notice. So let us just my party leader was here, and I personally I talked to him. I was by the way, let me just say a lot of regards to our people from Homa Bay. They recognized to me, and by there I was even recorded by them. It is the party leader who demanded that where is Kitot? This guy who is just my DM is just enough. Where is he? Then I had to be carried, and I talked to for the first time, for the third time, I greeted His Excellency to be Raila Molodi, and I told him what I'm saying. I told him that if it is Agatha, we refer to her as Wanga. Then let them just tell us the truth. We are not happy, we as Homa Bayans. And that this is what has made these people. Migori, these people have got enough headache. Let me just speak my mind. Migori, there's enough headache. And here, we have got another big headache called Kidero. Kidero is not somebody who can wish away. He's the son of the soil. So, let us just say something. If it is plain truth, let us talk with plain truth. There's also another problem in the CI. If you see rally that some 2 hours ago, that Gumbo has made in Bond, people are not going to. So Wekesa, let me attend to this thing and then I'll come back. I just beg to leave and then I'll come. I'll join later. If you see me, just let me in. Thank you.
Okay. Hizo ni maswali ama ni nini? Kenneth na Sylvester, ni maswali?
I just want to add up on what my friend is saying from Mama Bay. Just add up because I'm coming from that place.
You will make in your contribution.
Kwani Wekesa unioni?
I want to contradict what he's saying. Give me a chance, please. Give me a chance, please.
I'm left.
Hey,
in 1 minute. In 1 minute.
Yeah. Thank you, Eric Wekesa, for giving me a chance to contribute.
Sasa Jared anasema simuoni na amechukua quarter of his screen. Hata uso haionekani. I'm only seeing here. I'm only seeing here na anasema unioni. Yes, it's true, asikuoni. Jina imekufunika macho.
No, I raised my hand wrong, but you didn't recognize me.
No, it can't be seen.
Okay, can I proceed with Mr. Wekesa? Can I proceed, Mr. Wekesa? Okay.
Briefly, because it's not your time.
Yeah, I just want to say that what that guy is saying, I think is Otia concerning Homa Bay, that Kidero is going to pose a serious challenge. As a person who is coming from that side, it's something that's not going to be easy. Kidero is going, Wang is going to win very easily because there are two factors that are going to make him win. If you look at clan factor will contribute a lot. If you look at the deputies coming from the largest clan, and then you also look at the country secretary is coming from another clan. So clan factor plus Raila's influence will make her win by a very big margin. When you also go to Siaya, the same thing will happen. Clan factor will contribute. Orengo is going to win because he's coming from the largest clan, the Ugenya, being supported by the Alego clan. So it's not going to be an easy thing for the independent candidates to win. So before ODM came up with the list, though somehow it may be controversial, they did some scientific research about the candidates. So saying that ODM is going to lose, is going to face.
Thank you. You'll expand in your own time. You have raised valid issues. When it comes to your time, I want you to expand more. Sylvester, your hand was concerning what Nani has said. Oti? Huh? You're on mute. You're on mute. You are on mute.
I think I'm done.
Yeah, you are done, but you are on mute.
Sorry.
We have not heard
it was about I wanted to object what Oti was trying to say. On the other side, also to add.
You do it in your turn so that you can expound it.
Me or
yeah, I'm saying you wait for your turn so that you can expand it.
You can hear me, or I still not?
We can hear you. Continue.
Yes.
We hear you.
I'm saying you wait for your turn.
Okay.
Now that OT has gone, you just elaborate that point. Huh?
All right.
Gerard pia utangojea, si ndio? Si ameenda, so that we can just put it in our own contribution, because he's not here to rebuttal. Let's have Otieno.
Okay, Wekesa, good evening, and also my brothers. I hope you enjoyed your Easter.
Kabisa.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if I contributed on these issues, I think yesterday we were discussing about the Kalonzo demanding for a running mate. And we said Kalonzo should not demand for a running mate because most of the time he said he's a pillar, the Azimio, the three three-legged stool. So now the response has come from the women, of which we are expecting tomorrow. We will also have we will see another press conference from his end, demanding the same thing. So I think for the meeting that was there within our ladies, it has a big impact compared to Kalonzo's side, because Kalonzo's side, most of the time you will just see his people, just people within his homestead, no any other tribe across the other areas. But what these women strategized, they put themselves together from every part of corner, and I think each member was there from these 26 parties, the affiliate parties of Azimio. So the task is there. The main aim was just to counterattack Kalonzo, so that they neutralize that pressure that is coming within the Kalonzo side. Because now we are also women and we are demanding. And when it comes to gender-based, yeah, it's very clear that it should go for a woman, so that it goes 50-50. If a president is a man, then there is also representation within the women's side. I think for that one, Kalonzo should also learn from there and also leave this a lot of press conference, a lot of pressure, a lot of demands. He should just stay like other political leaders that are in Azimio, because they are only having one problem each and every time is Kalonzo. And the other affiliate parties, they have no demand. Their main aim is for Azimio to win this seat and take over the government. The rest will follow after they have taken the government. So I think this is a good lesson, and I congratulate these women, because people are expecting that Raila will come to counterattack Kalonzo, or the president will come to counterattack Kalonzo. That is something that it is too small to the head of state and also to our presidential candidate. And Kalonzo should know that people know his track record concerning the politics. He's somebody who cannot be trusted. You can trust Kalonzo, and you expect tomorrow you are going for election, and he can even resign overnight, so that tomorrow you don't have a presidential candidate. So I think the move that these women have taken is a very bold move, and it's a wise move, a wise decision, because it was a reflection for all of them. There was nobody who was also come on a press conference that she was not part of them. So if I go to what has happened in Homa Bay, I think people should know this. If you have your candidate on the ground, you can't campaign for your opponent. You sell your candidate, and that's what Baba was trying to do. Furthermore, if you are following the proceedings, when Buru was talking, there was that consultation, and the other guy was also called for that meeting, and he declined. So after that, he made his own choice, of which is his political right to go on his own. But this is what I was saying yesterday, that people were really focused just to get that nomination ticket for the party, because they know after that, even if I was a non-performance on the ground, my party leader will come to my area and convince my people. And that is what is now happening in Homa Bay. So that's why some people were denied their opportunity. They were robbed their history.
I urge Professor to unmute. We are receiving some echoes. We are having some echoes because of Professor.
Okay. So that's why people were looking, if I'm a non-performance, let me see how I can get the ticket. So long as they secure that ticket, they know that is a direct to the parliament. And it's now upon people, upon us. If we decided to go 6 piece, it's upon us. if we decided to bring people that can bring changes, that can bring development to our areas, it's upon us. Because there is no any single way a president will know whatever is happening to our region. We must have a strong representative and somebody who knows every corner of his constituency, not somebody who stays within Nairobi. If he comes to the ground, is only on elective seasons. I think people should learn from there. For me, my take for that thing, I don't see if it is a big deal, because even on social media, there were some utterances that that came from our presidential candidate, and those are normal things. Anybody, if you are angered, sometimes you can go out of your. We understand. So I think for that, I don't see if it's a big deal. The ball is still on our side. It is us to choose the best leaders, so long as it's within the Azimio. Because most of the candidates, they just go to the affiliates parties within the Azimio. I've not seen anybody within the Azimio who has gone independent, who has decided to go on UDA side. They are just trying to secure tickets within the Azimio, and that's what we want. We don't want to lose even a single vote, because we need them within the Azimio coalition. And people should also know that even if somebody walks out of ODM and is having Azimio, we should also know that we also have ODM in certain regions, which is not represented within ODM strongholds. And we expect also to get some numbers within those areas. So let the same thing happen to our regions. Okay, thank you. I'll come later, Bernard.
Okay.
Bena, can I reply what Kennedy just said, if you allow me?
Just wait. You will reply if there are even other guys who wanted to ask you a question. So let's have Collins. Just write up your points. You will reply. Because if we go one by one, you will come back to Homa Bay and then you will want to reply. Since we are discussing the same thing, let's have people make their points, and then you guys, you pick what you think it needs to be clarified. So let's have Collins.
Okay, good evening, my co-panelists. Okay, first of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Eric Wekesa for giving me this moment to add my voice. Then just to go straight to the point, the first question is, does your vote counts? According to me, according to my opinion, as I'm entitled to, my vote really counts. Even if people might argue that in most cases it's the system or the deep state which decide, my vote will count. It was just the other day when the governor for Nyandarua, Honorable Francis Kimemia, who was deemed to be part of the deep state for a quite long period of time, said that for you to be imposed as the president of this Kenya, as far as if deep state really occurs, the candidate the deep state will choose must be sellable. That is factor number one. Factor number two, that candidate must have his own ground. He must have his base. He must have quite large number of votes. So my vote really counts. For the quite long period of time, Mount Kenya has been deemed to be the region that it is perceived to decide the president of this country, of which I don't believe it is true. But let me believe, but that for general understanding, let us assume it is true. In area like Mount Kenya, the voter turnout, it is around 95 and above. But when you come to my area, and I'm very sad to say this, where Wekesa and Wangira comes from, that is Western Kenya. Let us take, for instance, a constituency like Huisero. Huisero has a registered number of voters around 6,000 K. But you see, when they are coming out to votes, you will only find maybe 25 25 to 30 people are voting. So meaning the voter turnout there are really wanting. That's why it has proved difficulty for a very quite long period of time, despite people have been arguing that Raila has been winning. It is true, Raila is more popular in Kenya, but despite being rigged out, some of the factors that have made Raila not to be declared a president is that most of people from his backyard, Western not an exception, and maybe some parts of Luo Nyanza, people are not coming out in large number to vote, although there are some other factors like rigging, etc. On second point, choice of women factor, DP, choice of women factor. Personally, according to my opinion, which I'm entitled to, women should be considered when it comes to the choice of DP. It was just the other day when you are talking about BBI, you are talking about gender balance, whereby the BBI one was of proposal that all deputy governors' positions should be reserved for women. Although some governors, majority of them, including Oparanya and Kiraito Murunga, objected that, and it actually sailed through. They say that any gubernatorial candidate can choose running mate from any gender. So I think it is good for Raila, who was championing for the BBI, of which is my preferred presidential candidate. He'll choose just actually a woman, because when you're choosing a woman, you are empowering a woman. And also, their percentage, they are about 52%. 52% of the voters in Kenya are women, so they should just be considered, and therefore they represent a larger constituency, even larger than those who are purporting to be to add something on the table, like those two brothers from Lower Eastern. I can't mention their name, you know them. Then the second last point here is about voter turnout. To be sincere, voter turnout is one thing. As I said earlier, the region that has been leading in number of votes as far as the election result is concerned is Mount Kenya region. But also this year it is projected that there will be low turnout there. So I urge all supporters of Azimio, Kenya Kwanza, and the other coalition should just actually mobilize their supporters so that they can increase the number of voters, or else this will be disastrous, and meaning that a person who will be declared the winner will actually be a not popular candidate. So it is our responsibility, the responsibility of aspirant, is the responsibility of every person here to actually mobilize their supporters, their neighbor, their friends to come out and vote in large number. Then there's this last issue of 6-piece votes, and then also 6-piece or mixed. Pardon?
30 seconds.
Pardon, Mr. Okay. Then there's this issue of mixed vote, mixed or a suit. I like to disagree, because if you vote in 6-piece, we will vote people who are incompetent. People maybe they come from the same party and they are incompetent. So I completely disagree. And Mr. Wekesa, just kindly add me another 30 seconds to ask to respond to what Mr. Otis said. Mr. Otis said that ODM doesn't have a candidate, and the candidate is for the Azimio coalition. You know, I like to teach Mr. Otis something, that a coalition is something more than one party coming together. Azimio is a coalition party, meaning that more than one party have come up together. Meaning that now you cannot have a community without a clan. And therefore, like for example, if you are a member of a certain clan, then you still belong to that community. So Raila is still still belong to a candidate of ODM and Azimio. And that we cannot run away from that. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Let me take this chance to allow others also to contribute. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, let's have Kennedy. I'm avoiding to comment ndio tumalize haraka round 1 kwanza.
Thank you, Mr. Martin, for giving me a chance to actually contribute. I'd like first to start with the issue of the running mate. Okay, if you look at the Azimio structure, when you look at the Azimio structure in terms of the strength of the parties, realize that the strength of the parties, let's say the three dominant parties are ODM, Jubilee, and Wiper Party, if I'm not wrong. So when they want to choose their running mate, they should look at the strength of the party, and they should look at the regional balance, and they should look at the person who can actually pull or amass, who has the masses, someone actually can bring so many voters on his side. So when you look at all these factors, it doesn't actually take you long to conclude that Kalonzo is the best choice for the running mate. Kalonzo, because one is a very, very seasoned politician. Two, when you look at the regional balance, let's say we look at the mountain and let's say the Rift Valley, they've been in power for a period of, let's say, 34 years, having a deputy president and the presidency. So when you look at all these factors, Kalonzo will be the best person suited to be the running mate. So those people are actually saying that Kalonzo is actually disturbing, is making a lot of noise. They're wrong, because the council, when the council votes, it's actually outnumbered in the council. So he has to make noise so that he be heard and his position be taken seriously. So according to me, Kalonzo suits to be in that position. If you want to go for a female running mate, then definitely should not be Martha Karua. Because that will actually go against the regional balance.
Kennedy.
Yeah. Yes.
How do you tell us about regional balance?
Yes.
Mount Kenya has been in power and Kalonzo has been vice president. Why should he be a vice president twice when others have never been vice presidents? Based on your own argument, why should he be a vice president twice?
Okay.
And the others who have never taken that.
Okay. That's a good question.
You also talked about party strength. How on earth can Wiper be stronger than Jubilee in terms of voter strength?
Okay, considering that Jubilee is actually in power, so if we were to exclude them and look for another strong party, it's Wiper. That's my point.
If we exclude Kalonzo because he was a vice president, who else do we pick?
If you exclude Kalonzo, based on based on crafting a winning coalition or a winning team, that one will go to the mountain. If I'm not wrong, it will go to the mountain.
Have we ever had a woman in power, either president or a deputy?
We have never had, but they should fight for it. They shouldn't just be given because they're women.
Yeah.
They should actually be able to pull the masses. They should bring votes.
Suggestions, and us here, we are here for suggestions. And the women are fighting. They have not refused. They are fighting. But us, we are giving suggestions.
Yeah. Okay, what I'm saying is this. If you were to look at the strength of Martha Karua and Kalonzo, who do you think can actually bring more votes? It's Kalonzo, definitely. Okay, so when you go to another issue, the issue of I've talked about the deputy president. What does my vote count? Actually, the best question can be answered by what actually happened today, where Jane Kihara was given a certificate by the UDA, claiming that she has won by 1 vote against the young man who actually, according to me, was the winner. So this tells you that yes, people vote, but that vote doesn't count up to a certain level. It may count, but it depends with how some people think about it. You see? So there are some people, I think, according to me, because I've been voting for Raila for a very long period of time, who can actually decide who becomes the president. They are not in good tandem with you, then definitely can be rigged out. That's according to me. So voting counting, that one I think I've handled. And I think I'll give other people a chance to speak. I just dwell on those two issues. Those people who have questions can actually write that down and actually ask me later. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it was unfair for
Yeah.
to reverse a vote and then someone with one vote plus wins. Huh? I think in the law
Yeah.
of
Yeah. That
natural
would.
justice, in the law of
Yeah.
natural justice, they would have just called for another fresh election for that
Yeah.
region.
That's why I'm.
So let's
That.
Jared.
Thank you, the panelists. On the last point you have just said, if there is a proof beyond reasonable doubt that the other lady won by one vote, she should be given the certificate, but it has to be beyond reasonable doubt, which I also doubt how they were able to get that. So that one is not, and now the theory put on a jumbo in the middle center of the court, so they could have gone for another
Kuna
leader.
mtu mic yake iko on. Prof, kindly.
Ologi, Ologi.
Yeah, people who
Okay,
are unable to mute their mic in the backstage.
okay, good. So I think I finished the first point. Let me come to if your vote counts. Uh, yeah, I do believe that in our elections which we have done before, there has not been an issue about the vote counting at the initial level, which is the the polling station level. I've never had any complaint at the polling station level. I think since somebody out of nowhere decided that, for example, IEPC should be read by lawyers who happen not to know numbers of adding 1+1. You know, I never understood why they would not put an accountant to be in IEPC because we are dealing with numbers. But they put lawyers who cannot add 1+1. You never hear any complaint at the polling station. So afterwards, there is now what we call summing up or tallying is where the problem is. Where I think then even calculators don't work. So that's where we have never addressed that. Maybe one time they will do that. So your vote can count depending at what level. At the polling station, yes, it counts. Because I've never had anybody complaining about that place. But at a certain level, when it comes to tallying, then it depends on those who are tallying. That's where now everybody is up in a ngumu. Coming up of the choice for the vice
Is
for the
it a
deputy
joke
president.
or is serious? Wait, Jared.
Yeah?
Is it a serious claim, Mama ni joke? You are
No,
telling us you have never
but
seen mathematicians put there, they only put their lawyers.
can you tell
Have
me
you ever checked the aggregate
the,
of someone
no.
going to
The
law school?
IPC chairman, as per
No, I'm just asking you a simple question. Have you ever checked the aggregate?
the aggregate of the votes,
No, for you to be a lawyer. Most of these courses, you have to pass maths, English.
no.
So
No.
why are you telling
No,
us? Why are you assuming that lawyers don't know maths?
no, Wekeza. A lawyer is somebody who chooses which one he wants to kill. You know, you kill somebody, he says, no, you did not kill. You didn't have intention. So it can be 1+1 and they will try to say it is 11, depending on the day. That is their job. You know, let me tell you one thing. Maybe if you have ever known why two professions, a doctor and a lawyer, they practice. They practice on your case. They practice on you. An accountant does not practice. The numbers have to match. That is the difference. So it depends on the day the lawyer decides which number is good. But that is a discussion for another day. But it's very surprising that a qualification of the IPC chairman is to be a lawyer of a certain experience, not an accountant. That's what I'm asking myself. Why should it be a lawyer? It's not a case we are. So they prepare ourselves, and there will be issues. Anyway, now going to the choice of the deputy president. You know, these things. Sometimes we are discussing this with emotions. Uh, this is about winning. And winning, you look at so many things. It is not about how cute you look, uh, what you have done before. It is purely about winning. In fact, don't think that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta settled for Raila because of APCD, because he knew he had a chance to be able to win. If you look at the two people, let me narrow it down to two people: Martha Karua and Kalonzo Musyoka, who I keep saying that I don't want to talk about him, but we keep bringing him up because we give him unfair airtime, which he doesn't deserve. Look at since Kalonzo joined Azimio and the time Martha Karua joined Azimio. Martha Karua has been going around asking people to vote for Raila Amolo Odinga because of APCD. While Kalonzo Musyoka is busy trying to convince the public on why he should be, why he is not given a certain title, why we cannot change the name of Asmio, why we cannot, why he should be a running mate. You know, this is the same person who did not believe. I was very surprised when I heard him saying that he believed they won 2013 and 2017. I was very surprised that this is a true watermelon, because in 2017, if he believed that they won, he could have been in a whole bag to be sworn in, but he didn't believe. So when it is convenient, he comes back. So I don't think he has exhibited any characteristics of a person who can be a deputy president. And if I were Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, and I want to be a president one day of the Republic of Kenya, in fact, I would not want to be a deputy president because there is no good experience of a deputy ascending to power. So I will be looking for a different position unless there is something is wishing to, which will happen or not happen. So the way, even today, when you saw those women, remember Martha Karua was there. She didn't say it.
You muted yourself for what?
Did I mute?
Okay, proceed.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So you can see how somebody carries themselves. Now, let me also, before I leave there, to tackle somebody said about the numbers. The numbers is a perception. People vote based on a perception. In fact, today, if Raila Amolo Odinga was to say, I want Wekesa to be my running mate, yeah, just people, when they would hear that Eric Wekesa is the running mate, they would start saying Eric Wekesa is from Western, then people would vote. And then tomorrow Wekesa will say, these are all my numbers. People vote relative that, hey, one of us is sitting at the table. It happens that he has been in Ukambani for a long time, so he has a party which has never expanded beyond Ukambani. So I am very sure that if Mount Kenya themselves, if they settle for either Peter Kenneth or Martha Karua, myself, I've always said that I believe Raila needs Martha Karua because the people who surround him took away, because of the convenience of the time, he had to bring in 2013 he brought in Kalonzo Musyoka. 2017, he brought all of these people close to him. His reform credentials came down. Now we don't see Baba as a person who has fought for this country. I do believe if Martha Karua comes in on that ticket, he will now bring that credentials, which were very important for the Kenyans. So let's wait and see how it will come. Let's forget about of the people which I know. I can tell you now that you can take it to the bank. Kalonzo Musyoka cannot be the deputy for Raila. If he was to be, and if he negotiated, he has a number for Raila, he has a number for Uhuru, he could call them and they will negotiate. He should not be making noise. I do believe he's just making noise for these primary nominations to go around, then he can keep quiet. That's what I could say about that. On when we come to a six piece suite on what Baba said, I want to remind our people, like my good friend Oti and those who come from that side. Sometimes I don't know what bewitches us, why we are bewitched. My brothers from this good side of Nyanza. You have the presidents in your hands. Instead of focusing on how you will be having people unopposed from Luo Nyanza so that they can have enough time to go campaign for Baba, you are just meddling and trying to say you want to be an independent. You know, if you really ask yourself, where is Kedero in campaigning for Baba? Where is international? He's a person who is known. He has been even Nairobi. Would he not come in Nairobi and try to campaign for Azimio or for Baba? But now he want to come to Mabey or somewhere. Let me tell you, as a leader, there are other things you look beyond what people can see. Those who they have said, probably in the polling, this guy Mwanga was ahead of Gladys Wanga, but Gladys Wanga was also second there. But in order to empower the women also, you have to find a way. If they already fought to have at least a chance, you have also to find a way to push them. And the one way is to come to that consensus and have Mwanga to be kind enough to deputize Gladys Wanga, because she has shown that she can do if she's pushed a little bit. And that is how we can help the women of Kenya. Some of us, we forget that we have a new political party act, the law which was changed. You will only be getting those funds if, some funds, there is a category of the funds. If you tried, you will show that you tried to get a 2/3 gender in your nomination. So that's why sometimes they do all this. It is not true that they have been forcing these people. Whether it's forcing, or I have seen most of the places, they have tried to call members of parliament to go Nairobi and try to negotiate. When all of this, for example, Omar Pay, they were negotiating, Fidel did not want to go because he didn't want to hear anything about it. Okay? I'm not in Omar Bay, but I think let's give a chance to Gladys Wanga so that she can also show what she can do as a woman. And after if we do Martha Karua, I think we are doing what we need. What I can tell my friends of those who are here for UDA, as of now, in fact, it's not a matter of when, it is how. Now we are only trying to see by how much percentage will William Ruto lose, because losing is given. No doubt about it. Losing is given. All of those negotiations, they have started coming back to backfire. I stopped there, Wakeza, so that we can give a chance to others. I think Alex had my
Thank you.
voice.
Let's have Professor.
Thank you very much, Juan. I joined quite late, but I think I get the gist of what you are asking. And let me just join in from, I think, where Mr. Jared left it. Talking about the issue of a woman to be a running mate. This is an issue that I need to talk about with a bit of a caveat. I want to talk about when I'm a bit serious and a bit in jest. That number one, it is indeed very good to look at the gender balance to offer our any lady, a serious lady, this position to be the running mate of Raila Odinga. But it should not only be for Raila Odinga, we should also be seeing it from other outfits. Yet there is a sense in which a slot for a woman has been preserved. When you look at every county, there is a woman rep position. So for them to come out and say that they need to be given this running mate position is both good and bad. Good in the sense that at least there would be a woman up there to try to balance, because naturally and historically women have been the marginalized in terms of decisions and things like that. So there will be a way in which they can pass laws. They can pass laws that are favoring them. It is bad in the sense that it is not in the law that it must be a woman to be the running mate. A woman has got, there are some women there who have actually demonstrated by both word and deed that the little position that they have been given, they can really perform so that they can have a track record. And at this juncture, I congratulate and recognize at the same time somebody like Martha Karua. I did not mean that she was against the president. Okay, of course she fell out with the president Uhuru Kenyatta in 2013 and 2017, and that's why we saw Waiguru being rigged in. Even at the other time when Waiguru was almost being impeached, but of course she was still in the system. Oh, yeah, let me continue. I remember even the bickering that really ensued between Waiguru and William Ruto, when William was saying that you cannot just keep on catwalking, and yet billions have gotten lost. But now, whom has he gone to bed with? The same Waiguru, as opposed to Martha Karua. Because of what? Martha Karua is a tough negotiator. You can even remember that in the post-election violence, when Kofi Annan came to at least bring some breakthrough, it was the William Ruto versus Martha Karua's tussle that delayed the process. That said, I think this issue of the running mate, now joining in with even Kalonzo's issue, uh, there is a sense in which, and I keep on saying this on this platform, there is a sense in which this is the first time that the Mount Kenya and especially the Kikuyus are not having a serious political candidate, I mean a presidential candidate. And therefore, what is really best for them is for the running mate issue. As to whether they will give it to a woman of their choice from that side, that is their own cake to bake and eat. But there is a sense in which ODM in Azimio is the largest, perceived by myself, followed by Jubilee. And they were the promoters of the BBI, they were the promoters of this Azimio la Umoja, while the likes of Kalonzo, they came late. There is no way you can go to the forest to hunt. Then after making a kill, somebody comes later and then he purports and he really forces to be given or to cut the fattest part. Let me put it that way. So Kalonzo should be contented with what is given. And even if you look at it numerically, because sometimes numbers lie, sometimes numbers don't lie, and I will come back to that later. Look at the total registered voters in Ukambani. There are about 1 point something, if I'm not wrong, 1 or maybe 2. But look at those in Mount Kenya region. There are 6 million. So look at what Karua can bring to Azimio's table versus what Kalonzo can bring to Azimio table. And as I always put it here, rather in jest, that what Raila Odinga can see, kneeling down at the bottom of Lake Victoria, as Babu Owino put it today, nobody can see it while atop Mount Kenya. So Raila knew the shenanigans associated with Kalonzo, that he would bring all this. That's why, in my view, he brought the Ukambani trio, the governors Mutua, Ngilu, and Kivuta, such that a lawyer worth his salt, Kalonzo, keeps on having tantrums on social media, on national televisions, that maybe it needs to be him to be the running mate. It needs to, no, let people have a fair game here, so that it will be, maybe if it is a delegation that is made to maybe choose, they will choose based on his performance. There is a sense in which Kalonzo stuck with Raila in 2013 and 2017, and without going into whether the election was rigged or not, they never succeeded, quote unquote. So is it wrong now to try another one? I think it is better we try another one. But as to who that person is going to be, it is their secretariat that is going to choose that. Going to the other part, talking about does my vote count? Again, I want to give it I want to look at it in 2 ways. That yes, my vote is counting. But where does it count? It also counts depending on how the campaign has been done. Nowadays, and rather unfortunately, we have what is called the synchronization of political campaigns. What do I mean by this? Politicians will come, they will come to your area, they will organize you into groups. The youth group will be there, the women, the wazee will be there. Then they give you some little money. Having given you little money, you will vote somebody because of the money he has given you, notwithstanding the agenda that this person stands in with, or notwithstanding the agenda that he really subscribes to. Yet, if you look at some areas, and allow me to laud the Mount Kenya residents, most of the time I listen to their MPs, their politicians talk. They talk about pertinent issues, the barabara, the farm produces. They talk about kahawa, chai, even miraa that is only chewed. Come back to my area, the Nyanza. In fact, we don't even, barabara zetu ni zile zile. In fact, there is one big road that is connecting South Nyanza, the one from Kisii to passing through Rongo, going Kokuro, Awendo, Uriri, Migori, then joining to Tanzania. It has been that none is initiated. If it is initiated, then it is a Panya route. We have never seen that. But when you look at the Mount Kenya region, these people.
Well, you are lying. You are lying, Professor. You are lying on that. You are lying. I'm very sorry to tell you.
Oti, kindly let there be order.
Oti, yeah, I'm coming to that. What I was saying is that if you look at our major roads, leave alone the feeder road, the one that comes from
what you have just talked of Rongo Isbania, what you are lying.
No, Oti, I think you will be given time to talk about that. I was saying that if you look at our major road, that Rongo Isibania, that Kisii Rongo Isibania route, it has just been one. And it is, if it cannot be repaired, we have never seen another one that is created. Not unless this time because maybe I'm in Nairobi, I may not be able to see that. But if you look at these other people, look at Western, look at Central, and you will agree with me that Central, from one town to another, it is tarmacked. From one town to another, it is tarmacked. And should the road be impassable, then these people are even ready to take to streets. Because of what? These are people who do business. These are the matatu owners. But us, we are really lagging behind. Because of what? Our vote sometimes does not count. Our vote only count for this politician to go to or to assume a seat. Having done that, they go and they get lost. We cannot even bring them to book. We cannot even make them to be accountable. So that's what I'm saying. When you come and look at the issue of, I think somebody was talking about now nomination and etc. with respect to Kidero and others. Yes, and I said this. In trying to get the person who is going to fly the flag of a party, a myriad of strategies are employed. We can have consensus, we can have direct ticket, or others we can even have these the nomination itself, the polling. People can take to polling,
Universal
or even
suffrage.
yeah, something like that. Thank you for that. Or sometimes you even, I had the woman, this lady who is the boss for the National Election Board, and she really affirmed what I'm saying. That some of the time they even use the pollsters to identify the individual who is more popular, and with that, it can save the party the unnecessary struggles, unnecessary bickering, so that they concentrate on the bigger agenda. Coming to somebody like Kidero, I want us to take us back to time in history. Look at 2013. Kidero, having come from Mumias, he was given the ticket to be the governor of Nairobi through ODM.
What has happened?
The system say that he has talked too much.
Prof, they are not getting you.
I think I'm next.
Nyumba, how are you?
Okay,
Kuna mtu
I'm next. I just dropped down, but I'm next. I'm a professor.
My friend, you are the same guy who asked for permission to talk before Otieno. Hatujafikia wengine, unataka kurudi tena. Ukisumbua na kutoa. Let's have a Nyumba.
Thank you, Bwana Wakesa. I'll be very brief, point by point. One thing, I've been behind the scenes, but I've been following this channel for a long time, but I've decided to come on board. I was with you at Dr. Masanga's panel. We have been with him elsewhere, so I'm not so new. Now, I will be very brief. One, does your vote count? Yes, it does. Hello? Because even the Constitution, the winner has to get 50% plus 1. That is, even if the difference is 1 vote, the ones who get 50% plus 1, that takes
Like
1 vote.
in Naivasha? Like in
Yes,
Naivasha?
we have seen it practically, like Naivasha, Jed Kiara. In fact, I'm in Nakuru myself, so matters of Nakuru County, I'm very conversant with. DP choice. DP choice for the running mate is a very tricky thing for him. If he chooses Mudavadi, he loses some votes from Central. If he chooses somebody from Central, he loses the little he could have gotten in Western. So I don't know how he'll balance that. I said I'll be very brief. I may expound thereafter during my other contribution. Women factor. Women factor is very critical this time. Me, I'm in Jubilee, Azimio. And the way it's going for Azimio, the running mate will be Mother Karua. Take that one to the bank. Why Mother Karua? One thing we know, the women population percentage is 52%. So if Mother Karua, and I'm saying now comparing running mate to our favorite president, Honorable Raila, Mother Karua will bring more votes to Azimio than Kalonzo. Why? One, as a lady, she'll get some votes in Kirinyaga, just because of coming from Kirinyaga. As a lady also, she also capture some votes from Central. Thirdly, she also get votes nationally. Vibration, echo. Now, at national level, she has already started playing her game. Maendeleo ya Wanawake is a very influential organization. And the other day, she was invited as a guest, actually, in Uasin and you could see women from all corners of Kenya there, and also requesting for her to be taken as the running mate. She is also a very strong candidate. Mother Karua, I think last time when there was stalemate, it was said she was the only man left standing. She's very tough. And especially her crusade against corruption, we know it. And she'll be a very important asset to Honorable Raila in fighting corruption. Now, so I've said she'll bring more votes. Kalonzo is insisting, and I think we should just get rid of Kalonzo. I'm sorry to use such strong words. I'm there. He came late. In fact, he was even almost out of every other system, not Kwanza, not in Azimio. And the three governors from Mukambani, Professor Kibwana, Madam Gilo, and Motua, they'll bring some votes. So if he insists, it's my wish, because it's actually every other point is blocking, wasting so much energy and brain and all that, sorting out petty things. You know, if you marry, I can see there's no lady here tonight, a nagging wife, you can't develop. From morning till evening, at night, nagging, no. You might as well separate and stay differently. I have an experience of that. Not right now, the one I have anyway. So we forget Kalonzo, and I said you take it out to the bank. The running mate to Honorable Raila will be Mother Karua, Wangari Karua. Voter turnout. Or similarly, if I also talk on the other side.
Are you suggesting that Mother is good because Kalonzo is bad?
No, even Kalonzo is not bad, but
Okay,
I'm
let
saying...
let me put it this way, yeah?
Yes.
Is it possible for us as a coalition to negotiate without threats? Like for those who are asking for the position like Kalonzo, not to give us conditions kama ile ya lawyer wake huyu. If Kalonzo is not on the ballot, we will skip that part, we will not vote. Then also others who don't look at it that way say Kalonzo should go. Is it possible that we can negotiate for this seat without having those extreme, like you are in or go? We just negotiate. The way I think I like the approach of Mother. They are negotiating for the seat, yes, but not those extreme dramas. If you don't give me like what those conditions, I think that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Bona Kesa. But actually, just being lukewarm is very, very dangerous. You either be hot or cold. Because, as I've said, we are using so much energy, so much brain, so much time by the blockages Kalonzo is bringing. And it should be handled. There's already a team that has been chosen to look for the credentials of running mate. And that team is going even to work scientifically to arrive at a conclusion. But you can see already Kalonzo has rejected that team. So every other point, we are approaching, the elections is just coming in here. We should use that energy to do more constructive things. So for me, I cannot just take a shower with just lukewarm water. It's either be hot enough or cold. If I have means of heating it, I heat it enough for my comfort, not just have lukewarm. If there's no, I can just use cold water, totally. Now, I know my time will be run out, or you want to say something, Kesa?
Okay, ideally what I wanted to say is, look even what happened in Oka. When they went to the process of getting the flag bearer, when Madividi saw that is not being taken, he walked out. So in my view is we don't need to say like Kalonzo akae ndani ama aende. The issue is they need to have that right process, and the process should continue. They should ignore all the noise, do the right thing until they get the right candidate, whether it's him or not. That is where the conversation should be. Because we will lose focus when we start. If kila mtu anataka kujipendekeza, everybody anaweza jipendekeza. But as much as different teams have their own way of looking at things, there's a reason why we accepted that there should be a governing council of 11 people. It's not just there for cosmetic reasons.
Agreed.
So they should sit down and they hear all this noise and crystallize it into something important. Some of these noises are very important. They tell us who can be a running mate. They also tell us who cannot be. Just as in a relationship, when you are relating and the way you converse, unasema me I don't like the way this man ananijibu ama the way this lady ananiongelesha. So that noise is very important in courtship, so that you can make a decision and say, I think chemistry I work.
Agreed, but you can see already Kalonzo is hello. You can see already Kalonzo is writing off that team that was selected. He's saying he doesn't believe in it at all. So bring another one. Every other point, blockage. But I agree with your conclusion. I'm an elder, Kikuyu elder, so we can go slowly.
Thank you.
But I become impatient when somebody is pushed too far. Again, a joke becomes no joke if pushed too far again. Thank you. I agree with you, Wanakesa. Now,
thank you. I want to bring in Alex, and before I bring in Alex,
a few seconds, I finish. voter
Yes.
turnout. If the voter turnout in Central, and if they will have changed their mind, the lesser the turnout, the better, because we are trying as much as possible to change the youth for guys for Azimio. But by August, it has not changed. That lower turnout will be a plus for us Azimio. Finally, the sixth suit. I go for the sixth suit. We need it, not necessarily from one party, but Azimio as a group. Since you need strength in the county assembly, you need strength in national assembly and the Senate. So we say six. I say 6 Ps, not necessarily from a particular party, but within Azimio. Thank you.
Okay. So Sawa, let's have Jared, there's something you wanted to comment, 30 seconds. Then Prof also 30 seconds, and then we go to Alex.
No, Alex, no, because I was trying to say, these are the same people who gave us a threat that if Kalonzo joins Raila, they would walk off. So we are used to these threats. They will keep talking as we keep moving forward. So we should leave them alone and we keep going. If you remember how they were swearing, you wonder how they changed it again. So that's what I was going to say. Thank you.
Okay. Prof?
Okay, thank you very much. Now I'm back. My internet keeps on throwing me away, but using the 30 seconds you've given me, I can say this, that never should you open your door for the armed robbers. Let them break it in, because it is part of their job. What do I mean? If Kalonzo wants to be a running mate, let him convince people. Let him go there so that among the very many that potential ones, it can be chosen. Somebody like Martha Karua did not rush into making decisions. She first of all weighed in, looking at Ruto, looking at a potential presidential candidate. Then when she made the decision, she did it once, and now she's accompanying Raila in campaigns. Kalonzo cannot be trusted. She is not even accompanying Raila anywhere, yet he wants to be his number two. Who knows? Maybe if they win and then he start backstabbing Raila, that's really, really, really bad. And also, looking at that, I think Kalonzo is still being haunted by the money he took from Ruto. I keep on saying this. Ruto wanted to buy him, but then he like the way his watermelon, he never took it very, very seriously. Mudavadi came in, and Mudavadi took that opportunity. Now bado ananyongwa na hii pesa, at the same time anataka kunini. Is high time he styles up. Thank you.
Okay. I hope now we are settled. As I bring in Alex, Alex.
Yes.
There's this perception that when Kalonzo insisted until he ensured there is a name called OK on Azimio, the guy sat down, and I think that's when the Martha Karua ticket was being construed. Now they looked into that Oka and said, now, if it has to be that Oka must be there, then let's see who are these guys. Kuna mtu ako unmute na leta. Yeah, Prof. There's a challenge with your mic. It does not rhyme with mine. So they decided, okay, let's give the name. And if we have to pick a running mate from Oka, let's go to, they want to kill two birds with the same stone. Let's have someone from Oga, but again, someone from the mountain. And that's how even the women thing is just an added advantage. But the key issues were to how do we settle these guys who have come in and they insist we must be there? So it's going to be challenging. I want you now to weigh in. I'm just a motion mover. For him to bold out saying that sisi oka hatuja, ataanza kuambiwa si nyinyi ndio mlikuwa mmechipanga mkakuja hivi. Okay, you can proceed with that dimension.
Yeah, I've always opined here that Kalonzo lacks insight, and that is why he doesn't have foresight. Kalonzo's present is what he's initiated with. He forgets the future. For instance, the issue you're just talking about, Kalonzo was so initiated with the Oka thing that she forgot that Oka was a hot bubble. And when Martha Karua joined Raila Amolo Odinga, she dispelled through her Secretary General, that fluid young man, Olo, who gave a very good candid speech, which we must always listen to. He said, Oka is no more. But Kalonzo has always tried to negotiate from the point of Oka, which is a hot hair. So Kalonzo, in himself, tried to negotiate through Jubilee, and he has been swallowed that he can't get anything through Uhuru Kenyatta. That's why I insisted on the name, so that now they can call three-legged. First of all, he came through Jubilee. Now he is more of an enemy to Uhuru than even Raila, because he realizes Raila has already gotten what he wanted. Now the question is, number two is supposed to be gotten by who? By Uhuru. So Uhuru has turned out to be his enemy. Now, instead of negotiating a better deal, yesterday he denied his people. He said he's not a Kamba. So I don't know where he's he's negotiating from. So I've always said Kalonzo lacks insight.
Alex, tomorrow you will say he's a woman.
I know, that's where I was coming to. And the last time I checked, David Ndii is a Luo still. So this is the political theatrics we still have. Now let me help here Kalonzo a little bit. Let me help Kalonzo. Let me play the devil's place here. And for the record, I will put things straight first. Kalonzo is playing a bad game. If I was him, I could have played it better. Now, Karua is a powerhouse.
Keep it muted.
Yeah, Karua is a powerhouse name. Karua is a household name. Even little kids know about it. In fact, in the Kenyan CV, she is unmatched by any woman today if we could sit on the table to look at credentials and merits of becoming the person who is going to lead this country. Her managership and her leadership, he is beyond. But if I was Kalonzo, this is how I will argue it out. This is how I will argue out. The president said it's a rotational presidency, not president, presidency. Now you are giving us, whatever you are giving us is not rotational. You are flipping it. This is how I will argue out. In Nigeria, we had Yaradua, who was from the north, a Muslim. Goodman was on the south, who was a Christian. And in any case, you must put the probability of happenings, because that is politics. You cannot say we are in a utopia. Now, in case anything happens to Raila Amolo Odinga, the presidency again will go back to Mount Kenya, which has been held for the last 20 years. Now, this is the mistake that Kalonzo did. This is the mistake that Kalonzo did. The person who could have negotiated for Kalonzo die-hardly would have been Mamangilo. 1 month ago, he took Maloba in a big rally and endorsed Maloba. That is when he started fighting the women. Now, given the pools that Mamangilo is getting are low and she's seeing a real danger, and she's a true politician, she's using a narrative that you cannot win now. She has come up with a caucus called Women, one of the most powerful we have ever seen in this country. Wachana maendeleo ya wanawake. What we saw today is the real. The other one has been made by men to get votes. Today, women came to speak by themselves. Now, then you find a man here called senior counsel, as you called him yesterday, fighting women. Now, the question is, can she truly win? Now, that takes her to the drawing board. Even if they were to win the Kitui governorship, women will come blazing and say, you are fighting the only 3 women who have been elected as governors. And you are in Azimio. You don't believe in women leadership. So even if Ngilu was going to lose that, Ngilu is coming blazing and say, the only man we have in Azimio who is fighting women is what? Is Kalonzo. Hence, he is not fit to be the deputy president. Kalonzo has touched a hot hair. If I was him, I could retreat and say, you know what? This is beyond me. You can't fight what you saw today.
On that trajectory, I want to ask you, if you have a company or a home and you want to put someone in charge of that, what are the qualities do you look for in that person? Because in fact, most of the time, you remember the days when vice presidents were being given a ministry. They used to be given a ministry like Home Affairs. You see, somehow they play a role of bringing people together and what. So that social role. Kalonzo comes in Azimio, and we haven't seen him call Alex and talk to him and bringing people together. But he comes to Azimio, and in 1 week, he has disorganized everybody. And here mother comes, and you see like 26 parties having all a caucus of women coming together. In other words, this person is bringing people together, intra-party connection. And the other one is coming here and declaring that my party is might, so the rest can fuck off if they want. Proceed. I just wanted to amplify that so that you can comment on that.
You know, you have to remember one thing. I may be wrong, but I stand on this. All this time until today, until August, KANU has always ruled Kenya. It is the first time that KANU is going to get out of power. Do you know that, Wekes? On the 8th or the 9th of August, that's the first time KANU is going to get out of power. All along, all these people have had KANU mindset. So you can't blame Kalonzo. Kalonzo has always been KANU. They've used women. Yeah, there is no difference between Kalonzo and Ruto. Take it to the bank. It's only one knows how to masquerade more as a Christian, behave better as a Christian, and talk better as a Christian. But the other one doesn't know how to behave like a Christian, but he gives like a Christian. He goes to church as a Christian. But both of them have the same mindset of KANU. So this is the first time the KANU orphans are looking truly and realizing that Raila has finished them. So it is not easy for them, because take it to the bank. If today Raila wins the election, that is the end of KANU. We will never see KANU again. Even these things you are saying that Gideon Moi might come back. Gideon Moi is not coming. Raila will completely overhaul the KANU system and bring a new change that will last forever. Now, this is where I get a problem with my friends like Mr. Nyumba. Before Karua came to Azimio, there was a possibility that this Karua was going to lose governorship to Ngirishi, of all people. This is where I don't find honesty from the people of the mountain. That the so-called Martha Karua, who you call a woman, and you call, oh, she has all these women constituency, which is amorphous to me. But today, it proved that, you know what, maybe Ngilu for the first time might bring the women caucus closer and become a voting bloc. Maybe because we saw the lady, the Ausingishu women rep in Jeff Koinange, when she was asked about Karua, she said, "I'm excited." You know, there's nothing as good as when women are excited about other women. Okay, so maybe this time I believe, but before that, I will tell you it was a campaign tool. So this is where I find my brothers, and they need to answer this. What happened to Karua when he was running against Ngirishi? All of a sudden, when he has come to, now you can't vote him as a governor, but you want him as what? As a deputy president. There is some sort of disingenuity in our people from Central. They ought to have built Martha Karua from governorship all the way elevated. We know she's qualified to be a better governor, but it is sad that if she was to run with Ngirishi, she could have lost. That is what Central must be told, that when you're building your daughter or your son, don't tell us that you can't give her a governorship, but now because she qualifies to be a president, now you can say that. That is disunity. You go back to the drawing board and make sure that she has a voice who becomes the governor of Kirinyaga. If you people love Martha Karua, then show us that she can say, vote for this one, but not Ngirishi. Then we see if you follow. If that is true, then we take her. But if you can't listen to her, then it's a contested one. Let Kalonzo contest, let Martha Karua contest, and Baba will decide.
Alex, I like your finishing point, but I had one take on it. I think you are right there, but sometimes when people don't see the prophet in you, they normally say a prophet is not honored in his own hometown. Ideally, what it means, sometimes when you have your vision high up there, people locally can see. We celebrated Wangare Maathai after she was given a Nobel Prize. Before that, the only ministry she had ever held was assistant minister. She had never even held a full ministry. So sometimes people locally may not see your potential until it's brought. Uhuru also struggled to win Katundu South seat until he was brought on a national scene. So he worked it backwards. So sometimes, because of our narrowed and local politics, you may not see fully the potential of somebody. And so what the national, and that is what my brother is also suffering from, Mohiza Kitui.
No,
nationally,
this clear to you.
Stamina, yes, but locally, people don't see that. I don't know how we can balance that, because locally he doesn't have that influence like when you put him on a national scene.
And let me put it this way. We have a presidency that is very tricky, that we really need to take care of Karua as a person. And that's why I'm reiterating. The so-called women constituency is amorphous. When it comes to parliament, when it comes to the people who will protect Martha Karua, for her to do her work and to bring the changes she might bring, she doesn't just need the women. She needs Central Province to be behind her. The same way Ruto would have been impeached a long time ago if the rift was not with him. So you can't just say an amorphous constituency like the women, which doesn't have numbers in parliament, can protect her. So I want Central.
There's something good about that document. Let me tell you. You remember when Obama came to win presidency in America? Young people were excited for the first time a black is winning. And when you look at that, excitement was not in blacks alone. Even the whites, there are whites who had not believed that a black can be. When he was nearing to power, they were also excited. So this is the point. And there's that thing in human nature. Even us, when we see that woman have broke the ceiling, we will be excited. So if we see that Martha Karua has been given that opportunity to be the first woman to be the vice president or deputy president, believe me, there are many men who will support her even more than women to prove a point that you can break the ceiling. And that's what we are trying to work out. Maybe we can still create a euphoria that has not existed.
And that is why Martha Karua constituency that will give her the deputy president or the president in case Raila is incapacitated is not womanhood. It is her stand for corruption. If we run Martha Karua as an individual who has stood against corruption, a woman who has stood as a lone ranger, a lone wolf during difficult times, then I can vote for him because I know her integrity and dignity is beyond bar. But you run him to me as a Mount Kenya, I say no, because I want rotational presidency. I want the whole thing to be rotational.
Yeah, let's. I think you have ruffled some feathers. I see some question. Do you have a question? Another hand before we move. Okay, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Bwana Wekesa. I want to refute the assertion by Alex that Mother Karua, Central, we didn't respect her. As Wekesa, you put it, Prophet has not recognized at home. Many had said earlier on, I've saying we are doing a lot of politicking. Many had said they will only, and these are older guys, they only vote for Azimua if the candidature of Mother Karua is there. Secondly, Mother Karua was not only rejected in Central, she stood for presidential post way back. She was, because of her credentials as an anti-corruption fighter, she was refused by the whole country, not only Central, nationally. You know, the guys who are in charge, they are corrupt. They would not have liked somebody like that one to be. But now that Honorable Raila, who is an anti-corruption crusader also, it will be a very good team. So I wanted to correct that it's not only Central that refused Karua, the whole country actually refused. It's only those two because Alex put it like we refused. That day, and I've said it will change. Many had said if it's Karua and Oinuda, if it's Karua running as a deputy, straight away they will go Azimio away. Thank you, Bwana Wekesa.
Thank you. Alex, you wanted to respond to that? But
we second round is coming.
Okay. So that I bring in there's a guy called Njo what?
Can I request 1 minute? I'm at work. Could you give me a minute?
You are at work, huh?
Yes.
George, unakubali? Unajua, I think when Mother Karua is mentioned, Selina is excited. She's a real supporter of Mother Karua. Can we give her 1 minute? She's at work. Okay, I'm talking to somebody who is not here. Okay, so I'm giving you 1 minute. You make your
Songa, you are the speaker.
Jared, what's up? Unanisikia kweli?
Hello,
no, I was reminding you that you are the speaker. We were waiting for George to respond, so but it's okay.
Let's have Selina make her point. And as you make that point, I wanted to agree with Nyumba that
no, it's okay. I oblige. Give Selina a minute.
Let's not say that voters have rejected someone. Sometimes there are dynamics. Like when Mother Karua stood for governorship in Kirinyaga, you know we work with Euphoria. That time the Euphoria was Jubilee. And another Euphoria that worked against Mother was that Raila was against Waiguru. So they wanted to prove a point by voting in Waiguru. They did not even look what Waiguru is going to do in Gerinyaka. The fact that Raila fought their daughter, anaitwa Waiguru, so they wanted to prove a point. Sometimes they vote to punish someone and not necessarily that they don't like the other one. So she might have just been a victim of circumstances that time. Okay, Selina.
Okay, thank you. I want to say, like, when Martha Karua stood for presidential candidate, remember we had Ngilu. Ngilu is a woman too. So when she stood, I think that the Kenyan community were not ready for a woman because we really go around all over the country looking for the vote. The problem with Martha Karua was not rejection. The problem is the Kenyans were feeling so frustrated that Martha Karua, if it was not Martha Karua, Kibaki could have not been the president. So everywhere we went, we were told, you rig our votes and give it to Kibaki. Because Martha Karua was my presidential candidate and I was the national deputy women leader in Kenya. So I was going with her all over the country looking for votes. So the problem was not Martha Karua. The problem was the election that she swore in Kibaki at night. And we were being called a lot of names. Now that is gone. I want to talk about the women of Kenya today. Plus Charity Ngilu, the NAC party chairperson, the maendeleo ya wanawake, the 4 million votes from the women of Kenya. They have endorsed Martha Karua. So if we have another woman that she could be contesting with Martha Karua, some people would say something. But for this, nataka kusema nashukuru wamama ya Kenya wamesimama imara. I called Martha Karua today and I was so happy that she responded. And we will meet with her in Washington, D.C. on 24th, that is on Sunday. So the Kalonzo, I don't know why even can you talk about Martha Karua. When she say yes, she has never turned back. Hajairudi chuma, hajaongea kitu. They are mobilizing the women of Kenya to come together, get one of them, and then we get this other six. So compare Martha Karua with Kalonzo crying that I must be Raila running mate to do what? If Raila cannot choose you, what will you do? So I want us, you Kenyans, to support this deputy president from a constituency of women of Kenya because we are voting from the president to MCA and we have been voting for you men. So this is the time we want to know the love of men in this 2022 election because we want to have a running mate as a woman. So the challenge we are giving men is if you need a woman to vote for the president, to vote for the governor, you have to give a start vote too for the running mate of a woman because we are humbly talking to our fellow women to ask them to support one of their own. That is the constituency of women. And when I see men trying to say Martha Karua, you know, she was a lion. That is why Kibaki was a president. So I will be listening. Thank you so much kwa kunipatia hiyo nafasi, na mwenye angeongea na nikachukua nafasi yake, nataka kusema asante sana. Nasikia sisi wa mama, as we need a deputy president, we want to humble ourselves to show the love of Martha Karua with women and show that if you give us that job, we will really work hard to serve the country of Kenya and serve our families, serve our children, and make sure no corruption, no corrupt woman or a corrupt man will be in Kenya. They will return our money wherever they have taken the land and everything. we will see. And I want to say thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I will be listening. If I get another chance, I will come back. If I don't, I will be listening because I'm working 3 to 11, so I will be at work up to 11. So thank you so much, Wekesa, for this opportunity. I want to thank everybody and tell Alex I need 100 votes from Alex to vote for women. Alex, I'm challenging you. We need that vote from you and your friends for you to know that Martha Karua was not rejected. It was because she met the Kibaki, the president. Even Raila knows that. That is why Raila says, better work with Martha Karua because they have worked before. And for your information, Martha Karua was a lawyer of Raila Odinga when he was in jail and when the government was chasing Raila. Martha Karua was one of the lawyers that she stood by Raila. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And when you host her, don't behave like the way Cosmo Joe was behaving when hosting William Samoei.
I think when I have in this forum, sijaionyesha ya kwamba I'm that solo mother. I'm a respected person. We will show you how women we are disciplined, and you will see it by Sunday. But you will see me side by side with my chairperson, with my deputy president, and maybe, God willing, I will get the next flight to Kenya. Thank you.
And Mama Selina, you will see me on 24th with my arch rival Simbarati next to next. I will be hosting.
Mwalete kwa
In Washington,
mkikuwa
D.C.
huko.
Yeah, I will bring Simbarati. I will bring Simbarati. I guarantee you.
Yes.
And I'm glad to meet you for the first time, Alex, and everybody that they are in diaspora. We will meet on DC that day. Then you guys, you will see this old grandmother, what she's doing with Mother Karua. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Oti.
Oh, thank you, Ekesa. I thought you forgotten me. I wanted
Yeah, I was
to
just
reply to.
clearing people who had come, who had not talked
I,
anything.
I
They will
I
come
love
back.
that. I love that, my friend. I love that. And Alex, how are you?
I'm very happy. Today is Monday. Why you?
No. The kind of job I do work somewhere where it's very smoky and okay. Alex, tuachane
Don't
za
worry. Meet
nyumbani.
me behind.
Tuachane za nyumbani.
Hey,
Okay,
Alex.
what I wanted to know.
Alex. Odi said that he met Baba today and he greeted Baba, so you can understand. So.
We were with Baba.
I know that. That's everybody will be happy. Even me, I'll be like him if I greeted Baba.
We were there, but then I was not even aware. I was picked from my place of work, and we headed to where our ambassador for Dubai was being buried. But all said and done, there is a professor who have just talked. They have left. I've got Professor and Kennedy to reply on. So to start with Professor, let the
Also
panelists know
wanted to
that.
reply, was it Otieno or who?
There was a professor from
Yimba, the
Yimbo
one who
professor.
spoke here, Professor
Yeah, just
Yimba.
raise the issues we discussed. There are people
Yeah,
who know.
Professor Odimbo.
Wodi Yimbo.
Just
So
raise the issues.
what I was saying, Eric, let me just Wekesa, let me just say this: the road from Ahero Junction. In fact, the road from Kisumu or from Nakuru to Kisumu via Ahero. So Ahero to Isbania. Alex, you'll bear me witness. I don't know whether you've been home in one of these fine days. That road is being expanded. And not even Maraming, that road is being built to the bitumen. And that road, if you go, Alex, you'll confirm this. This junction, Kisii Junction to Kisii Rongo, you will confirm this, the kind of work that is going on there. Past Nyamataro, then we branch there. That road is being expanded. It was narrow, it is being expanded. So what was saying, I know that thing, that road is matope or what is passable. That is very wrong. That guy is very young to be a professor, but you can even be a professor at that young age, ndio. But I would really wonder where that guy in Nairobi. You cannot tell me that you are a professor, you are in Nairobi. Imbo, I all know you Imbo Senge. And if he's talking about Imbo Senge, those roads have been made. So that professor, I'm totally telling you today, there's a professor in the town. And there's nothing to do
But
with the
Professor
rural
said
home.
that before he talks, he does research. Maybe he has researched.
There's nothing like that. Then that is professor that is being written here in Mutembei. Me, I'm OT. You do not know what I'm doing. You know my profession. You do not even know. I cannot transfer my profession here. I'm CPM certified public accountant, but I cannot even place it here. The next thing you'll require me to put my CPA number here, which I will not even do. So there are so many things we do. You can be a professor. The only professors we know, you will know them. If PLO Lumumba comes here, you will not even wait to ask PLO whether you are a professor or what. If Aman Manyora comes here, you cannot wait to ask Aman Manyora whether he's professor or what. So hapo nimemaliza. That road, Alex, you will have to bear me witness, or any other person who is from Kenya and has traveled that road from Aero Junction right away to Hispania, to Tanzania, you will bear me witness. This road was too narrow. In fact, from Ahero to Katito, it was one way. And we could, trailers were there, and these are the things. From Rongo to Migori, that road was impassable. In fact, I could not even drive there during the daytime. I could only wait mpaka 10 o'clock in the night. So
now, it's
that
not just
road
the
is
road.
good.
He also said this, you need to defend your record. He said that the MPs of Central normally discuss about issues to do with roads, tea, whatever, but these guys from Nyanza.
What I'm telling you, Wekesa, these people of Nyanza, in fact, Nyanza
And
region
you just vote
included
for them and
Western.
then they disappear. Is it true?
What they are, they are, that this guy has just disappeared because I wanted to put some knowledge in his professor's mind, and I don't want to argue with professor. Professor is a professor, whether Professor Muitu or Professor my professor. There's a guy called Kennedy. Kennedy was like talking of clans in Homa Bay County. We do not have those clans in Homa Bay County. Homa Bay County, we just have regions. And the first people, we have Rachuonyo, we have Kanyada, we have Ndewa, who is also Nyangorabala, who is Rachuonyo. Then we have Soba. Soba are people who we don't trust. They are from Uganda. These that Soba North and Soba South. So Raila gave Wanga direct ticket. Wanga comes from Kochia. Wanga is Nyar Kano. Or Korode Kalawi. In fact, Wanga is just from Kano, married to Kochia. The current women rep who secured the ODM nomination, called Bensouda, or Mrs. Madam Osogo, who was currently the roads minister, Kisumu County, comes from Kanyada, where I come from. She is Nyakanyada, married to Karachuan, around Utuk, Kidube. So currently, Karachuonyo had got outgoing governor. Karachuonyo currently has got incoming deputy governor. Karachuonyo currently has got women representative. Soba has got senator. The only people who are disadvantaged are Canadians and Ndewa, which of course Ndewa is also Nyankorabala. They can say that they're Karachuonyo in the diaspora. Like Alex is a Kisi in diaspora. Alex, allow me to use that example because you are the only person who can use that way, but we don't fight. We don't even do any other thing. So let's say Alex is Ndewa. So Onyango Rabala is Ndewa. And Onyango Rabala is a cousin to Chuonyo. This Chuonyo you see here. And but what we are seeing, ODM say that the only result which was pronounced in the tallying centers were provisional. They were interim results. And I'm telling you this, if it does not happen, then get me clearly. Bidis Togola, who came second after Osogo Bensouda, who had 16,000 votes, and Ugola had got 15,000 votes. Ugola might be given the certificate. Let me just tell you the truth. Because if it has come to regional balancing, this is what is going to happen. And I wish that Kennedy is listening to me in the background. This is what is going to happen. But in an event that it does not happen, then let us forget about Magwanga being the deputy governor. But because Raila knows the strength of Yugi Magwanga, he cannot try to tamper with Yugi Magwanga's deputy Wanga. And then, if it goes that way, Bensouda is also a friend to Raila. Bensouda currently was the current roads
I haven't
engineer.
seen you mention Kidero somewhere. Where does he come from and where
Relax,
is he?
relax. I'm coming. Okay, sir. Can you just let me talk and then I will get to where you want me to be? So
Yeah, I was
there's
just
this.
reminding you.
I'm coming there. I'm coming. Let me just bring the chronology, something of that kind. The Bensouda being a lecturer at Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University, that is former Bondo TTC. These people, they know each other. Bensouda comes from my home area. We are same Gweng mates. If I say Gweng mates, I mean village mates. Hey, she comes from Kooko, I come from Kakitoto. Just same village. I know she's older than me by so many years, but her father taught me in private school. She's the daughter to a teacher. So when she was married, and she's very staunch Adventist, I know their relationship with the Odinga's family. And that is why when Beatrice tried to do all those things, and this is what I want to justify my take on Raila mismanaging Obi County. It is something that I'm going to say, just give me time, and I'm going to take it down to MCAs. And you people, you do your research. Alex, you listen to the ground. And if I'm wrong, one day, one time, I'm always here. You people will prove me wrong. What is annoying us as Zomabeans and people who are adoring Barbara Eloding, the votes that are there for president are meant for none other than Raila Amolo Odinga. Let me just lower my tone because some people are also sleeping here. What we are against today, Raila Amolo came to the burial of nani anaitwa nani Alex, huyu mwenye alikufa wa Dubai.
Honorable Padi Ahenda.
Padi Ahenda. So
Yes.
we were there. I was at my place of work. Amir was just called, and then I was. In fact, these people they like kidnapped me because I'm a strong supporter of Yugi Magwanga, and Yugi Magwanga had complained to my dad, and my dad is also a politician, and told everything was the way why. So there were boys who were making noise. So I was picked, and I went there, and then I greeted Raila. People saw me, And those I never saw all those things, the chaos they were promoting that. So he issued the statements, everything went very good. Me, I came back to me. I live in Oyugis right now. I'm in Mosocho, somewhere which I cannot disclose. And what I want to tell you, Wekes, Kidero is going. Nobody is going to stop Kidero. Kidero has got. I want you people to listen to me. Kidero is a man from Homa Bay, from Asumbi. Kidero has also done some one or two things here. Kidero came and told people that I'm a thief. People accepted that narrative. People accepted. I'm a thief. I stole. I was taken to court, but court, there's nothing that court did to me. They told me they could pay fine. So we are aware of that. Kidero is a thief. Momias issue, Kidero accepted that Momias collapsed after
Okay, you are
he
not
exited.
supposed to
So you
narrate
told me,
everything
Wekesa, you told me
of Homa
to
Bay.
bring issue of Kidero.
Yeah, you just bring, okay, on service, not the whole story, because you are limited time. Huh? You are limited to time.
Yeah, very true.
So you have 1 minute.
Yeah. Can I
So
continue?
just tell us the candidature, the viability of Kidero, full stop. Wachana na story mingi.
So the viability of Kidero, people are going to protest. You do know why people are going to protest? With us, we have not been given a chance to choose our leaders, including MCAs. MCAs, where I am, where I do vote in Kasipul, the MCA who was given certificate is I don't know what there is an Wanga is his aunt. Ni mtoto in Kiswahili, Alex, unajua Kiswahili, ni mtoto wa dada ya Wanga wa nini wa women rep aspirant. So in the in Ombe County, all the incumbents were voted no. They are out there. But there's somebody in they were lacking his name. He has been given the certificate. There's another one here called Goody Good. They tried, but people protested. So they have given the right person they knew. So Wanga was trying to say that there was no agreement between Wanga and Isaiah Ogwe.
Tura.
Yes.
I think you are losing. You have lost the plot. As we were not focused on those small details, because if I start telling you the details of Bungoma, you will not understand. Our aim was to see the only people we know there is Wanga and Gidero. You are to focus on that. The rest are your issues. If I start telling you about the MCAs who are captured Bungoma, you will understand. So
Okay.
you have
So
lost.
let me to cut the long story short.
Let's end it there.
No, tiwewe akanyo. Tiwewe
To
akanyo.
cut the long story short, to cut the long story
People
short,
are not
people are just
connecting. When you
annoyed.
start,
People are annoyed, but the kura for Raila are intact. But MCA, governor, my friends, let us watch it. Any question, Alex? I accept any question.
No, now no question, Oti. Wabogoyo Samoro. Where yeah?
Alex.
Yes.
I want you to hold for me. Themba is coming. Tomorrow I'm working. I have to leave. Bernard was to come, but Sijamon. So Themba is coming in 1
Let
hour.
Jared hold for 10 minutes. Let Jared hold for 10 minutes, then I come back, I continue. I set up my stuff.
Okay, so we are
Jared is on the
continuing.
computer right there.
Okay. So let's have Peter Kawa. Kuna mtu anaitwa Peter ama hayuko? We flag him off.
I'm a mute.
Let's have Collins.
Okay, hamjambo tena.
Yeah, so as huyo ni Peter ama ni Collins?
Collins.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
Collins as he presents Jared, the next person Peter hajaongea na Martin, so kama Peter patikani patie Martin, and then
Okay.
yeah, mnaweza
Okay,
alternate na
sawa.
in 1 hour then
Okay.
banakam.
Okay.
It's in good hands.
Okay. I think I had given my submission, but I just summarized what I had submitted before, and to emphasize more and add maybe more saliva. So I said earlier, women should be considered when it comes to this to deputizing someone. Like for instance, when it comes to deputizing president, because actually women are over 52% of voters in this country, and therefore this means that they are the largest constituents. They supersede the supporters of maybe lower eastern, that is Ukambani region. They supersede the supporters of William Ruto in Rift Valley. They supersede the supporters of Raila Amolo Odinga in his backyard. I think they supersede all men. Therefore, they should be considered. Secondly, when you are discussing about building bridges initiative, in the beginning there was this suggestion that women should be given to be that post of a deputy governor. I think it is high time that the incoming president, whether it is William Ruto or Raila Amolo Odinga, they should lead by example by allowing women to lead. Because when a woman becomes the deputy president, there is also high chance that we might have the next president as a woman. For instance, in our neighboring country like Tanzania, Magufuli appointed Mama Samia to be his deputy. And when the unfortunate occurred, automatically Mama Samia became the president. That's why women should be empowered. And someone should not say that women should wanasema kwamba women wajitume. If you see someone like Martha Karua, huyu ni mtu amejituma because he has history of fighting for democracy of this country. He has her own stand. There was a time even he resigned as a minister for legal and law. That proves that he's a woman of her stand. At the moment, she's also campaigning for her preferred presidential candidate, that is Raila Amolo Odinga, the presidential candidate for Azimio la Umoja. She has actually proved that she can be the second in command. When you move to the other side of the political divide, we have some people like for example, this lady, Alice Wahome. Some people might find that abusive, but according to me, he's doing her best to market William Samoei Ruto on the mountain. Even not alone, but even Waiguru and others. And therefore, these women are our mothers, and we should encourage them to take that post. When it comes to this issue whereby Raila has talked about today voting for 6 Ps, and also there's a colleague from a co-panelist here from Moma, they has just protested vehemently. I will concur with her. We should not just vote people because of party. Let us vote as an individual. In many instances, we people from Western Kenya, from Luyaland, we have been the laughing stock. Tumekuwa tukichekwa kwamba we are dividing our votes. But I think we people from Western, we are the most democratic people because we don't just follow someone blindly. We must monitor, we must know your track record before we elect you. And I think this should be emulated across the country. For instance, when you go in a constituency like Kimilili, of course I don't come from there, but that is my ancestral land. The MP for that place is Didimas Baraza. If you visit that constituency, he has done a lot for her constituency. Best school, best dispensary, anything that concerns with the CDF, he has actually improved the lifestyle of people. And in that constituency, last time, although the area MP belonged to Jubilee and he was supporting Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila actually won in that constituency. And when you come to a place like here in Trans Nzoia, where I stay, Kwanza constituency in Trans Nzoia, Kwanza sub-county, my area MP is Ferdinand Wanyonyi. He is a NASA member of parliament. Of course, at the moment he's in Fort Kenya. Automatically he will be in Kenya Kwanza. People elected him because maybe of the party he is affiliated. They just elected him because of the party. When you come to this area, you'll find we have pathetic kind of roads, pathetic hospitals. Some of our schools are still mad. We don't have good facility. But people still keep on re-electing him because he maybe is aligning himself to a party of choice. So I think this issue of 6 piece should be actually be discouraged. Then there is an issue of turnout.
I thought, Collins, you were giving a summary because this is your second submission, so that others can also. We have people who have not given us so summarize, please.
Okay, for the interest of unity and to allow other people to submit, I'll beg to end there unless there is a question. Thank you.
Thanks, Collins. So that we will now come to the second. Let's see. Martin Indeto, are you still there? Okay, go for it.
Crew, asanteni sana, everybody, the panelists, Kina Alex, the people that are always here. Thank you so much. Jared, we always watch you, and I always start my thing with the people who actually build the fire in this forum, the people in the backstage. Olo Gitash, wewe, firefighters sijui imetoka wapi na mwache kuniingilia huko mkiwa wawili. And the rest of them back there. I love them so much because those are the people that actually make us be here and enjoy being around here. For me, today is a happy day. I think in this crew and in this panel, I've always been talking about, you know, our ladies vice presidents. And there's another guy I don't want to talk about, and everybody, if you've been here for a long time, you know who I'm talking about. For me, I was so happy to see Charity Ngilu come back like she used to be, the soldier she used to be, the general of the ladies, come back today. And even those Raila, the blue Raila things, I mean, caps or capes or whatever you want to call them, see them being worn again and them coming up strong. That was happy for me because I was so happy about that, because before this other guy came in, these ladies had brought something in the whole crew that they used to be there, Kina Gladys Wanga and everybody. They had a uniform of, you know, Generali Wababa and everything. And I believe where we are in Kenya today,
There
is
is
about
echo,
that
please.
time.
There is echo. Kuna echo. Upati power, bro.
Is that from me? Kila mtu ananisikia vizuri?
Yeah, everybody is in mute, so just continue. Let's see.
Is it mine? Can you still? Is there still an echo? Jared,
continue,
can you hear
continue,
me?
Martin. Continue. We can hear you.
So for me, I was so happy to see the uniform come back and the hats and everything come back again. I believe at this point and this time, if we really want to get this thing done and have a change in Kenya, I think either Martha Karua or Ngilu, but wanawake wamesema Martha Karua. I believe she needs to get it. I want to believe it. The other thing you guys were talking about, Baba talking about 3-piece. I think that was just situated on one section of the country. He didn't just say 6-piece. He said that point that area, it would be nice to get a 6 pieces where, everybody is the same thing. And I don't even think he was talking about ODM or anything. I think he was just talking about Azimio. I think people are reading too much about it. But for me, I think the biggest
Baba
thing,
said ODM. When he asked governor, ODM. When he said senator, ODM. He was talking about ODM.
But Alex, did he say it or did people say it?
He said it.
Lakini uko ni Bondo, man.
No, that was not Bond. That was Omabey. But it's okay. It's okay. All I'm trying to say is that Baba said 6 piece in Omabey. But it's okay. That is his right.
It's okay. I think it's okay.
Yeah, it's very okay. But I just wanted to make record straight. It wasn't Bondo.
Odinga is fighting off the rising wave of independent aspirants and those from other Azimio parties in the Nyanza region. Raila is calling for the famous 6-piece voting pattern, saying it will help to strengthen his government should he win the presidency in August. Our Lake region reporter Oko Okusa with the development that is likely to stir the region as the party concludes its nominations.
The 6-piece rallying call by Raila came amidst concerns raised by his close allies that should he clinch the presidency, he may face difficulty running government due to lack of numerical strength, especially in both houses of parliament.
MCA, MP, women rep, senator, governor, president. Oh, come on.
Speaking in the Luo, the Azimio One Kenya Alliance presidential candidate branded the Orange Party nomination losers who have decided to compete against ODM candidates as traitors and enemies of the people out to divide the region.
Our people must unite and shun divisive politics and arrogance so that we can take over leadership. But you cannot be at the top if down here you are shaky. That's why we must form a formidable team at the grassroots under ODM.
The leaders who were speaking during the burial ceremony of the late Kenya's ambassador to Qatar, Paddy Ahenda, in Kabondo Kasipul constituency, took a swipe at former Nairobi Governor Evans Kidero, who declined to step down for Gladys Wanga for the Homa Bay gubernatorial seat, terming him greedy.
For those who went for nominations and lost, it is not the end of the world. Hii ng'ombe ni kubwa. Na baba atakuwa rais. Akishakuwa rais, wenye watapata mkia watapewa. Wenye watapata matumbo watapewa. Wenye watakimbia na kichwa watapewa.
Tutajitokeza sisi wote tupigie Raila Amolo Odinga kura. Na wale ambao wamebaki kwa nomination, tushikane pamoja. Baba atakuwa na nafasi ya kila mtu.
ODM has been grappling with disquiet among a section of its supporters over awarding of direct tickets to some aspirants and its perceived failure to conduct credible nominations.
Okay, ni hayo Martin. Some of us are not privileged to know what he spoke in Luo, but from what he was asking, the people were saying ODM. But I also agree with my panelists that when you are at local, at the end of this, even if there is a Azimio as a whole, you still need to strengthen your party from your stronghold. So we expect in Nyanza, those in Coast, in Western, to have a presence of ODM. Otherwise, you would be a president and they would be holding you into ransom the way the first we have had now stories, how the URP and the Jubilee was running, that, hey, if you mess around, I'm going to pull out. So you really need to see ODM strong. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, so I appreciate that, Jared. I appreciate that you playing that because I had watched it before, but fortunately I had the area wrong. But like you said, I don't think there's any problem with somebody. If that's my party and saying that you guys go, do this and, you know, get a whole MCA and everybody 6-piece, I don't think there's any problem with that. I think the biggest bone we have over here, and it's starting to come, and I think even Mama Selena has always said over here, and I feel personally, when you see, today is one of my happiest day. I'm gonna say again, I'm seeing Gilo coming back with the vigilance that she used to have before this other guy came in, and they are coming back to say that, you know, now we're wearing those hats again, and we are here as ladies and everything. I believe if Baba does, and this is just statistically talking, if Baba gets either Karua or Ngelu, but a lady, and mostly I think Karua, because Karua comes with a lot of things. You're killing 3 birds with 1 stone. You still getting Central, you're still getting a lady, which you're getting that constituent that Mama Selena always talks about the women, the constituent of women. You're also getting that, and then you're still getting the big Baba area of it. And if Kalonzo can agree with that and stop fighting us and everything, then you'll start seeing these other people coming back. And so at that point, you know what? You got the whole thing. Baba will be in-house even before the whole thing is done, because wamama wote wako Saidia Central pia tunainua kitu. We already know where we are locked. And then if Kalonzo now stops this, you know, BS or whatever, then also that's Math of Ukambani. And then he becomes good with the 3 governors, because I know the 3 governors are the ones that have it. And I think Kalonzo is starting to see that. That's why he's starting to tone down. Even Mutula Kilonzo said it the other day, that we just want a fair share. So for me, I believe Rarua is the best way to go. And kuna tu watakataa na mimi, but I believe that's the best way to go, because that way we get everything, and it's there, the numbers talk and everything. And again, like I said yesterday, 2% was a shame. And I believe these elections, I don't know why people are scared. This election is going to be the most peaceful election you've ever seen, because the margin is going to be so low, so big, that there would be hakutakuwa na contestation of anything. Na mtu mwingine alisema hapa jana, by the way, na Makamba, huyu jamaa wetu apewe nini ambassadorship ya mahali fulani, aende akae huko kwanza, ache kutusumbua akili, aende huko apewe huko, akae huko I don't know, sijui tutampatia ya Afghanistan ama ya wapi, aende kwanza, atuache kwanza tujipange. But anyway, this is my first contribution. I'm just gonna let it at that point. And Alex, you have a inbox me, kuna kitu nilikuwa nimekuuliza, but I'm still here, I'm still listening. Thank you guys. Niko bado, tuendelee.
All right, thank you, Martin. We cannot afford to send your friend Kalonzo to be an ambassador, because these are the people who can go and make a statement, and then you start now a crisis. I think the best thing is to be a speaker of a National Assembly, so that he can deal with Papu Wina and all those people every day. He could not have a chance to say anything. But that's my opinion. Ben Nyagaka, you can come along that. Also, let us not focus on Martha Karua. Let us also look at Savina Chege. She's also a contender. They can pull on that. At the end of the day, it will be something which is very closely. I've seen how she has come to the national stage. So say something about that, Bernard. Ben. We cannot hear you. Yeah, we cannot hear you clearly.
Okay, let me get back in 5 minutes. I'll get back in 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah, let's move to somebody else, then you can come back later. Let's go to, now we start the circle on Otieno. Otieno, what chances you give this Sabina Chege, I still think that depending on where the deputy president goes to pick the running mate, because everybody is watching, I think Sabina Chege also it might be a compromise candidate for the government, and also I feel like she's liked everywhere. And they have been trying to bring her into the national stage. I don't know what is take on for her, but comment about that, Otieno.
Okay, thank you, Jared. Oh, good evening to new members that joined when we started. Okay, comparing Sabina Chege with Martha Karua, I think there is a big difference because Martha Karua is somebody who was she started politics long some years back. It's a long time, and through the history, you can even heard that she also played politics with Jaramogi Oginga Odinga and also Charity Ngilu. So Sabina Chege, she's also good, but when it comes to national politics, is when she's now introducing herself into that. So Sabina Chege, I think with the she can start with the governorship. Then from governorship, then she joins the national politics, and she's good. And Jared, when these people started politics, these newcomers, they normally become good people, and we can't tell what comes as they normally keep on growing into politics. They keep on changing. Like there are some good people in politics, and you have seen them. They are people that people had their hopes on them. When they get to national politics, and they now see at my level, within my region, I'm only the person who can people bank on. Then they change their mind, and they become molds to their parties. So with Martha Karua, I think she's an iron lady. Martha Karua, she's somebody who will tell her mind at any point, not looking the position that she has been given. When Kibaki gave him Minister for Justice and Legal Affairs, and things didn't work well, she didn't compromise the position she was holding. She resigned. And with Martha Karua and Raila presidency, I think it's a sealed deal, because Martha Karua, she's a no-nonsense lady. She's not somebody who you can dictate. She's not somebody who can mislead the government. And for as you know, our nation.
Let me ask you, Otieno.
Yes.
That might be also a red light somewhere, a red flag. Let's face it, the government all over the world is
Yes.
what men have called a criminal enterprise. Okay? That's the reason why
Yes.
always the president is above the law. So
I can't hear you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. Yeah, now I can hear you. I'm not getting you. There is a problem with your mic.
Otieno, keep going, and Jared is coming back. Let him fix it, and then just keep your submission.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Go on, Jared.
We can hear you, but Otieno, continue.
Okay, Jared, ask your question
Otieno,
now.
go on.
Okay, Jared, you can ask now.
Otieno, just go on.
Service. Please go on.
He's trying to fix his mic. Just go on.
So what I was saying, for Martha Karua with Raila is more than Kalonzo, because Martha Karua, she has muscles on the ground, and also it will be on her history. the first woman to be to be second in command. Let's have a look at Kalonzo, so consolidation to his area. All the three governors are against him. Kalonzo is only having these new politicians, the newcomers, that doesn't have muscles on the ground. And without Kalonzo within Ukambani, we are still good through the governors, because these governors are the people who are reaching people on the ground. They know every corner within their boundaries. So comparing Kalonzo with Martha Karua is more far than Kalonzo. So having Martha Karua on the board, in fact, even myself, I was so happy seeing all women within every corner in this country giving their proposals, and they were so happy. I think their proposal should be given a consideration, being that these women, first, when the Azimio was being born, they gave themselves and they were out supporting this Azimio. They are the same people who have gone through every corner within this country, giving them themselves names, soldiers of Baba. So I think they are worth to be given that award. And that proposal, I think now Kalonzo should stop a lot of demands, because he started that the Azimio name should be changed, Azimio Oka Alliance. And when we look back, Oka is no longer a coalition, because Oka was a combination of KANU or NAK Kenya or this party of Jirongo. And these people, when people went to, was it Kasarani? It was Kasarani, for the political parties agreement. They signed. By that time, Kalonzo was not there. So Kalonzo, this Oka is a Bonoko, because this Oka is just the Wiper party only. Gideon Moi was there. So Kalonzo should not give a lot of demands. His demand for the Oka to be part of the Azimio name, it was honored. So it is Azimio Oka. Azimio Oka, it was a tactic to knock other parties, the small parties, so that this thing looks as for the only three parties. And I think the tactics that our women has done, it's a very good move, and they should just keep it up. And for the presidential candidate, our president and also the fifth, they should give this thing into consideration, so that women can also get their part and their voice within the top seats in this country. Thank you.
Thanks, Otieno. So my point of argument, I was saying, countries all over is usually government is a criminal enterprise. And the reason why the president is always above the law, because there are things the president might know which the public might not know, because of course he's the one who gets the security intelligence, and sometimes they might do something which they would break the law, but it's for the good sake of the country. For example, where would we be if the president could have honored Maraga's request to dissolve parliament? By then, we didn't have IPC in place. We didn't have so many things. So we could be in a chaotic place. So those are some of the things which the president can break the law because of how he's looking the country. Now the question comes, when you have Mother Karwa, who we know that it is a very strong-willed woman. Here comes when Baba needs to do something, and then he's saying, hey, we have to follow the law. Don't you think that might be a red flag that you need, and also from the experience we have had now with the deputy president William Ruto, don't you think that you have also to second place that you need a deputy who you will be agreeing to move the country somewhere? So that is where a small red flag should be looked at. Also, by bringing in Sabina Jege, I was bringing in on from this perspective. First, we saw Sabina Jege being sent to Nyanza for registration, going around the country as part of the Sky team. Also, she was at first going to run for the governorship of Muranga. Remember, she's not running for women rep or anything. Instead, she was pulled up to be in the national presidential campaign team. If you saw the council, which was on Asimio One Kenya, she's among the 11 or 12, whichever number you do, among the key decision makers. She doesn't own a party. Yeah. So those are some of the things. What do you think? Is she being brought up finally to be somewhere? That's why I was bringing up that might she be a compromising. Also, another point, maybe Yumba will come up and help us with this. Is it because, sometimes these people are, as we said, strong-willed. You have both likes, like Laila. There are people who love Laila. There are people who like Laila. And at equal time, there are people who hate him. That is also Matakarwa for you. There are people still who have not forgiven her, who think that she might have tilted the 2007 election. So will you settle back to somebody who is new, who is fairly liked? Sabina Chege, I don't know, I don't think that she has a forum which says that we don't like this person. Is that something which might be considered? Because he will still be a woman also. I would like somebody also to mention that. I don't know if John or Dino you will react to that, or we go to you but to react on that. We have Martin. Let's hear from Martin first. Martin, come on.
Jared, I just wanted to react with what you said. I think there's a very thin line between having you being a boss and somebody else being your underboss, if you want to say that, or because here comes a problem, and there's a very thin line with that. First of all, if you're going to run a good enterprise, especially now, this point talking about enterprise, talking about the Kenya enterprise and the Kenyan, country, you don't want somebody that tries to overrun you as the boss. But also, you don't want a very weak person that you just tell them, go jump, and they ask you how high. You want to be in the middle. And even that's what makes a good home, because at the end of the day, there comes the head and the neck, and you have to compromise. So when we go forward with somebody who really cannot say anything, is just a yes say, then we have a problem in our country. But also, if we go for somebody who wants to overrun, then we happen to get what we've had for the last 10 years or 9 and something, or at least for the last part of it, which is 4 years now. So you, as the guy who's up here, you also want somebody who's tough on this other side that can actually defend what you're doing, but also does not overrun you. So I don't know Sabina very well. I've seen her. I think she's cool and everything. But with Mother Karua, I think I have something that I've seen. She's tough. And for the time that has been in these elections right now, in this campaign season, and trying to figure out who's going to be the, running mate of which one and who and whatever, we don't want to repeat again what Ruto did to Uhuru, where he tried to overrun him And there was a thing I was watching today that when they, I mean, it was saying that they did half and half, you know, and I guess who was it? It was
But
Matsanga. I don't know why he says it.
I think
Matsanga.
I think it was Timmy Wanchigi who was the agreement who said that they split the cabinet, they split the government. One took the security and
And the other
Ruto
one
took
takes
the
the gun.
finance. Yeah,
Yeah,
Ruto
one
finance.
takes
Yeah.
the gun, and the other one takes what? What was it? Gun and what?
And the money. The money was
And the
to
money.
get the finance and run the economy, and the other one was the run. Yeah.
Exactly. So I watched that, and so you really don't want to get yourself into a country like that. We need, yes, we need a very stern vice president, but also not overdoing it. So for me, I think Sabina Shege, we don't know. I think she still got some time to go. But Mother Karua, as long as Sumbue Baba, I think she's stubborn enough. She can stand for herself, and she can stand for the government, and she can do whatever. I think Sabina, yeah, but tungoje kidogo, her time is coming. But for now, I think Mother Karua will be fine as long as hata kuja kusumbua baba. That's just my saying.
All right. We go with Yumba.
Thank you, Gerard. I'll be very brief because I'm almost retiring. I'll mix my points a bit. Number one, if Mother Karua was to deputize Honorable Raila, that would be okay. She's a tough lady, iron lady. But let's go back to history. As I said earlier, I'm an elder. I've seen Jomo's reign, Moi's reign, Kibaki's reign, Uhuru's reign. All of them I've seen. I was a mature person during Kenyatta 1 time. Now, there's something Malda did one time. There was a meeting in Kirinyaga, which almost left us paralyzed. During Moi's time, this was a difficult time. But Mother Karua managed to walk out of a meeting which Moi was heading arrogantly. She walked out of Moi's. That time, that was an impossibility. Yeah? And she actually walked out of Moi in defiance. Nothing was done to her. Number two, during Kibaki's time, she could not cope up with the corruption that was there. She resigned. So I'm summarizing. If she, as strong as she is, if she was to deputize Honorable Raila, there's a lady who will not bother Honorable Raila so much, but she'll just quit. She's principled. So having a strong Mother Karua as a deputy is a plus. She will not even bother Raila. She'll just walk out in case things have moved too far. But it don't work that way. These are people who have shared so much, especially on corruption. And as I said earlier, as Alex had put it, that we central people refused to elect Mother Karua. No, I said it was not only central, it was at national level because she is anti-corruption. And the people organizing these elections are corrupt. They want a corrupt person to be there. So that would be a plus. Number two, Gerard, you have talked about Sabina Chege. Sabina Chege is too green. You mentioned Sabina Chege somewhere, nobody would know her. Mother Karua is too far. Mention Mother Karua anywhere. She has even fought for the presidential post. She is known. These are not comparable, both at central, at national level. I said earlier, there are so many people who are saying Niuda, I've talked to quite a number, they are only to go to Azimio if Mother Karua was to be the deputy or the running mate, that is. Now, so I answer that Sabina Chege maybe next time, but at the national level, she may not carry the weight that Mother Karua carries. Something else, I don't know, we have said Kalonzo has been a big bother.
Just one comment there. Where I'm coming from, and I'm a very big supporter of Martha Karua, because I know that we need somebody who can stand on this opposition guys when they will start. But why I'm saying that is that we know that there has been a lawsuit relationship between the current president and Martha Karua. They have not been that friends. So I still believe that Jubilee or the president will be a key to who will be the running mate. Because it will be for Jubilee on behalf of, let's say, Mount Kenya, if I can be around with that. Mother Karua did not come to Uhuru Kenyatta or Jubilee. He came directly to Raila and negotiated with Raila. If this chance, I know that if they purely give that list to vote, maybe more people will vote for Mother Karua. But I'm still trying to find out why will they stop a young woman? They could have asked her to go and defend a woman-led position in Muranga, or support her to run as a governor as she wanted to. But they stopped her from all that. They brought her into the limelight to the presidential campaign. But before that, they have been introducing her. She has made a lot of stops in a lot of trips to Nyanza, Western, and the seas in the sky team. If you have seen in Rift Valley Masai, Nalok and all this, she is always there, and she is being received well with the crowd. Are we introducing her to the crowd? That's where I'm coming from. Of all the people, how did we see find ourselves? Of course, it's very new. We don't know stories and what, but I know that it is very loved by the public. Do you know from our time on Tausi and all this? How did we see made to the council of 11? How did we see made there? There must be some message going around. Right.
Hello, Gerard, I may not fully comment on all the points you have raised. I may having audio issues with you from your end, but I've got one or two issues. I still stand that maybe Sabina Chege will be strong by 2027 at a national level. But currently, she is picking up and she's strong. But Mother Karua has been there for ages. And that's why I said you don't have to introduce Mother Karua in all corners of Kenya. She is known. So the two, and I have a feeling, even the committee that has been formed, if they are to, the merits and demerits or the pluses and that, Mother Karua would win straight away. Secondly, as you have said, she has not been in very good terms with Uhuru. But Uhuru, being the chairman of the Azimio, will go by the findings of the committee that has been formed, the committee that Kalonzo is refusing to recognize. He may not. Okay, let me put this way. There was Oka, and even we changed the name from Azimio la Umoja to Azimio Oka. But if you remember very well, by the time Mother Karua came to Azimio, she even said, she released a statement that there's no Oka, Oka is dead, which is true to me, even up to now. What is Oka? Oka was Wiper, that is Kalonzo. There was Kanu, Gideon Moi. There was Jirongo. And who else? Oka was dead and has been dead. But we have been going too low to accept Kalonzo, even stooping too low to agree to come over. So I think there was a lot of saying that the earmarked person from Central to deputize the Azimio presidential candidate was to be Peter Kenneth. And actually, that I think that's the way it was. But now that Mother Karua came in, she carries more weight than Peter Kenneth. Why? You have seen it already. And I said it earlier in your first, my first input. Mother Karua is going to bring the Kirinyaga votes. She will get some, if not very many, from Kirinyaga, from the women. Similarly, at the central level. Nationally, we have seen the moves, the latest, even by Ngilu. So she carries more weight than Peter Kenneth. And I think they will change. Peter Kenneth will be given something else, and Karua goes on. I think I said I'll comment very few things. The 6-piece issue of voting. Honorable Raila was talking about ODM in Nyanza, and being 6-piece, it's okay. Elsewhere, where party is strong, it should go 6-piece. I know, like Central, it may not be 6-piece, but Jubilee will be revived fully, and it's going to have maximum. So if a particular area where the Azimio party is strong, should be 6-piece. Elsewhere, where there is no particular party that's so strong, the Azimio party members should also come in. But places like now, we have said Western, there could be a very strong party. Nyanza, very strong party. Kisii, very strong party. And also Central, maybe if you want Jubilee recovers fully, to be very strong. There, it should be 6-piece. There's also this issue. Let me touch on it. The one we have talked about, the presidential. It's been my fear. But I think my fears will be answered once Azimio takes the reins of power. Our constitution, we need to change it. And the BBI can only be revived if Azimio takes over. For example, there's this clause of a governor and his deputy running for a maximum, for a governor to run for a maximum of 2 terms, 10 years, but the deputy can still go on. If one has been a deputy governor for 10 years, he still runs and wins now the governorship and runs for another 10 years. That man will be in leadership for 20 years. It's not correct. Similarly, the president, he is in there for 10 years with his deputy. That's the presidency. There's no boundary. Presidency is the president and the deputy president. So they run for 10 years. The deputy comes in and wins and runs another 10 years. That deputy would be having in the presidency office for 20 years. It's not right. So I think we pray that Azimio wins and some of these changes are brought into the system. I can see Ndeto, Gerard, I'm through.
Okay, let's hear from later, then we can go to Kenneth.
I wanted to add on that, and I'm so glad. Hii ni kitu nimekuwa nikicheck up hivi last jana we laughed about it. We made it a very on a lighter note. Guys, do you understand that the DP today is asking for his presidency? Yes, he's been there. Every time you talk to him, every time he talks, he says, well, the presidency, and the reason he's not been able to, you know, and there's nothing you can do is because of the constitution that we have. And the last time we talk so much about constitution. Do we really realize that the guy has already been a president of Kenya? It's on a lighter note. He's already been a president of Kenya. He was there. A president of Kenya. He aliachiwa nani akienda ICC. He was a president. So are we asking for a second term? Are we asking for a third term? What are we asking about? Because if a president is incapacitated, according to our constitution, then the vice president takes over. And if the president is not there and the vice president is not there, then the speaker of the National Assembly takes over. Now, we've encountered something that is very vague in our constitution, that we have a president that is asking for his first term. Now, first of all, he's already ruled because he says the presidency is one, and I mean, they're tied by the hip. So basically, he's been in the presidency for at least 10 years. He's asking for another 10 years. That's how many? 20 years that he's asking for. Again, at the same time, we're not even addressing the fact that at least our president, not really being incapacitated, at one time signed a document that is there in the hazard, is in the Hansard, is there everywhere. And at one point, he was called the president of the of the Republic of Kenya. He was there. So what are we asking for? Are we asking for a second term? Are we asking for a third term? Just because it was one day, but according to the constitution, he became the president. So now this constitution that we have, does it mean that if you become a president just because your president was incapacitated, maybe alipewa anesthesia, whatever you want to call, nampotea, so now you're not, we're not supposed to count that? You've been a president of the you've been a president of Kenya, the Democratic Republic of Kenya, once. Well, the constitution says 2 terms. Which term are we serving now? Which term are we asking?
With your permission, Gerard, there's a mistake you have been putting that we are looking for the 5th president. No, we are looking for the 6th president. As Martin Deto says, Ruto has been the president of Kenya. He was the 5th president. Now we are looking for the 6th president. And he served 1 term. So even if he wins this one, he can go for only 1 term. Thank you, Bonadetto, for that. Thanks.
No, I think I beg to differ, and I think we are being very harsh on the deputy president here. The deputy president, in fact, if you say at the time, in fact, that was Jubilee at its best, trying to hoodwink the people. The president did not need to do nothing. The constitution is very clear. When the president is out of the country, the deputy president takes over. So he was doing that for theatrics. That was not anything.
It was in writing.
Yes, I know.
Thank you. It was written. It's not like he just walked away. It was written. It was written and submitted.
Please follow me here. He did that out of theatrics. The constitution clearly says if the president is not in the country, okay, the deputy president takes over. So that's why they are not allowed, both of them, to be out of the country at the same time.
I disagree, Jared. When
That's according to the constitution.
yeah.
No. Listen. I finish first my argument. Also, the deed or whatever was signed did not give full authority. There is something he could not do. He could not change the cabinet. So it was not a full. It was acting. And when you are enacting, there are some limitations. So we cannot call it a 50 president because he is in a different category that he was at one time an acting president. He was not a president.
Jared, play us the clip. When umesimamia kitu, play us the clip of what Uhuru signed and what he said and what was signed.
Let me put in. Ruto was not acting president. Uhuru gave all the powers of the president. Even when he was in The Hague, he was not the president of Kenya. The president of Kenya was William Samoei Ruto in writing. But usually, when the president goes for visits outside, as you are saying, Gerard, the deputy president becomes the acting president. The issue of Hague, Ruto was not acting. He was the president. Uhuru, when he was in Hague, he was not the president. It was in writing. Thank you.
I think that one you persuaded me. I agree. He must have been maybe the president, but we would have to check on what powers he could do within that specified time. But let's not take ourselves all there. Let's assume that those 10 years free for experience, so that when now, if now like Uhuru has done well in our eyes, if they were very well, then we could see that continuity going because it could have been experienced. But now, since the case of William Ruto is a different case because he's a ghost worker, he has never worked, as I've said before. I don't think that he has ever worked even as a deputy president because the first 2 years he was in 2 or 3 years he was in Hague. After Hague, he was pursuing his PhD. After that, after they came for the election, he started tangling. So he has never worked. So he's a ghost worker. So that's the only difference for him. Kennedy or anybody can come in, or anybody can come in.
Jared, the guy is lying to us because on one side he's telling us that he's never been he's never been a part of the government and he's never he's never made any appointments. On the other side, he's telling us that the reason that there's so much connection on the roads is because it happened in his office and everything. So he wants to have his cake and eat it again. And then now we come and realize that there was even an agreement between, do I take the gun or take the finances of the country? Come on, man, we're being played on this thing, man. This guy has just been it's just been the skewed con man that we've seen, and that's why even Muturi the other day had to shut down the whole parliament when his things were being tabled, and he was trying to change his things. Kama Fatma Gedi angekataa hiyo kitu yote, he had to listen to it. Come on, guys, let's stop this BS. I mean, if we want to be a Kenya, we gotta stop some BS. Kuna BS zingine you don't even do in your own family. This is just BS. The guy needs to just go either decide to be a businessman or decide to be a leader and wait for his time. Right now, we're not about to play these games, man. We are smarter than YK92. We are past that. There's so many smart people here, even in this place, that now we can even talk even in a different world. Mtu ako country ingine, mwingine ako country ingine, we're still talking here. It's not those days when you used to go around and just throw money and then you want everybody to hear you and listen to you and you think that's what it is. It's over. People are grown-ups. This politics, we're going to play it right. And I'm telling you, for me, I cannot wait for Baba to be there. And even mi nimepatiana mtu wetu, sitamtaja, kila mtu mwenye anakuwaga hapa anajua. Mi nimepatiana huyo acha aende. But me, I cannot wait for Baba to get in with a lady. In fact, hata nigefurahia hata Muslim or even a lady to change the whole thing of how people think. Because I cannot wait for that change, for us to move on and quit with this old politics, because it's time, it's over, Jared. My friend, it imepitwa na wakati. Now people are smart. People know there's so many diaspora. There's so many people who, in Kenya who are smart and everything. It's not those days. And then there's social media. People are talking about stuff. We are here. Look at us talking about it. This thing has to end, and it's going to end this time. And I hope it does, because after that, we have so much potential, especially right now, that hata Congo wameingia East Africa. My friend, hata kwenda majuu itakuwaga ni kitu hata utaki kusikia, because now we're changing the whole thing. I want a female vice presidency, and I want Baba one term, and then now we see what's going to happen. And I'm telling you, Kenya will be so good, you won't even want to go anywhere.
Your prediction is coming to fruition, Bwanadeto, anytime.
I don't want people to kill me in this studio and this, but I don't know where the 5 year comes from. You know, let's not be putting a limit. What if Papa gets in and he doesn't want us? Would you say now you have to go 5 years? Let's leave that one. The Constitution says 10 years, and with God granting him all the power and the life, he will finish his 10 years. Okay? But that is for now. Let's not go there. We will wait for one first.
Bwanadeto, remove that one of 5 years. Delete it, please.
Okay. Can I contribute on this?
Kusema ukweli, let him just do 5 years, bana. Tuache kudanganyana. Let him just do 5 years. It will be enough. It's just a change.
No, Ndeto, 10 years as per the constitution, so that he get his perks. Unataka baba ende nyumbani mkono tupu bwana. Okay.
That guy is strong. He's strong guy.
Yeah, he's very strong. Okay. Ile kitu iko chenye imefanyika leo, at least leo hata watu wa UDA watalala, because they were not expecting. Walikuwa najua mwenye atakuja hapo namba 2 ni Kalonzo. Na Kalonzo unajua ni mtu anaweza chomoka anytime. Ukifikiria umemfungia kwa nyumba, umepiga mlango kifuli, atatoka na dirisha aende huko kwa opponent. But with Martha Karua, she's very principled. And if Baba is serious to fight corruption in this country, I think there is nobody who can beat Martha Karua on that. Because this thing, where our country is, it needs somebody who is tough. If they decided this is the direction we are going to deal with corruption, there is nobody who will be going overnight to meet the opponent. The person is corrupt, being given briefcase tomorrow, he changed his tune. So you fight alone. And also the other thing that is here that people should also understand: if the deputy president resigns, there is no government. It means people will go for another election. So if you have a weak deputy president that can be compromised, you are at risk. You can lose at any time. The opponent can do anything to him, and he betrays you. And this is something that we have learned from Kalonzo. Kalonzo most of the times is double speaking. He has no stand. You can't trust him to be deputy as Baba. We can't trust Kalonzo with Baba to fix this nation. For Baba to fix this nation, Baba needs somebody tough.
Mr. Otieno, so that we don't, where did you say that if the deputy president resigns, we have to go back to the election? Which law is that? I didn't know that we have an existing law like that.
I'm also wondering about that statement.
Okay. What I am trying to say, if you have a weak deputy president, and maybe your opponent needs a number, maybe to impeach you, at first, your deputy can resign. If your deputy resigns, you are alone. And you know, once your deputy resigns, he also have his numbers. He also have the number, because as Martha Karua, he's somebody who has also vied for the president in this country. So he has his number, and he's also going to have some MPs within the Azimio. So that your MPs, if my party leader tells us to walk out of the government and back the opposition, it can work out. So that's why somebody like Alonso cannot be trusted. We need somebody who is tough, who cannot be compromised, somebody who can stood up and said, if this is the direction to go, not that he must follow the instructions of the president. President might be wrong on some areas. So she can stand and correct the president and keep the government running, but not somebody like Kalonzo. I think with Martha Karua is more than anybody. On board, we are, even us, we are expecting the PK to deputize Baba. Because PK, we are seeing him as a very potential person, very dedicated. But when Martha Karua walks into Azimio, everything changes. And even if it's a matter of voting, if we put Martha Karua, PK, and also Kalonzo, you should also remember Mutua also said he also wants the deputy. So we are having
he was trying to fight Kalonzo by that.
Yeah, yeah, that one we know, but we can also put it on board. So therefore, where are the muscles of Kalonzo? Where are the muscles of Kalonzo? Like for now, as our women give their proposals for the deputy president, everybody is happy. I've not seen anybody within a social media that is against that. Everybody is happy. So Martha Karua is a well done job and is a sealed deal. And that is the medicine with Baba to fix this nation. I know even the Oka Kenya, not Oka Kenya, Kenya Kwanza, they are not sleeping. Today they have got a they call it what? They would have already said this is a, was it the thunder? I stand to be corrected. Sasa ile kitu iko kwa Kenya mahali imefika. Tunahitaji wale waongozi wenye wako na msimamo. Wale waongozi wanaelewa nchi ilitoka wapi. Wako na historia ya hii nchi. Martha Karua, they are the people who have fought for the freedom of this country. They are the people wenye wamekula tear gas kwa hii nchi. They are the people that have been frustrated with the regimes of this country. So if it is a matter of award, if Baba is getting his award, let Martha also have it. I think it's the best option, and we thank our women for that bold decision, and may God bless them, may God keep them intact, and for all women should champion for this. And I think our president and the sixth president, because we had the fifth, they are understanding this, and they will not let this voice go in vain. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Otieno, I want to tell you like Baba. Hapana leta hii michanganyiko. We only know the fifth. Okay? Hii michanganyiko. You want to convince me or no?
I know you
Chairman,
will not. Chairman, I know.
let's give the right
Chairman,
position.
Chairman,
Yeah,
I know, Chairman, you will not accept this, but you should also take into account that we had a president that was given a mandate and it was put on the Kenyan Gazette notice.
let's
Thank
say we
you.
are counting those people who Kenyans went online to vote. But there is something which you said, which I think.
Jared,
Give me a second, please.
is the
Let
only
give me a second.
time, is the only time, is the only time in our history of gaining independence that it was gazetted of a president. Unajua tunapataga vice presidents and we think it's a joke because if a president is incapacitated, that is what is going to happen. So it's the first time that it was actually gazetted. And if you go to the history of Kenya and you go to the everywhere archives, you will find it's the only time that a vice president has ever actually been gazetted to be a president in the history of Kenya. So you cannot take it lightly, my friend. The guy became a president, and that was the only time. Siku ya kina Saitoti, Moi akitembea, Moi hakuwa anaachia mtu presidency. This time he was there in our media, everywhere, signed and gazetted. Go to the archives. The guy was the 5th president of Kenya. Today we are looking at the 6th.
Don't you remember Dr. Karanja? He said he's acting when Moi was out. When he came back, he was out.
Okay, no, we need to find out the wording. If it was worded that, hey, I have appointed this as the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya, we will have to find that one. But what I was trying to say is the addition which Mr. Otieno, my friend, was trying to say that somebody can compromise a deputy president to resign, then they impeach the president, then we have to go to the election. Let me tell you, my friend, other than the misguided David governor of Nairobi to resign, you will never see any other David resigning. That's why Ruto is not resigning. They are like hyenas waiting for the hand to fall. So why would be a David president resign for you to impeach the president when they will have you to impeach the president so that they can take over? So I don't think we would ever see that. And if you ask today, podcast Igate, he will tell you he could have stayed on, he would be the governor today. Okay? So we might never see that one.
Gerard, it was theoretical, but I understood what Mr. Otieno was saying. If the deputy resigns and he has got his following, they can organize how to impeach the president, and that government is gone. That's how I understood Mr. Otieno was saying.
But for what benefit?
Exactly.
For what benefit? For that deputy president to go to the parade when he is a clear winner?
He can win. They go to a ballot and he will win because he will have a bigger number.
Let's change the topic a little bit because we have, I think, exploited this number 2. Let's not forget what is happening in UDA. You saw what happened to MCKZ and people who they say they were consensus, but now they are moving to be independent candidates. Do you think that this is going to be a problem? Can we discuss about it a little bit? I think we have given Asimion a lot of time. Anybody who wants to take it? Yes, Yumba.
Thank you. There will be disappointment in all parties. Is it ODM, Jubilee, or UDA? And some of them are strong. And we had a talk the other day on this channel with Dr. Matsanga, and even talked about Uganda, where there were very many independent candidates who won. So I don't know if we are going to have a party called independent, so that those people, there will be one party. Now, if there are so many independents in the House, and he said it, and I agreed, this time there may be a lot of independent people, because some could be strong and they are rigged out during the nominations in every other party, not only in UDA. So if that goes on and we have a lot of independent candidates, I think UDA would have an advantage, because they are used to big money and they can buy these independents. So even in voting system in the parliament or any other institution, as county assembly, national assembly, senate, they can vote with UDA. So I can see a danger in that area. I stop there for now.
I tend to div a little bit because we're thinking that this UDA, they own the Radu meeting money. They're going to run out of money. And Baba would have already been close to all the beverages. So they would have no money to be buying people again. After this one, there will be no money, you know. And also when we come to this, it's only actually two parties which will experience, maybe to a small extent three, because if you see Jubilee decided to go into consensus 100%, so there will be no nominations, and they were just targeting people who is there. Even what is being told us by ODM, that they are using a scientific polls to decide who is the popular person, then you will not worry if somebody goes to independent. But me, what I was leading from what is started happening, why when you have gone a consensus again, you start backtracking, is when realization start coming up that, hey, you know, this person promised us that there will be something when they win the government. When people start saying that, hey, these people might not even win, then they say, you know what, I'd rather take a chance. But once they saw that, let's say, Asmio is winning, it is easier for people to wait for something. And that's why last time you saw Jubilee was able to win more seats, because there was no much competition. They were building those consensus. This consensus didn't start now. You will show they will come and get the Rusas and promise them the jobs. So as it becomes clear that as Rio is willing, so once Papa tells you, I will check you out when we will be finishing this, you can easily take that one and relax for it. But if you know that we are going to the opposition, no, then you have to take a chance. That's my take on it.
Okay, Jared, if I contribute on this matter, there is something that we should not forget about it. The 2% turnout. The 2% turnout is a clear indication to these UDA people that were vying to secure this ticket for nomination within Central. Let me first just discuss Central first. Within Central, when these people were going for rallies, there was a huge number, and everybody knew that we are well secured. So when
Was
it
there
came,
a huge number, or it was the one which their pictures which they are posting?
I'm
Because
heading
those are
there.
two different realities.
I'm heading there. I'm heading there. There's a huge number. This huge number, these people were being transported from certain regions to where these people they were going to hold their rallies, of which everybody was being paid. It's like they are on their job. Every day, today we are heading this place. This is the vehicle. You have this money. Let's meet there. So when it comes to nomination, is when these people realized that people who are gathering their rallies, they are not people who are within those areas, because these people, they are already rejected from the ground. So even these people, if they go with the independents, I don't see if they will have any impact, because the Jubilee is now going to carry their primaries, and we cannot ignore that Central is a stronghold of Jubilee. If UDA can penetrate within Central, I don't see if it can manage even with the 3 or 2 MPs. It will be so difficult. And for now, as you have said, Jared, UDA is running out of finance, because these people, when they entered into the office, when Uhuru took over from Kibaki, he started campaigning to get the president. So this person have used a lot of money, and that's why Uhuru saying ni saa ya kazi, tuchape tufanye kazi, saa sasa itafika. The guy was out doing campaign, using a lot of money. But for now, the campaign is now going to start. And that's why you have seen, even on the nominations, he was not looking the popular candidate. He was looking what can you bring on the table? What do you have in your pocket? You can be popular on the ground and you don't have money, meaning you are going to be a burden to me. It is me to finance you to campaign for you. You cannot finance me you cannot finance our campaign. And that was something that was happening within the UDA, as you can read through the nomination. So UDA, I think it's a besieged party, and now it's nursing their wounds, because whatever has happened through their nomination is totally embarrassing. And if I was a DP, I could just say that I'm not going to vie for the president of this country and Baba be sworn in, because he's not going to get it easy. Let's also take it to Rift Valley. Rift Valley, we also have CCM. And you know what happened within Bomet. Bomet, this guy was rigged out. He won the election, but he was rigged out. Isaac Ruto. We also have Kanu within Rift Valley. So we can't say that Rift Valley, they only have one party. Lonyangapu is also there with his party. Whether he will get even one MP, but his party is there. He will bring people to Azimio. So UDA is a party that is not having any muscles on the ground. The muscles is only on a social media. The muscles is only on a TV, transporting people to rallies. But right now, Azimio is on his neck. And I think the DP is now coming to know that you can hire central people, but you can't buy them. You can just hire them. And now it is the right time that central people are telling them that you can't separate us with our own blood. So let's wait for the Jubilee nomination. From there, you will see the wave, how it's going to hit the central Kenya. And the politics that is going to do this time round, it will be a politic of tribalism. Because central Kenya, they will know they will try to secure their Jubilee, because the Jubilee is their party within central Kenya. The same thing, it will also happen to Orange, to ODM strongholds. The same to Eastern. The same to Western. The same to Nyanza. So the only party that is going to be destabilized is the UDA, because Kanu will try to muscle his area. The same to CCM, chama cha ya Isaac Ruto. And let's thank God that we are not having only one party within Rift Valley. We have Kanu and we have other parties. Because if you would have only one party within Rift Valley, it would have been a threat to us. But so far, I don't see if even those people who are on UDA nominations goes independent, if they can have any impact. Because Jubilee is now going to hit the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Otieno. I'm a Jubilee member myself, and your last statement encourages me, and I feel good before I go to sleep, because after this presentation, I'm retiring. Now,
thank you.
The rift may be UDA, but not the whole rift. You can see like the South Rift, the Masai land, those are not in UDA. They have not forgotten what Honorable Raila did for them in saving them out. So down there, that UDA is out. UDA mostly will be in the upper region, that's Kericho and all those areas, but it's not harmonious. Now, when you go to Central, the turnout will also be a factor. You see, this time there being no body standing for the presidency from Central, the turnout will not be as it has been. It will not be the same as it was during Kibaki's time, during Uhuru's time. It will be lower. There can't be this, we call it kumera, yani like ants. You can see the ants move in a convoy. So, and that may be a plus to Azimio presidential candidate. Because if the turnout there was 98% and they all go UDA, that could have made some difference. Now, also the low turnout, most of these excited young people, 30 years and below, they are the ones who have been attending these meetings. And of course, they get some money out of it. Even if it's 50 shillings, there's a lot of poverty in Central, so they go for that. And most of them may not even have the voting cards. So that's why you saw the turnout was low, because they go in meetings where UDA is in big numbers, because you not go home empty-handed. You get something. But when it comes to voting, most of them didn't even, you saw even last time, the IBC chairman trying to beg for the youth to register. They didn't. Especially the youth in Central, they are so lost in this in drinks and all that. So the voting there may not be equivalent to the turnouts that have appeared in the meetings. I think that's all I have to say. And I've seen Mr. Demba has come. I think he'll give me permission to retire. Then we can meet tomorrow. Thank you. Mr. Demba, good morning.
Good evening, how are you?
Good morning.
my time is evening.
Oh, yeah, in which country? Not Kenya. You are far.
I'm in Texas.
Thank you. Happy seeing you.
Yeah, nice to see you, Nyumba. I had you the other time on your Kikuyu forum. That was good.
Yeah, I've been following this thing behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And I started to come out.
Oh, that's nice.
I'm not fearing anybody saying that.
No, don't you worry.
Azimio, Jubilee, we are voting for Makikuyu, voting for Raila.
You have no reason to fear.
No, those are safe hands.
Okay. We can allow you go rest.
Okay.
Julia, kuja kwa show. Wacha toka huko chini. Kuja hapa kwa show sasa, show iendelee.
Demba, thanks for coming. I was hearing that we will be left only two, and we couldn't admit anybody.
No, don't worry. Martin is here, and I know Martin is He's a very serious guy. I don't know why he left. Martin, why did you leave?
He left and maybe nobody could admit him back.
I remember I didn't leave. I wanted to stay so much. That's why I called you. Kuja bwana. Kimeumana.
Anyway,
Julia, come up here. Julia, come to the show. Tokeni uko chini mkuje. I'm calling
thanks
Julia, I can see
Nyumba.
her down there.
Wacha tuage mzee aende kulala sasa. Thanks Nyumba for keeping us all this time. So now
Remember, Gerard amepanda mlima leo mpaka kwa gari huko tunasikia mpaka I had to call you bwana.
that's good. That's good in little. But there is something maybe before Temba takes over. There is something actually what some of them is rumor, but what did this lady from Nakuru, the one who was running, Susan Kika, is now showing that she's regretting. She's saying that Moses Kuria had seen far when he was trying to persuade them that let us have our own party to negotiate with UDA. And she seemed like there was rumors that she want to go back to run for the Senate seat. I'm not sure, I've not confirmed the rumors. So, which is very unfortunate thing, that this UDA, which wanted just to keep faking until it make it, but they have now started being discovering them. As they start realizing that, hey, this party is actually a different party. You will see more people going to Jubilee than anything. So that's a very worry that it has come earlier, and the people have started now regretting that, hey, kumbe this was not our party. It was, we were in a house somewhere. So thanks, Duke, for coming. So that is a very danger, as I said before. Start seeing those candidates who they negotiated consensus and now they have turned around, they want to go independent. That shows you that they have now lost confidence that we are not winning. So let me nichitetee mwenyewe. Good case is the MC Chezi, you know. He chose to go and run independent and going to run on a presidential campaign there. All right, now Temba, you can officially take over. Thanks for coming. Take over now.
Thank you, Jared, and it's nice. At least I've seen you've guided. And yes, there's a question from Nyumba. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Not even a question, it's a comment. Mr. Jared has talked about Senator Susan, and this is my country. I'm in Nakuru. She was regretting, but nevertheless, she was given the ticket for the governorship. I think it was a calculated move to throw her out of the governorship contest. But I think they were devised because it would have had serious repercussions. They changed their mind. She's in the race. But I think it was planned, as you have said, throw her out, bring somebody else. But they thought it would backfire. She was still in the race, UDA, Nakuru governorship. Thank you.
Who did not want her in the ballot? Who is that who did not want her in the ballot?
You see, UDA, let me put it very briefly. Nakuru, there are 11 constituencies, and out of those, 8, I don't want to sound tribal, me am a Kikuyu, 8 are held by Kikuyus. So there was an intention maybe to balance out, have somebody else, not from the Kikuyu, because now Lee Kenyanjui is a Kikuyu. He's running on Jubilee. They wanted a balance maybe, but they found it's going to backfire. One of them, I think, that's why it happened that way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Nyumba, for that. I was wondering who is that who didn't want Susan Kihika in the ballot, or it had anything to do with the case that we had that she was you had that, Jared, that she was chased from some meeting somewhere.
Yeah, no, they still have a problem with Farouk. You know, I don't know why we are not saying it. It's Mr. Farouk. They are saying it's a mall, a Jubilee mall. So that is where their problem is, and some rumors which no, actually for the allegation that she's a mall, she confirmed through her Twitter that she was alleged that she was a mall, and that's where they are going back and forth. But check on the latest today on her Twitter. What she's tweeting still, she's illiterate. This thing might not go the same. You know, these people can change.
So she's actually playing out loud so that in case they take it away from her, people know that this is the game that had been played on her. And do you think, Nyumba, specifically before you go, do you think even if she's given that ticket right now, do you think she's going to be given the support? Because she has had to come out to cry loud so that she's given the support. Do you think they're going to give her the support?
They may not, because as I've said, it was a change of mind. There was something planned for her not to contest, but it would have had a more serious issue at national level. The Kikuyu population in Nakuru County actually should be the largest, actually, followed by Kalenjin. So, and the way Susan has fought so hard for UDA, they just had to give that change of heart just to please some people. So I think deep in the heart, UDA is not for her. They may not give her fully support because actually she may not get many votes. I think in our current governor, Lee Kenyanjui, has got the advantage through Jubilee, although he has his party called Ubuntu, but he has got the advantage. So your question, she may not get full support, but change of heart at national level, you know, they may have looked at it, they're going to lose even votes at national level because of that very brutal throwing out in such a brutal manner. Thank you.
Nyumba, there is also a clip which was circulating from this member of parliament for party, Ngujiri, that Ngujiri is not supporting her, is supporting the current governor. So there's a lot in Nakuru, which is.
Yes, you see, there has been a very serious fight between Ngonjiri and Susan Kihika of who is the boss in UDA in the country. And it has not started now. It started way back. They have been fighting. So that's only UDA leadership that they want to see who is supreme. And that's why there has been serious difference between Kimani Ngonjiri, Susan Kihara for Naivasha, and Susan Kihika. And somehow Ngonjiri and Susan, they are winning. You saw Susan is back with one vote winning. Susan and Ngonjiri, they've been together fighting Susan. So it's UDA leadership in the county that has been actually the problem between them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Nyumba, for that enlightenment. Duke Abarigani.
I'm good.
How are you, sir? Nice to see you. Now, what's your view? What's your view on the topics that are running down there? The DP's choice. Does your vote count? First of all, do you think your vote will count? And the DP's choice. So either way, you can swing either way. You can swing your side. You can swing Azimio, whichever way you want. And then your views on the three-piece. What do you think? Do you think UDA itatoboa na three-piece?
Oh, okay. What I can say is this. Your vote will count under given circumstances. If your action does not stop at the ballot box, you know, some people vote and expect those who have been elected to do everything for them. It does not work that way. If we want the votes to work, is that where you vote, and then democracy does not end at the polls. You have to make a follow-up. If those who are in office and they are not doing what we expected them to do, they are not fulfilling the basic functions of any government, which assists citizens to survive and to have a humane environment for them to thrive, then we should take action to move them out of the office. So just voting cannot count. What will count is whether when and if we have a country where citizens are ever participating, that one makes a sense that if any person comes into power, because citizens are participating, they are watching that person and they are comparing that person to do the right thing. It means regardless of the person who wins, there must be change. But when democracy stops at the ballot box, means that if a bad person takes power, then you will suffer throughout that period until we have the next generation. Therefore, I'm trying to encourage citizens, you and those who are listening, that your vote will count if you vote, you enter the ballot box, and then after that, there is a continuous follow-up. You follow on what the government's doing. And
can I jump in for a point of information, please?
Yes, come in.
Yeah, Luke, I think the premise of the Ford counting is not actually as a generality. It's just based on that when you go on August 9 and you vote, do you think that it will count to the winner? I think that is the premise, not on a generality on this. I think that maybe, Temba, you can correct me. So that's what we are looking at. Some people say, you know, those who vote, it doesn't count. It's those who count which will matter. So that's the perspective, please. If you can give your perception.
Also, but yes, that's another question. Maybe I interpreted the question a different way, but I've given also important information to the audience. Responding to what you have said, what I can say is this. To some extent, yes, and to some extent, no. I can say it cannot count because the IPC, the Independent Boundaries Commission, is not up to the task from my point of observation. And the reason why it's not up to the task is because the politicians have failed. You know, if we want to do a proper reform for the IPC, it should be done before the election. That is for a long period before the election years come in. But in Kenya, what happens, you find that after the election is where you find people are complaining, the people go to court, the people accuse it, and action is not taken. For instance, if Kenya was a serious nation, Chebukati would not be the chairman of IPC, Because if for instance, you are told, open the server by a court order, you don't open the server, and then you stay in the office. In other countries, you will be serving an imprisonment, because where you find that with even the amount which was used, that it's a lot of money, provided we are in a third country with a lot of problems. So what I can say is this: IPC is not properly. It does no. I cannot trust it, or I can say it's not up to the task, providing the previous election and the fact that they failed to live up to the expectation of the Kenyan people. And also, I will put blame to Raila Odinga, because Raila Odinga was the main person who was complaining about the way the IPC conducted their election. Then after the handshake, he did no reforms. For me, I was expecting during the handshake, they would talk about IPC. How is it going to be very transparent in the future? Because the controversy was from the IPC. It was not opening the server, and they was disputing that the election was stolen. And also he boycotted the second election because he said that IPC is not fit to execute the mandate. But now everything changed after the handshake. So I can say the vote may count or may not count. But it will count if we will have those who are contesting are going to be vigilant enough. It will to count if those who are contesting, the aspirants, are going to place mechanism of making sure their votes are not tampered with, but not from just the IPC on its own. It has to be watchdog from the observers. If, for instance, a person said, for example, if you can stop electoral fraud in Kenya, it's very simple. In every polling station, we have a video, a camera, which records the returning officer the way he announces that, and that creep escaped. Not just that somebody passes a form, and that form must go to the Bomas of Kenya for a different person to announce. If we have all cameras, each person is announcing, and we have first-hand information, the first-hand voice of that person, and video the information which he gave, and then we can have like biodata which will check whether that video is original. Then I think we can sort it that way. I also talk about women. For instance, from my point of view, we are not ready for a women deputy president in Kenya, because as a third world country, we misinterpret the meaning of gender equality. Gender equality means giving a situation whereby we have all individuals, regardless of their genders, they are given equal access to rights, responsibilities, and opportunities. Not favoring them, you give them equal rights. If, for instance, you have students who are studying for medicine, you don't just say, let women do that course for 3 years. They will maybe misdiagnose the patient or cause mistakes. Or maybe you lower the cutoff for women to study medicine. That's not good. So what I'm trying to say is this: we have to have a fair competition whereby women have to compete, and then they have those who are qualified. They are given equal access to education, equal access to employment opportunities, and based on their performance on the employment, also on their academic performance, then they will be given that equal chance. For instance, if you go to America, there is nothing like there is some positions which are reserved for women. You have to compete with men. But this situation where we are going to reserve some seats for women, we are going to have a scenario whereby we will have maybe a person who's very influential will just give women, a lot of women, and they will just have total control of them. They will not oppose. The way it is in Rwanda. You know, in Rwanda parliament, they have like 68% are women. But it's only Kagame who speaks everything. Nobody can even oppose. So it's not about just having women. They are there to appear. We need women who are very competent. So I'm saying Martha Karua is not competent to deputy Raila Odinga because, number one, He contributed to election violence of 2007. You know, Kibaki was almost packing out. He knew Raila won and wanted to move home. But it's because of Martha Karua and some individuals like Michuki who forced Kibaki to remain in power. And because of that, we came up with election violence. And after the election violence, that's where the government was infiltrated by cartels. In 2002, the government was off the cartels. The government was functioning properly. But because of 2007 election violence, then some individuals came in. They say, we want to protect our nations. We want to protect the government. We were the one who fought for independence. Then they ordered power. The key institutions were infiltrated. And that's why you find that we don't even have some fair grounds for competition. So I'm saying that. Also, that's number one. Number two, Martha Karua is not influential enough. You know, if you talk, for example, Mudavadi is too senior to contest for a governor. But if he was to contest for a governor, he will win. The same to Kalonzo. If he was to contest for a governor, he will win. But here we find a person who contested for a governor and he never won. So which influence does that person have? So for me, if Raila has to pick somebody from Mount Kenya, what I can say is this. He can go with Peter Kenneth or maybe Peter Munya. The eight of the Peter can do well from my perspective if he has to go to Mount Kenya. But Kalonzo is the first person to pick because one, Kalonzo is popular. He can bring forth from Ukambani, from my analysis, so that and is the Raila can pang on that because in Mount Kenya it's 50-50. Giving them a running mate does not guarantee that they will vote for you to the person. It's like trying to give it an experiment. So that's my point on that. Unless now if somebody can ask questions.
Yes,
Ember, you are muted.
Selina, uko na swali? Oh, Jared.
Yes.
You know, I didn't want to cut my friend.
Okay, hold on, Jared. Hold on, Jared. Selina, ulikuwa unauliza swali?
Nasikia Jared anasema Martha Karua
ni
anaongea kuhusu Mudavadi.
Ni Duke ameongea.
Now, ni Duke, yes. So, anasema Martha Karua is not qualified. I talk in this forum, nikasema Martha Karua as a constituency called women ikiongozwa na maendeleo ya wanawake. That is 4 million votes. And again, the votes of Kirinyaka. Ya pili, Martha Karua was a presidential candidate. Martha Karua ran for governor in Kirinyaka, akashindwa na 120 votes, of which ziliipiwa wakati hiyo walipatia Waiguru. You cannot compare experience ya Martha Karua. Peter Kenneth, we love him. Peter Kenneth amesimama na baba. Siwezi simama hapa kusema Peter Kenneth hawezi. Anaweza, but Peter Kenneth atapatiwa kazi ingine na baba. Nao niliongea leo nikasema Wakenya lazima wa consider constituency ya wamama. We are the constituency of Kenya. And you guys, tukiweka mama moja mnataka kulalamika. And you need our votes. Even the president needs women votes. And our votes are genuine. Tukisema tunakupigia kura, tunachukua watoto yetu, tunatongoza bwana zetu, tunamwambia this is the right person. So, tunaambia Wakenya this time round, we are here as a constituency of women. Ya kwamba we have our own. No turning back. No more stories. We don't want to hear Martha Karua is qualified or not qualified. It is us, the women of Kenya, tumesema Martha Karua tosha. Ndilu amekuja ametuweka rapa stamp akasema Martha Karua tosha. We are going nothing back than that. Na wewe Chulia, tukutane Washington DC. Nimeongea na Mata, anasema tukutane Washington DC. I want to see your face there. We will be there. That is our constituency. Na tutaki kupata lectures or this, I better this. By the way, huwezi kombe Martha Karua na Mudavadi walikuwa Serena wakati ya Kofi Annan. He was there. She was negotiating and she was leading the Kibaki team. Mudavadi was there also leading Raila. So Martha Karua has all these qualifications. So I'm sorry, niko kasini, but hata kama nikasema lazima niingie. Ukitaja Martha Karua unataja women. And I hope Julia will support me. Come and tell us what men you are doing. Don't tell us about women. We are already supporting Martha Karua. Support us or no. But don't come and lecture us about Martha Karua. She's a lawyer. She was a judge. Naonanga Kalonzo anamuita, wanaita nini na Orengo. She's top. So msitulete na story ya Martha Karua, mtuambie tu vile mnataka sisi wa mama, mtupembeleze tuwapigie kura. If you are not, we are voting our own, na mtajua wa mama ya Kenya wameamuka. Uganda cannot be not, wa mama ya Uganda, they are prime minister, they are minister, they are prime minister, vice president. Tanzania, they have a woman. Why not Kenya? We want to start with the deputy president, and then in 2027, hapo itakuwa kifumbi ya ukweli na mambo. It is a woman versus men. For now, ni baba. Tunataka baba atuunge mkono na tumuunge mkono. 2027, it will be men versus women. Thank you.
Okay, Temba Ganago.
Yes, Jared. Wacha tusikie Jared, alafu Julia pia anataka kuchangia hiyo, si ndio Julia?
Okay, thanks Mama Serena, but I hope that we will change this time. Actually, to be very honest, as much as I'm supporting the women candidature, but Mama Serena has also to accept that the women themselves have been their own enemies, because Martha Karua has stood for president, Charity Ngiru has stood for president. They have not come out to show that, hey, we are serious. Maybe now that things have changed, maybe this time round they will also come serious out. But previously, we have seen many where women are competing against men, they vote for men. We want them not just to look only on one position up there because of Baba. We want them to go back to members of parliament, governors, so that they can bring a serious change from MCA coming up, so that then we can know that there's a constituency called women, which we have to take serious. Now, coming back to my brother Duke. Duke, sometimes, first I hope that you are not caused by a woman there, because she might not kick for you of what you have already said, that they are not capable. But you have said that Musalia Mudavadi can be a governor, but she is way up there, so that's why she cannot run for governor, and you think is a presidential material or a running mate material. The same applies to Kalonzo Musyoka. But on your options, you have said you could prefer Peter Kenneth, Kalonzo, and Peter Munya. One of the things which I fail to understand, Peter Munya lost as a governor. Peter Kenneth lost as a governor when they were running, and Martha Karua. So I don't know how you are seeing only Martha Karua, that is the one who could not secure the position, and we are leaving this other one. But that's for your information, probably, if you didn't know. But let me, and also I want to remind you that the same Musalia Mwana Wana was defeated by Akaranga. When he was running a running mate to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in 2002 as a vice president. He lost Sabatia, member of parliament. Now we're not talking even of governor. He lost until somebody picked him up from somewhere. So the last known position which he ran by himself, for your information, it was a member of parliament from Sabatia, which he wrote to Akarang. So, so we should not look into that. I know that this might be a reason why, because you guys have settled that you want to leave women alone and go to the men's side. That's good for you guys. But also another thing I wanted to ask you, will the Kikuyus, let's say Mount Kenya, the mad of Otieno Omora Otiende and James Orengo because they went to court and fought for the nullification of the election. Martha Karua was representing Kikuyus. And as a lawyer, if you want the case, we cannot fight for her that she will not steal the election. Or if he did, he was representing a client, and she did a good job and won. So we cannot fight for her for that. We cannot be there on that one. We know that with Mother Karua, she can stand firm. Is somebody who can fight our fight in government if she is given that opportunity. As of the qualification, she is a senior counsel of Liquid, argued cases in the Supreme Court. Unlike my other friend, who I don't know if they gave him a senior counsel because he comes from Sekuro, because I've never had him in any case. Or maybe he's a senior counsel because he has been doing mapatano kwa ya inji somebody, but as a lawyer, I've never had Kalonzo arguing any case. Maybe you know, you can let me know. But I don't want to fight him because he's in Azimio. But as of the qualification, I don't think Kalonzo gets close to Martha Karua. Let me tell you today, Duke, or I think Duke of Mariba, if Baba could have picked you today to be the running mate, you will be the most popular person in Kenya. Okay? So sometimes it depends who is holding your hand. Some of these people will not be anywhere. So as soon as we decide and which we think that for me it is not Martha Karua, then it should be Sabina Jega. That's my view, that we need to give them a chance. And as you say that men and women have to fight for the same, if they were to fight, then from the start they could have been given a chance. But because we did not do that, that's why now we are giving them chances like the women lab, so that they can have a chance, a platform for them to learn from that transition to main politics. I stop there, Pemba, now that we are having many people coming in. Fred Kasudi, hi there. Things are good from Western.
I have a bond to do with you for what you have said, so don't go anywhere. Stay there.
Okay, go ahead.
But
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No, other people let them speak first.
Wacheni kukaa nyuma ya curtain unless mko na sababu ya kukaa kwa curtain. Tunataka kuona sura zenyu. Wycliffe Machora, asante. I like the smile and sitting style of Kasudi. Kasudi unafurahisha watu huko chini. Die, Wekesa is on it. I don't know what they are doing. Personally, siwezi ulitumia Wekesa, is working on it. Maspamas wako hapa. Peter Eric, the 2/3 gender rule is not for cosmetic purposes in the constitution. If it is not viable, it should be removed. But as it stands, Martha Karua is qualified to be a deputy president in the government. Asilitu, the others have said we want to secede so that you have your own Mount Kenya Republic. Why don't you do Okay, keep your comments coming. David Olo anasema hivi, Mama Selina has no idea how men are underrepresented. Men are the ones at risk in all these matters.
Can I say something about Mother Karua?
Yes, you will after Julia has talked. Julia.
Okay, Asante Demba. Good to see all of you and good to see our brother Duke. Duke, you are just ulikuwa unaweka mkono kwa ile nyumba ya nyuki and the beast will sting your hand and the beast came out fire blazing na ukatoa Mama Selina penye alikuwa. Lakini that's on a light note. Now, the debate today, I will talk about mother, but allow me to talk about what Duke said about does your vote count. Duke, I really agree with you that we can't depend so much on IBC. I mean, once bitten, twice shy. We have seen the mess, the election of this country. So as we go into the election, we are kind of afraid. We're not sure what is going to happen. I mean, we are wary that anything may happen. And I think measures should be taken, like the ones you said. If we could have cameras in the tallying centers, in the polling centers. I mean, if we could improve on such things, or maybe if we could have like the way they do in the US. When in the US, when you check a ballot, they used a machine to count. And let me tell you something. People were talking about the Ahuru government, things of the
Chilia, 1 minute. Wacha wasikie uchungu ile tulisikia. Kwa nini unasaidia watu vile? Tunataka wasikie vile tulisikia. So that is very good. Chebukati is okay. Wacha hata hao wasikie ile uchungu. Walikuwa natuambia Matiang'i is right. So today we are saying Chebukati is right. That is it. Let them feel it. Wacha kusaidia, unasaidia nini? Tumelia mara mingi. Wacha hata hao wajue. Ndio siku ingine 2027 everybody in Kenya will be alert. But for now, don't teach anybody, don't support anybody. We go the way it is. Wacha wasikie hiyo uchungu.
Okay, but Marcelina, asante. But even as we feel like that, I want to tell Azimio people, you cannot be confident that UDA will not steal from you. And when people talk about rigging in this country, I am always on the opinion that each side tries to rig as much as they can. The only difference is that some people succeed more in rigging than the others. And I think this is how it happens. This is my own opinion. I stand to be corrected. That in the opponent strongholds, for example, North Rift, Azimio has to be careful because even the few people who may vote for Baba, those votes may not count. Because first, there may be intimidation of their representatives there and observers. So hata kama mko na observer huko North Rift, hata fungua mdomo because he may be working under duress. And the same thing in some parts maybe of Mount Kenya region. So I want to correct Azimio people. Do not rejoice here thinking you have the state on your side, that Chebukati cannot allow rigging against you. It can happen, especially in the strongholds of your opponents. That is how mostly that rigging happens. It is not that they may go and change the total numbers. It is when the votes are being counted, like maybe mimi November, mimi ndiye president moja November mwingine, tuko huko Rift Valley ama I mean wherever in my stronghold. If Vemba has around 2,000 and I have 22,000, hata hiyo 2,000 yake inaongezewa kwangu. Those things happen. Who will go to the ballot boxes to count and confirm that Demba scored 2,000 in that polling station? Nobody will do that. So that is what happens. So we will not celebrate that that this thing will happen against UDA. It will not happen. I mean, we don't trust Chebukati, but we know the government has a lot of intelligence, and we are praying that things are done right for everybody, whether Azimio and all UDA. That is my stand. Things should be done right, and we should win genuinely if we are going to win. Now, so does your vote count? Your vote counts. For those who are supporting Baba, ni kumera. Kama mnajua kumera ni kutokea kama siafu. Tuache hii kujifikiria mumeshinda na 60%. That is what I used to hear, the myth that the opponents used to think they had won and they could not come out. The other side could come out, kama kumira kumira. So you got to come out. Let's leave the issue of rigging and all that to the government to deal with it, and the Electoral Commission. I mean, let us leave to the, Azimio to have their representatives, their observers there to deal with it. But for us who are registered as voters, let us come out and vote. Our vote will count. Hata kama ni moja. Now, I want to go to the other point before I go to the issue of Mother Karua. 6Ps, I support this. And I'm asking people in Mount Kenya region, 6Ps ni Jubilee, Azimio. You cannot vote for Baba, alafu amumpati MPs. Those things don't work. Make sure you chase UDA from Mount Kenya. It's Operation Chase UDA from Mount Kenya region. That's the operation now. Sasa tumevuka mpaka. We know we are gaining as far as Baba's votes are concerned, and now we have put on an offensive Operation Chase UDA out of Mount Kenya region. So I don't know people saying that hawajui wako wapi. Sahii si kujua ni kufuata vile Uhuru anasema. Uhuru akisema uruke unaruka. If Uhuru says you run, you run. If Uhuru says you start laughing, you start laughing. That's what we are going to do. Because we got to make sure Baba wins, and he wins with the majority of members of parliament. That's the you can't sit here saying at Yatujari Nani MP. You care. You don't want a situation where Baba cannot say anything in parliament. I mean, no motion can pass, no bill can pass. You do not want that situation. So leave the few independent candidates who will win. Uhuru, I think, will deal with those few ones in Mount Kenya region. If there will be few independent candidates who will win in Mount Kenya region, we know how to deal with them. They'll be seen singing Baba song, all of them. That is what is likely to happen. Now, to go to the last point where Duke was trying to chokoza our mama, where Duke, sometimes I think your reasoning is upside down. How can you say that Mother Karua has no qualities? Mother Karua has a constituency beyond Kirinyaga County. That is what you need to realize. Now, I also had Jared say that several times we have let Mother down. Now, Mother was a victim of circumstances in the previous times that she has vied. Probably the people of Kirinyaga County don't see her as a governor, but looking at her as a national leader, she comes out as a national leader. We have many things that we can say. She's a senior counsel, and she has stood for this country in terms of justice. She has fought for justice and democracy. I think we can she goes close to the qualities we describe Baba with. So she commands. She does not only command the Mount Kenya region, but she commands another different constituency. And here I want to go beyond what Mama Serena said. She does not only command the women in Kenya, even the men. I mean, I'm not a feminist. I'm not a feminist. I really believe that the men of Kenya would like to see a new picture in a female leadership. So I would not like them to vote for Mother because they are doing the women a favor. I would like them to vote for her because they are doing the right thing, and they believe that she's a principled woman. Now, I also want to agree with Duke. Women don't need any favor to rise to power in Kenya. Now, after the empowerment of the girl child, we have so many females qualified with so many qualifications in Kenya. So we don't need that favor. Women can compete competitively. Now, the only challenge the women of Kenya have is the male kind of politics, and the male is still a male-dominated society and culture. Now, people are here talking about rumors that Keka was slapped somewhere. What I think if that happened in the US, whoever may have slapped Keheka angekuwa ndani. I mean, we can no longer go around abusing our women, and it looks like something to be discussed, like it's a small joke. That is a challenge we are having in Kenya. It is still a male-dominant society that when you abuse a woman physically, it is like a joke to be discussed. It is a shame. It is really a shame. Whether it is Keheka or somebody else, it's a shame that kind of a thing has been made to appear funny. It is not funny when you abuse a woman. So I'm trying to say this. The challenge that the women politicians in Kenya have is because we are in a male-dominant society where if a woman walks around campaigning, people wanasema huyu mama ni kichwa ngumu. We're still having the wrong attitude. That is something that we really have to fight with. I mean, we have to struggle. But still, I want to appreciate that majority and many men in Kenya now are appreciating the achievement of our women. That is why I think many men will join me to say that Mother Karua is the right deputy presidential candidate for Baba, not just because she's a woman, but because of her principles and her character. She's above board. She fights for integrity. She's above board when it comes to corruption. You cannot even compare her with Mudavadi, Mr. Duke. That was a wrong comparison. Don't do that. If you want to discuss Baba, please compare her with Baba. Talk about Baba and say Baba has achieved this. And then you talk about Mother Karua. Do not compare Mother with losers like Mudavadi. Those are losers. Those are political losers. So I stand here to say that Mother Karua, by her principles and the fact that she's above board, she qualifies to be the next running mate. So I'm voting for a Super Rarua presidency. Thank you, Mr. Themba.
Thank you so much, Julia, for that. And Black, thank you for coming. I needed you today. And I and Mato needed you today. And Mato, you know we need this guy here today, sindio?
Themba.
So
He needs to be here. Unajua leo imebidi twende tukapige moto hivi karibu, na kuna jamaa wangu ametoka sasa hivi, karibu nimpigie, ameenda wapi? Samuel.
Themba.
Who is that? Ngoja. Just hold on. Okay. Let me bring in Biria. Biria, sema.
Natumai mko poa nyote.
Ya, tuko poa na ongea, nafikiri una respond kwa Duke kwa sababu Duke naona anataka kutoa tena maoni yake. Duke, usiende, you are some response there. So
mimi nilikuwa nataka kuongea juu ya Martha Karua. Huyu mama ni mzuri, ana msimamo mzuri na amejaribu mambo mengi kupigania Kenya pia, ndio maana wanaitana na baba comrades. Kitu ambacho bado nina shaka nacho ni kile ambacho kilimfanya 2007 kusimama ngangari na kupinga ushindi wa Raila. Swali ni, je, hicho kitu kimemtoka au bado kiko ndani? Kwa sababu nafikiria pengine jambo hilo lilisababisha achukue muda sana kabla kuungana na baba. Kwa hivyo ni jambo ambalo pia mzee aliangalie, na watu wengine ambao watakuwa wanajaribu kutazama ni nani ambaye anafaa kuwa msaidizi wa baba. Hilo ndilo jambo ambalo bado nina shaka nalo sana, lakini si mama mbaya. Nimemjua kama mama ambaye anamsimama, na nimesikia mmoja akisema kwamba Kenya haiko tayari kuwa na kiongozi mwanamke. Mimi na maoni tofauti kabisa. Nafikiri Kenya imeiva, ni vile tu hakuna mwanamke amepewa nafasi. Na mara nyingi sisi wanaume tunajigamba tuna uongozi, lakini ni vile hatujawapatia wakina mama nafasi. Lakini wakina mama wanaweza wakafanya mambo ya ajabu. Na mama Selina, nafikiri bado huko. Ninashukuru vile mnaongoza mjadala ya kwamba huyo Martha Karua awe makamu wa rais. Lakini nawaomba muende mdogo mdogo, msisukume sana baba. Mpatie nafasi baba afanye uamuzi wake mwenyewe. Lakini mkimsukuma sana, tutaanza kuona kwamba pia nyinyi mna agenda kama Kalonzo. Asanteni, mimi nitakwamia hapo.
Let's bring Duke, my brother. I apologize. I diverted your thought of where you were saying, but you touched on peace, as they say. But yeah, I think you already know what I've said.
Jared, kuna watu hawajaongea, mtu kama Samuel Kasuni amekuja hajaongea, Duke alikuwa ameongea.
No, Duke, actually what we were discussing, we were responding to it. That's why I'm apologizing. Actually, we were supposed to ask him a question, but we went ahead and started commenting. So let him finish. He didn't finish. Duke, let's give him a chance.
Actually, I will respond to a few questions and then I end my submission.
Yes.
I will start responding to Mama Serena. And what I said is, I did not say that women should not be given a chance. What I was trying to say is this: we want to have competent and qualified women. We don't want women to be there. I actually even gave the example of Rwanda, where we have like 68% of women. They are just there. They are being controlled. So that's the catastrophe of just setting aside positions to give women. So I want them to be very competent, those who are qualified, so that we give them equal access to education, equal access to their career, and through that, they become qualified enough to compete with men, so that when they get those positions, they deliver. They are not, we know we have seen a lot of scenarios across Kenya where we have governors giving their girlfriend big positions and they are plundering resources of those. So that's what I was trying to say, to be given position based on their competence. Also, another argument is that we find individuals in Kenya trying to work against democracy. For instance, if we were having strong parties in Kenya, if Azimio was democratic, we will be having delegates who will vote who will be the deputy president. So if that happens, I am very sure she will not have that chance. But now that scenario, for instance, where Kalonzo was trying to say, I want to be the president and then be backed by Raila, is like not working against democracy. If we have a fair delegates who democratically elect who is going to be president and who is going to be deputy president, I think that can solve that question. So I want to, if Raila will be democratic enough to have some delegates who will vote for that, and we'll have somebody who's
Duke, who do you regard as a delegate? Because as far as I know, there is a council of 11 members who represents various part of the 26 political parties. Are those not delegates who gonna look at the candidates?
No, you know, the delegates is actually based on the constitution or provisions of a coalition or a political party. For instance, if Azimio can decide red or parliamentarians, those who are parliamentarians and who are associated with Azimio, pick who will be the running mate. I think that can be more democratic rather than just we have a small group of people selecting.
Something to add there. I think the whole issue of a deputy president should be left to the candidate, the presidential candidate. Even here in the US, we had Biden and he was given the room. Names were floated, but he was given the room to pick his own running mate. If we try to force Baba to choose a certain candidate, we may end up spoiling his presidency. Because at the end of it all, that person may not have the real heart to support Baba. I still want to say, I don't know what made Martha to stand against Raila in 2007. I really don't know. Let us make a search. Okay. And maybe if Martha can say it, that will be nice. But we don't. Okay. I don't know as a person.
I will let you know. Let's
okay, thank you.
Please. Yes.
Thank you. I'm done.
Just 1 minute, I respond to that.
Yes, please.
What I am trying to say, in Kenya, you see, in the US, the president is appointed by, the vice president is appointed by the president. He can even be removed at any point. But here in Kenya, we have a serious person who have a stake that he cannot even be fired by the president once has been given that position. So that's a serious position which must have like several considerations. And for me, I feel that the democratic aspect, democracy principles must come in. I'm done.
Okay.
Okay, Duke. Duke, I just wanted to bring to your attention that the Kenyan constitution was copied and pasted from the US. Actually, even the US, once the president has nominated the vice president, they cannot fire. They have to have an impeachment. So they go as a pair. So that's where we borrowed from. So you cannot wake up one day and just fire vice. I don't think that is there in the constitution. But I will answer Lavael, then Samuel be ready to contribute. So you were asking about 2007.
Yes, please.
I don't know if you had come in when I was telling Duke about it. Is that do you think that James Olengo and Otienda Molo should apologize to Jubilee and Mount Kenya for successfully mitigating the case to nullify the presidency of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta? I don't think so. So Martha Karua in 2007 was representing his candidature, our candidate, I mean, Kibaki, and she prosecuted the case very well. While these other places, they had people like Mudavad and the rest trying to actually Mudavad, William Ruto, and Sari Koskei. I think that was the team from the other side, led by Musalia Mudavad. So, in the course of your work, we cannot prosecute you from what you were doing as a course of your work. That was the course of the work. If she could have said, hey, that cannot be compared to two people I know, Kalonzo Musyoka, who actually betrayed the 207 and went to join Kibaki. Otherwise, it could be a different case. That cannot be the same case like this guy, That Way Alliance, who, when Baba said we are not going to the repeat election because we want some changes, he was given money or he joined and started learning. Otherwise, if they could have left Jubilee alone, there is no way the repeat election could have been done. They could have brought those people back to the table. So I don't think we would be persecuting her for doing a work of the client. That's what I think. So yeah, I hope that one is good. So we can go to Samuel while Itamba is trying
I'm
to
here, Jared.
warm up.
Where's my friend? Where's my friend? Our friend Martin. Where's our friend Black?
Black, I think maybe dropped again.
You know, that's the common game of Black and the Calebs of this nature. Let's go to Samuel. they run away when the soup becomes too hot.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here. Let me just first go to the point of what might divert our support for Martha Karua, and that is she has been fronted by fellow women, which is something that is a positive thing that we should appreciate. We all know we are in a male-dominated society. Kenya is a male-dominated society. That's a cultural, which has to evolve with the time. By the time it reaches to a situation where, like in the US, it will take some time. So our endorsement by women first, that was our first step that we really need to congratulate the women. Secondly, I think always when we have a candidature who people feel like once he or she gets to power, she may change the power matrix, that is the governance matrix, we shall bring too much of the past. We know very well people hold Raila account to the 1982 coup. Wherever they feel like he might get near power, they start bringing other theatrics of the past. And I think same will start appearing for Martha Karua. As Bia said, I've seen even the social in the social media is coming up that Martha Karua did not support Raila and those kind of things. So it's all the same like saying Raila participated in 1982 coup. And those are things that we need to be very, very much aware, because right now we all know and we all agree that in Kenya, what we need is somebody who will fight corruption. We don't too much history of other theatrics, what happens in the past. If it is not about fighting corruption, I don't think somebody will be fit. We have seen how the political landscape is. People are running to the church. Why are they running to the church? Because they want to be associated as Christians. They know people don't take too much. The church is a fortress ground for politicians, and that's why they are running there, because our culture and the society is molded in such a way that if you get somebody that will divert, like regard Raila as Mganga or those other things of the past, then his competitor is likely to get a better chance. So I wonder, as much as possible, we try to defend Mother Karua against what she did we all saw what she did in going against Ibaba, prosecuting her case. We have to be very careful. Let's stick to our objective. We want somebody who will fight for democracy and somebody who will fight corruption, even not democracy. I think right now 90% of what Kenya requires is corruption, to fight corruption. Even if we get a benevolent dictator, I think we'll still the country will be propelled, will move forward. So that is when it comes to, I was replying to Raphael when she talks of what mother did to the past. So same has been happening to Raila, given the history of what Raila did.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Duke, you needed to have some response.
I've done it.
Duke had finished. Duke had finished already. We moved on.
Oh, okay. Let me bring now Martin.
I thought you would go to Peter, then you come to Martin. This is a start sort of.
Oh, he had already submitted.
Yeah, give Peter, then he can come in. Please, Martin, if you don't mind.
Who submitted? Hey, where?
No, I don't know.
Jared. Anyway, is it my time then?
I did not submit. I was just responding to somebody. I did not submit.
Okay, fine. Let's do this then.
Go ahead.
Let's do this.
Peter, then we can go to Label Temba, so that everybody can have a sort of it.
Okay, let's have even Samuel, I think, hasn't submitted. So let's start with
Samuel just finished now.
Now Samuel was giving a response. So let's start with Raphael, and then we come to Peter, and then Samuel, and then now we can now open it. Raphael. You're muted.
Kwamba kura je, does your vote count? I think I'm going just to submit on that issue. According to history, it's like people vote, but when it comes to the president or the presidency, it's like there's a clique that is involved in picking who will be the president, even if the other one wins, the opponent wins, according to history and what I have been hearing most of the time. But having said that, and since we are debating whether our vote counts, I would like us focus on encouraging people to go to the ballot. I hear of low turnout in Mount Kenya, and maybe they are feeling like, okay, our vote will not count. Julia, is she there? Julia, are you there? Okay, I want this message go to Julia when she speaks home to people at home. let her emphasize that they should go out. The kumira thing she was talking about, let them go out. I also do the same. When I talk to people back at home, I do the same. I tell them, whether you feel like your vote may not count or may count, please just go out. Because if you need a change in Kenya, you need to go to the ballot box, vote. So whether we have any candidate, I know we don't have one in central Kenya, but people from the mountain, encourage your people to go and vote. That's my plea. Please, please encourage to go and vote. Baba needs at least 40 or 30 to 40% to win the presidency. And if people don't go, there's a danger. Maybe other places may do the same thing. So there may be a big danger. So please, let people go vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Peter Nyerere.
Haya, habari zenu? Ni habari ya asubuhi ama habari ya jioni?
Tuko salama.
Tuko salama kabisa.
Salute hivi. Mimi yangu naweza sema kidogo ni kuhusu mambo. Kuna mwenzangu hapa amesema juu ya Martha Karua. Martha Karua, she was on the side of Mwai Kibaki by then. Sijui ya kwamba kama alikuwa anataka defend wakati wa alikuwa defend nani ama nani, alikuwa na defend mtu wake. But by now is with us, is with Baba. I think kama kuna mtu ambaye anajua maneno ya uongozi wa Kenya, kutetea watu wake, right away from the time we started to get a multi-party since 1992, Third Lady, she's what? She has done a lot. All whatever that he has been doing all these days, hata Wakenya wanajua kwamba Martha Karua amefanya mambo mengi sana. Apart from whom we call Kalonzo Musyoka. Okay, I really like that guy. He's very polite, whatever. Anajua vile anaweka mambo yake. But ni mtu mwingine sometimes yuko, I don't know, 50-50, yako hapa, yuko huku, yuko hapa. But let's consider him and Martha Karua. Martha Karua ni mtu yuko na msimamo. That's the lady. Whatever will come to her in the next few days, we really welcome whatever she will be given. I said my case. Thank you. Karibu. Temba, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Peter Nyerere, for that. Mato, sasa you can come.
We Peter,
yes.
Sijui kama unajua Kalonzo vizuri. Kuna watu wanajua Kalonzo hapa. Sijui kama unamjua vizuri, ati a humble guy. And by the way, mimi Makamba, na kuna Wakamba wako hapa, watu hata tumeishi nao tangu utotoni. Wewe sijui kama unajua Kalonzo vizuri, my friend. Kuna wengi watasema hapa hivi, be careful what you say and what you say out of your mouth without knowing the person that you're talking about. Kalonzo has been there since Mulumutisia time, and some of us that live in Ukambani and who come from Ukambani, having people here, even in this forum, that actually know me and know Kalonzo very well, be very careful. And that's why when he came, there was a problem. We were very good in Azimio. There was a problem. Anyway, that's something you need to go do your own research, and maybe when you're hapa kama kuna mtu itakumemguza, people like Samuel, sijui kama ametoroka, but people like them, they will tell you exactly what it is. Be careful about that guy. And I've said it here a lot of time. I think, me personally, the reason I'm going to Madakarua, I think this time we are going Rarua, which is Madakarua. And I hope we do. If we don't, that's fine. But I hope we go that route, because hiyo itakuwa kuna kitu ingine nilikuwa nimetaka ifanyike. Either a president and a woman being the vice president, or a president, because mostly we are a Christian country, and a Muslim. So that way we start walking away from this thing that we talk about, this thing that we have a culture thing of, it's either a man or a woman. I mean, a woman is not allowed to do anything, or it's a Christian. And I needed Kenya to open up. Ifunguke, either it were Muslim deputy or whatever, even a president, a Muslim president, there's nothing wrong with it. Even a female president, there's nothing wrong with it. But you know what? As a country, we all Raila something. And that's why what wanasema, it has to be a Nelson Mandela moment. And we have to do it. Before, nilikuwa nimesema hapa hivi tu. Let's just go, hata kama ni one term. Let him just be one term. And then we move on. Afungue kitu ingine. Now, if Raila amefungue kitu, you know what? Number one, umepata Mjaluo president. If we want to go tribal, but I don't think so, because I don't think, Raila is a tribal person. And then mwanamke pia. Or hata Muislamu. Unajua? Because Kenya ni yetu sisi wote. And there's also one thing I want to warn the ladies and the women of Kenya. And Mama Selina yuko ametoka, I hope, because atanigonga. Unajua pia also, there's something that we also have to warn the ladies. As much as we are fighting for them, pia now, kuwa mwanamke si disability. You have to go in there and fight for it. The reason we are talking about Mother Karua, we're talking about Charity Ngilu and all those people and doing that is because these are people that are ni wamama wenye wamekuja na wakajiestablish. So we cannot let women also use it as disability. First of all, I don't even understand why women rep are there, because you have to go out there. The society has accepted you to come and fight, and we will accept you. So you cannot use it like a disability, even though we accept you guys. And I'm not saying that they're less of anybody, but we also have to have a fair share. That's why unapata our chairman alikufa the other day, watu wakaanza kulia. You know why? Because that's what tunaanza kuongea story ya boy child. We cannot empower them so much that it becomes kitu ni yao. And I know nitagongo hapa, but kama umekuwa hapa for a long time, you will know me, I'm one of the controversial people in this conversation. Nagongangwa kila siku, because sometimes I speak some things that are not acceptable to everybody. But I just believe that even though we're doing this, let it not just be ati because ni mwanamke. Mwanamke kupati a green card or whatever to, a free pass to be whatever is what you've done and who you are and who we believe you can be. So let's just be very careful about that. I was happy today, nitairudia tena, I was happy today to see the general, Mama Ngilu amerudi tena. Sasa unaona zile manguo, wameanza kuvaa zile makofia zao za Raila na nini. So for me, I think in my contribution, I really want to have that lady, or a lady, doesn't have to be Mother Karua, but really for her, amejismamia, or even somebody like Gilu, wamejismamia na ni watu tunajua their past. So the only other thing I just don't want is that to have a presidency that also sasa mtu anaanza kupigana na the deputy, because you cannot tell me I cannot fire my. And I think we still need to go back to the constitution, because if I know you cannot fire me and you're my boss, nitakuwa mtundu. But if I know you can fire me, I will be what the constitution says a vice or a deputy is supposed to be, because nitakuwa najua unaweza nitoa anytime. So we need to go back to where we make sure that pia ukiona run kitu in the government haukaliwi na mtu. Mimi saizi Roba, ukiwa we ni mdosi wangu alafu nikuje nianze kukusumbua akili, my friend, you need to have the right to tell me tembea, kanyaga kubwa kubwa, because then nitakuharibia kila kitu yenye unafanya. Because why? I feel like we are equals. We are not equals. Today if Themba told me, Mato, run the show kesho, I'm running the show by Themba. Sasa nikianza kutusi Themba huko nendo ananiambia ni run show. Really? How is that show gonna be? Nitakuwa naingilia Themba. There has to be some limits. And I feel like we need, ndio maana nilikuwa nataka hiyo BBI hata iende through, because we need to, I think we made a mistake somewhere, that now you find somebody like Ruto who will come, anapigana na boss wake, anaanzisha chama huko sijui nini, yani amesumbua boss wake mpaka mimi nitafanya nini? Nitakwambia kaa huko basi, wacha mimi nifanye kazi yangu, but siwezi kufukuza so wewe uko hapa hivi nipatie Matiang'i. I will do the same thing that Uhuru did. So we need to be careful of the mistakes that we've done in our country, because we're trying to go somewhere that is bigger than what we are, and it's bigger than politics of the day and what we have to do, because there's rules of law. Even the Bible has rules of law, that what you do and how you do it, and hierarchy. If Themba is my boss, Themba is my boss. Until the day Themba tells me now, you be the boss now, and then move on. Ni kama kuwa na mtoto wako will always be, you know. So I guess nimeongea mingi, poleni.
Duke Sema.
I have a question to Ndeto.
Yes.
Ndeto is saying that the president should be given power to fire the deputy president, because if the deputy knows that he cannot be fired, anakuwa mtundu. What if it's the other way? Because the president knows he can fire the deputy president, then we have the deputy president who's doing the right thing, but just the president decided to fire him to score some political point, or maybe to retain power and continue beyond what the constitution says. What about such scenario? I think you should balance both cases.
Okay.
Themba, should I answer, or do you want to answer that?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Go ahead, Mato.
Duke, you know what? The moment people go to an election and the whole country decides to give you the supreme power of the country to run it, they've told you you're the boss. At that point, when you win that election, they've told you you're the boss. And that they've given you the power to elect, to do your cabinet, to name people and everything. Is the country that has given you to be a boss. Leo, if you go to a job mahali and you're doing an interview, you don't ask, na sasa wewe kwa hivyo, sasa wewe ni boss wangu, so sasa mimi na mimi kwa ukitaka kunifukuza anytime. No, utafukuzwa, because at that time, that's your boss. The moment the country gives that man the power to do that, it doesn't matter. You're not a competitor of him. He's been given the authority by the whole people to run you and to do anything. He's the boss. The people say this is the boss that is going to be here for 5 years. Hakuna kitu ya, you don't go into a company and start telling questioning your boss. Oh, leo ukitaka kunifukuza kwa hivyo nitatoka. Oh, sijui, oh, hawezi nifukuza, sijui whatever. They have the right to fire you on the spot. In fact, they have the right to interview you.
My point is this, you know, yes, we are not saying that the president has power to fire. We are talking, for instance, maybe you are working and you have a boss who's compelling you to do a crime. So should you just be involved in an illegal act because the boss has said? So I'm considering a scenario where we have the constitution which says what the right thing to be done. But now you are saying it's the boss who has all the power. You have to be fired if you by the boss. Assume now maybe you are told to kill a person. You are employed by a boss and you are told, can you kill somebody? Because the boss has said, I'm trying to say we have a constitution which is guiding that. What in a scenario where we have the president who is wrong, who's ndio mtundu, see deputy president.
Duke, that's when you have a choice because nobody can force you to do anything. That's the day you have a choice either to walk away, quit the job, or get fired. There's only two ways you can get out of that job if you decided to get into that job. Either get fired or quit the job. That's the only way you get out of it. Si kuja hapa hivi kuchallenge boss wako, my friend, I will fire you in a minute. You know, I will kick you out real quick.
But
if I'm
what if you are the one who's wrong and I'm right?
Hold on, Duke. Duke, you see, your questioning is interesting. I know what Mato is trying to push forward. All right, he's trying to push the idea that we were faced with the personality of a deputy president who could not, who did not get along with his boss. Okay, now that is the starting point. So for Mato, this is a constitutional problem. For Duke, this is a person problem, you know. So for Mato, it is a constitutional problem. And if the constitution, according to Mato, will be changed so that the president can fire the deputy president, that's a good thing. For Duke, this person should just stay and should disregard what the boss says as long as the person is protected by the constitution. So, Duke, your assertions are valid as far as the current constitution is concerned, right? And that is why our deputy president has actually enjoyed that leeway, the latitude of just being the person that he is today. However, now, how do we cure that? Because let's all face it, the deputy president that is going to come on 9th August is going to come in this constitution. The president is going to come on the same constitution, right? So let's appreciate, Duke, you're raising a valid point in terms of, okay, why should we have someone firing every time? You know, our deputy president should be as rogue as the deputy president we have right now, and the constitution should protect them. That is what Duke is saying. So maybe as we give our submission, we need to appreciate it from that background. So the contention of Mato, we need to renegotiate this constitution. Duke is feeling the constitution should not be touched. we should operate like that, and people should be left to decide if they want to follow or not. So let me start with Robert, then I come to Kim.
Hey, Themba, before you go so far, please protect me from Kip.
Don't worry, Robert, go ahead.
Yes. Let me start from there, where about the constitution, I agree with Duke. There's nothing wrong with our constitution. What's wrong with us is lack of principles. I can't see a situation where if you are a vice president and you disagree with your boss, just step down and move on. the Constitution is right. What about also put yourself a situation where we have a crazy president like Trump who comes in, then he starts firing everybody. He has that powers. What are we going to say? So at this point, I agree. Our Constitution is right. It's protecting everybody, both sides. There's nothing to be negotiated, not even an inch, not even a zero, -0 to be negotiated. Let it stay the way it is. So do you want me to continue, or I wanted to just get that one on my way?
Let's hear Kip what he has to say on that one, and then we come back to you, give your submission. Yes, Kip, what did you want to say about that?
And that unajua lose elections the other day, so achana naye. Duke, I hate to say this, but you're right. You know, the Constitution should not change. We're not happy with Ruto. But
when we lose the elections, gani bwana? Where?
The elections, the Constitution was built to protect the vice president because of what Moi did. Moi did very bad things to Saitoti, and no matter how much I loathe, what is his name, Ruto, the Constitution has worked. It's okay, yeah. Acha kwame hapo, si tusikie uchungu, tusikie mauchungu, kwa sababu if we, it's our fault that we voted him in. We voted him in with Uhuru, and we have to feel that pain. If we vote in Anyang'au, that's our own problem. And it's the same thing with the US. They voted in Trump, wakapiga kelele, ata mpaka, and I'm also seeing that even Parliament does not have strength, you know, and even in the US, the world has gone morally bankrupt. Back in the day, what's his name? Nixon was impeached. I think these sides of the government, the legislature and the executive, should be separated. And I think even the US is giving a very bad example. They need to go back to how it was with the Nixon days, and even Clinton days, where the legislative shows their strength, and it should be the same with Kenya. And that is why now you can see why Ruto is actually protecting himself. Whether he goes when he goes into opposition, he wants yes men, so that he's protected. This man is brilliant. So Musione Mbaya. That the Constitution is working. It's painful to see what he's doing, but it's working. I wanted to respond to something else about what Martin said, but I can wait. It's to do with men and women.
Yeah, let me just step in. Mr. Ruto is not a pride person. We, the people who are voting, we are stupid. I mean, he has done things in other places where, to tell you the truth, he not even qualified to be even a city council. Let's be the truth be told. Some of people, the way we are voting patterns is just like tribal. That's what's killing us. Instead of us just getting the right people, we are just voting people because they want to satisfy our tribes. So, can I continue my submission?
Yes, Robert, continue.
Okay. Thank you. Let me go back to 2007. I mean, that thing's touching me because I remember 2007. That was the time some of us, I flew all the way from where I was. I went to Kenya just like the following day celebrating. Then it turned chaotic. I ended up going to I was listed by the military for almost 24 hours until I got myself with my home county, Kisii. But I would never forget about 2007. And that one brings me the memories of Kalonzo and Martha Karua at the same time. If you want to put them together, 2007, they were hell. If I started holding them about 2007, without Kalonzo, Raila could be the president. If Kalonzo could have said, you know what? Raila won. But Kalonzo alisema nitapitia katikati. That's what he did. And at the same time, I remember when all this chaos went on, how Karua came in, how he was one of the worst person that time. I can tell you the most person I hated that time. I don't know about now, because the way she talked carelessly, the way she represented herself. If those guys who are talking about democracy right now, where was her at that time? She could have also talked about democracy that time. I mean, I know they don't see step down from Kibaki government, but at the same time, what she represents is still on tape. She was against democracy. Raila won the 2007 election. That's the truth be told. You can take that one to the bank. I want that tomorrow to come out and say, you know what, 2007 I was wrong. Raila won the election. Then I would forgive her for that. So one person was asking a few minutes ago what Mother Karua, is the running mate of Raila, what she's going to bring on the table. A person who says Mother Karua doesn't have a constituency, you are 100% wrong. Mother Karua, she will bring the constituency of people who are non-corrupt, me included. Non-corrupt. People who want to end corruption in Kenya. That's the constituency of Mother Karua. That's what is going to bring the table. And I'm telling you, from the election I'm seeing from some of the elections which we just saw a few last week, I think our country is ready. It's ready to clean. We can clean this mess. Corruption is killing us. And that's why I think even if I disagree with her, even if I'm not a fan of Mother Karua, but if she comes in, I would appreciate her. But at the same time, that brings me my next point. So Mr. Kalonzo is creating a situation where I think she's the most person whom we might have some years to come. I don't know how the historians will remember this man. Why is he injecting himself to want to be appointed as vice president of our country? He's not the one to choose. Why can't they let Raila choose a person who is comfortable with? We don't want to make another mistake. Remember how Ruto came in. Remember when Ruto came in and said, me, I want to be the vice president, let Musalia Mudavadi and Uhuru Kenyatta squared out who's going to be the president. And that's why we ended up having this situation we are talking about, of Uhuru not getting along with Ruto. They never came together because they had principles. They came together because they wanted to win an election. And we cannot go the same route at this time, because we know when you want to choose a running mate, you should choose somebody you are comfortable with, somebody you want to work with, somebody who brings same ideas like yours and moving the country forward. At this time, we should not look at the numbers, at what is he going to bring, what numbers. We want people who can work together. We don't want to put ourselves in a situation where we are right now. That's my take on that. With my fourth count, I think, guys, we should appreciate our country. We have taken good steps, more especially to protect from fraud leaking or some other things like the malpractice. I just witnessed some countries from Africa, maybe our neighbor countries, they had an election a couple of years ago. What we did, like some 90s, you go with a piece of paper, you write somebody, and you put it there. After you put it there, you don't know where it went to. It's a process for us to vote in Kenya. You know that. It's electronic. I mean, if there's something, there's malpractice, it's going to be minimal. And that one brings me my next point. Why are we creating this situation where we are saying our vote is going to be stolen? We should build our confidence going forward, what we have already achieved. We cannot compare some other countries the way we fought in our country. Guys, this is serious, because we keep on, everybody's opening a mouth. Oh, it's going to be stolen. it's going to be rigged. No. If they say we are going to count that vote at the center, then from there we submit that thing electronic. We are going to have minimal malpractice. And that one reminds me, all of you know, we have been having elections, local elections, by-elections. And our by-elections have been very good. Yeah, who's going to challenge me that somebody who has won by-elections and you think that it was not fair? Our by-elections have been very, very good. And if they do the same thing, what they do in by-elections, we should have no doubt. When the count of the election, we should, whoever wins, wins. If Raila wins, let him win. If Ruto wins, then we just say, okay, you won. We want fairness because he also has people on the other side. But if we want to talk a situation where now, if somebody wins, no, the other side is saying it's stealing, if we have this kind of mentality, then you know what? Why do we have elections then? If that's the case, that's my challenge right there. I disagree with some of you who are saying that when we want to vote, we should vote like 6 pieces or whatever. I don't prescribe on that. I'm a person who believes in democracy. I don't care who wins, what party they come from. But the idea of saying, oh, it's ODM from the Senate, governor, MP to members of county assembly, I disagree. I disagree. We should just also appreciate when we have democracy, checks and balances. And that's why I keep on saying, I support Raila, I support Uhuru Kenyatta, but I don't support anybody who wants to change the constitution when it came to PPI. There's nothing wrong with that. And that's why we want to embrace democracy in our country. So somebody comes here like it's ODM or whatever, UDA, and that's what I want to watch. If courage in the land, whatever in the front there, they fought Ruto all the way down, I'm sorry. That's not democracy. What they are doing, they are just voting, that's tribal. Let me finish, Mr. Fred Kasuda, and you can ask me a question there just one more time. About women vote, I respect women in our country. I respect those women who have come up, who want Martha Karua to be our vice president. There's nothing wrong with that. It's time, it's high time. I will support it. I don't care who comes, but don't get me Sabina Cheges. She's still young. Please, we cannot live. Let's not joke with our country. Cheges is still young. She needs to run more. If we have a woman presence, let Martha Karua come in, that's fine. Let Mama Ngiru, if it's her, I don't have a problem. Even Watermelon with the Karonso Musiok, I don't have a problem. But Savina Chege, no. She's still young. She's still in a running process. Our time will come. So now you can ask questions if you want to. That's my submission.
Okay, thank you. We hear a question from Duke. Duke, is it Duke? Duke or Kasudi? Kasudi.
Yeah, I heard Roba says that his only worry or his only problem is with people who want to change constitution through PPI. I don't think if at all you understand what PPI means, and if there is any question of changing constitution, it has its own merits, because there are some things, once you touch it, you have to go to constitution. Once you touch it, even a single word, if you touch it, you have to go to constitution. So if you hate them, so if you accept with them, you agree with them, and on the other hand, you want to tell me you disagree with them. So which is which? You agree with Uhuru, you agree with Raila, and when it comes to another hand, you say you disagree with them.
Yes, I'm not somebody who is going to kiss somebody because what he said, what comes from their mouth. I'm not kiss Raila Odinga or Uhuru Kenyatta because they say to do so and so. I will disagree with them when I think they're wrong. They're wrong. What I don't want to see is a situation where they want to create a situation like, let's say, for instance, they want now to have members of parliament to be ministers. I don't want to see that. I want to see checks and balances like the way we are doing it right now. A situation where I can call in Matiang to come in, you ask questions. What's going on? What's wrong with the security? But if you don't start asking questions on the same member of parliament, it's not going to work. That's what I mean.
Robert.
Yes.
Do you know the practice in Tanzania?
Very much. My wife comes from there.
Okay. How do they practice there? Where do they choose their ministers from?
That one is just members of parliament being appointed as ministers. That's what I called myself. I called that one is not representing the other thing. That's lack of
what do you think was the reason for that?
There was no reason because their katiba is all as hell it gets. And that's why maybe they are not making progress.
Really?
Yes.
You think Tanzania haven't made progress?
When it comes to terms of democracy and other things, no. Well, I want to ask you a question. Tanzania has been one of the
if Mama hear you saying like that, I don't think if at all we'll have peace in the house.
Kasudi, let me tell you something. We have to say how it is, what it is. Tanzania has been one of the peaceful countries in Africa. They have never had any political problems since independence. And Tanzania is one of the biggest countries right now, but just compare the economy of Tanzania and Kenya. You cannot compare there. Why? Because their politics is wrong what they are doing. And that's why now they are rushing out. They want to start democracy and see how they can make a new constitution. So instead of us going forward,
Robert,
Yes.
You might need to take your time to study Tanzania's politics, but
Temba, if there's nothing to ask me, I know I've been going there. I've been just traveling from Arusha, going already to Tanga, to Dar es Salaam. I know the politics there. I know Risu, he ran there. I know whatever Magufuli did. I've seen a situation where Mr. What's his name? He just got out of jail. That's Mr. Mboy, who comes from around the Kilimanjaro area. There's nothing you can do there. I know the politics of Tanzania like you. If you want to ask me something, their politics, they have to change it. You know that the election 2000. You see the election? They went there, they elected election, they had all one party won almost everything. And now this country's in hell. So that's why they want a new constitution right now. And that's what they are discussing in Tanzania.
Now there's a difference. Hold on. Robert.
Yes.
Now that you seem to understand a little bit of, okay, March, since you're saying that you have extensions there. Why do you think they have their ministers from among the parliamentarians?
What they have, their constitutions wants them to do so. And that's why I said, I'm not going back that way, what we used to have. I mean,
did you read the justification? Hold on. Did you read the justification for having the ministers from within the parliamentarians in this particular time? Did you try to get to know the justification for that?
Yeah, but you see, the thing is this. You can say it both ways. Maybe you can say you want to save money because of you don't have this a lot of government, whatever it is, ministers from outside. Okay, I understand that. But at the same time, I'm saying this is something we did before. Before our new constitution, we used to have ministers.
Okay, one, you've mentioned the idea of cost. Two, yes. Was which one?
What was that?
The second reason.
The second reason why they have their ministers within ministers?
Why do the ministers from within among the parliamentarians?
They say efficiency. They say efficiency that they can reach a minister immediately if there's something happens. I disagree with that. With today's DNA, I mean, with technology and everything, I can get somebody like Matiang anytime anyway. So I know they talk of efficiency and the cost. I understand it. But at the same time, what I want to see checks and balances.
What do you mean efficiency?
I mean, one of the things Raila and other people were saying, the reason why they want to have ministers within ministers is just like if you want somebody to, if something went wrong, let's say the security in the Left Valley, the man is just right there. We can talk to them. Hey, what's going on?
Is it the Raila or the people who are having the negotiation around the BPI?
No. Mr. Raila said that a few weeks, a couple of months ago, he said one of the reasons why they want the ministers within ministers is that thing, why they were supporting it. And you know what? I support Raila Odinga 100%. I support, but when I disagree, I disagree. That's the way I feel.
Will I be wrong to suggest to you that on the reasons why they were trying to have the ministers from among the parliamentarians, that you missed out on the most important reason why they wanted that to
happen? Let me tell you something. You know what? I don't want to go back a situation where we start fighting. Who has the ministers? Who has the flag? Who has all these things? I remember.
Hold on, Robert. I'm not even looking at that. I'm just trying to ask you on the context of what you're talking about, without necessarily having to go to that. You see, sometimes you need to appreciate the context with which a particular thing was brought. Right now, of course, BBI is out. Whether we talk about it or not, it's not.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I support some other things which BBI came with. There are some things I support there. But coming anything to do with the Constitution, that one, I'll just tell you, not me, on my body.
Okay.
Nothing should be changed in our Constitution. You can amend some other things there, like that major things, like you want to create a prime minister or whatever it is, opposition. Hell no.
Okay.
Let's appreciate what we have.
Okay. Mato, what is it before I bring Duke? And then Kasudi.
It's just a question, and just before I ask the question, Roba, I think what you're putting around the bush and what Themba is trying to get to you is the answer is a simple one. It's called accountability. And then just to ask you, I just wanted to know how many Roba, since you know Tanzania that much, how many tribes are there in Tanzania?
I mean, I don't know the exact number. There are as many as tribes as they can. The one thing I always say, I can't
right now. Can I
answer the question, please?
200 plus.
Yes, that's what I said. I'm not sure about the total number. If it's 200 plus, let me use your number. But what I'm saying is, that's why I say one of the countries in Africa, in Tanzania, if they had the Kenyan constitution where it can work perfectly, is Tanzania. Because Tanzania, when they fought, they don't fought on tribes. Tanzania, they fought on performance, even though they have not been given that right. So the idea of the way they were brought up, the way they have their traditions, they see everybody not in terms of tribes. They see them as fellow Tanzanians. And that's why if tribalism was not a factor in Kenya politics, by now we should not have Karenjin Kikuyu president, Karenjin Kikuyu. So you asking me about in Tanzania? Perfect. If they get like a constitution in Kenya, it will work for them because they don't have no tribal ideas there like we do in our country.
Ruba?
Yes.
Now a follow up to that question. Did you know that during Magufuli's time,
yes,
in 2019,
yes,
before the next election, Tanzania moved to a higher level. I think
yes,
a middle income country.
That's politics. Let me tell you something. I stay with Tanzania. My wife comes from Arusha. I got a house in Arusha. There's nothing like that in the middle class. I went there even when I asked my mother-in-law, oh, the country has moved middle class. Aliniambia unajua nini? Middle class ya nini? Unajua matako nini na nini? I don't want to use that language. You know why? It was something they came up with to win an election. And they did election. I mean, they rigged the election. Even if they moved whatever it is, you ask yourself, you guys, you keep on bringing that. Let's go back and go to East Africa. Let's go back. Tanzania is bigger than Kenya, almost twice or three times of Kenya. Tanzania has been a very peaceful country in Africa since independence. Tanzania, we have never had no civil wars or these ideas. Every time they have an election, it's peace, peace. But what about their politics? What about the economy? Compare the economy. Right now, they could be the best country in East Africa in terms of economy. As Kenya, we have been interrupting our economy every 5 years. Problems every 5 years, political problems. You would never hear anything that one from Tanzania. They are peaceful. They are peaceful. But at the same time, they have come to realize they are peaceful because CCM is just like taking advantage of them. They could have built right now an economy, a giant economy in East Africa. Imagine all these things. You bring diamonds and other things they say in the US. Do we have a diamond in Kenya? No. But when you come here, US, who has a diamond? The Kenyans. You know what they do? They go there, they pretend they are Tanzanians. They bring it through Nairobi, then they bring it here. They want to change that. So they are waking up. They are waking up.
Okay, thank you. Now, what did you want to say, Duke, before I bring Kasudi?
I wanted to support what Ropa is trying to say. What Ropa is trying to say, some facts, and you're trying to not to get them. First of all, it's a fact that democracy-wise, Tanzania is so far compared to Kenya. You can see, for instance, Tundurusu, somebody who was shot because he was opposing Magufuli. Magufuli himself was very corrupt, because if you were following him very keenly, he used to go to rallies and then a woman talks something, he gives him 2 million. Was that he fires individuals on the... That's not how. He was actually running Tanzania, a nation like a banana republic.
Wait, you didn't like the way he was giving 2 million?
That money was the government money. You see, all
1 minute. Duke, 1 minute.
Like, a woman speak. Yes?
Wait, Kasudi, wait Duke amalize ndio tufuate. Hiyo kitu amesema hapa tu saizi. Yes, go on, Duke.
So what I was saying, as much as most people loved Magufuli, for me, I did not see that person as he was not trying to do the right thing. But because, first of all, he was not following any rules. It's like he was a dictator. For instance, when you go to a rally, you call somebody.
He was not like a dictator. He was a dictator.
Yes, he was a dictator. You go to a small rally, you call a small person, somebody speaks, you pick phones, you call individuals from the office, you fire them without any investigation. You see? And then he was working with a lot of money. He used to give people, like, when I was converting to Kenyan money, it's around 45 million in a day. You go to a rally, a woman speaks about the issues, and then comes here, I give you 2 million. You see, he did that throughout his presidency. You see? No, that's a fact. So he was using that public resources. That was not his money. So to speak on that. Also, what Ropa was trying to say is this: when you have ministers outside parliament, it's a good thing, because we expect ministers to be experts. You know, in Kenya, we have a scenario, for instance, remember when Orengo was the minister of internal security, we were having, he was not an expert. So when you remit that minister must be from parliament, you cannot have very qualified experts to head specific ministries. The issue you are talking about accountability is that, for instance, if parliament want to summon any minister or cabinet secretary, you can be summoned at any point, at any time. And after all, even if they are summoned, they can just read statement. Parliament's like, it's very inactive. They have investigated a lot of cases and nothing happens. You remember Mercury in Sugar, all those, they just talk and get allowance and nothing happens. So for me, I'm saying ministers should not be from parliament. It should be from, you know, when a person is serving as a member of parliament for a given constituency, and also you are added another function to serve a given section within the whole country, you see, that's like you are giving one person too many responsibilities when you have a lot of Kenyans who are unemployed. Finally, to finish on what you was talking about, the changing of the constitution and the deputy president. You see, the the executive is like an institution. You know, you talk about the president disagreeing with the deputy president, you talk on an individual basis, but an executive is like an institution. But and the constitution provided, the constitution does not provide, the constitution provides a procedure which can be followed to remove the deputy president. It does not say that the deputy president must be there throughout there. There are some exceptions. For instance, if the deputy president is unable to execute his functions, that's why when they say he is incapacitated. So if you give evidence that that person can be impeached through a process where you consult all individuals, party members, and parliamentarians. But now you want to make it a one-person affair where a president can fire the deputy president anytime he wants. So I think the constitution should not be changed at all.
Temba, I'm about to finish. Let me say what he just said about Magufuli. My friends, I think some of us, we are getting it very wrong. Let me tell you, I am here. I have all Tanzanians. I have them. I attend their things. That guy, they call him a dictator. And that's why Mr. Derek there, who is the president, has made some changes, even though he's making progress. And that's why you can see the Tanzania now, they're almost facing some sanctions. Remember, there's a time Trump put them sanctions on them. Why? Why? Even Magufuli was doing the right thing. Why that man couldn't even travel outside the country? You know, the guy who leaked the election 2000 and I mean the 2020, I guess, when he did the election. I mean, that was a dictatorship where, I mean, even the opposition cannot even hold a political rally in that country. You guys, you don't know what Liz went through. You don't know what Mboya went through. Chadema as a party, the big opposition party in Tanzania is Chadema. You know, you guys, let's think we are good in Kenya, my friend, and let us protect the constitution we have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Robert. Fred Kasudi, Sema.
Hey, thank you, Baba. Let me start by damaging ignorance here. I want to damage a very high order of ignorance here. Kitu cha kwanza, maana umeongea kuhusu Baba Magufuli, wacha niongee Kiswahili ndio munisikie vizuri. We Roba mzee wangu, we ni mtalii tu Tanzania kama mimi. Mimi nimekuwa kwa barabara, si mwaka mmoja, si miaka miwili, miaka mitatu. Naendesha gari kubwa. When we talk East Africa, I can have a good test to testify what is there. Lakini wewe ni mtalii, basi inabidi uje polepole. Haya, wewe huyu jamaa wangu huyu anaitwa Duke. Duke, if at all you can go further and see Baba Magufuli was a dictator, was a corrupt. Ni nini hii ambayo inakuzuia sana huwezi ukaona huyu yellow fever leader, son of Sokoi, is not corrupt, is not a dictator, is not. If somebody goes further to sacrifice his loyalist people in order of gaining political mileage, my friend, why don't you open up your eyes and see? If at all you can see that, all that from a different from different country, Baba, my friend, open up your eyes and smell coffee. Because angalia watu wenye wanatoka Kisii hapa. Kuna mtu anaitwa Don Bosco Kachana. Do you know who Don Bosco Kachana was? Don Bosco was one of the best friend of Fidel Odinga. Don Bosco, even once upon a time, he was jailed in Tanzania. Who removed him from Tanzania? He was Baba, who intervened and talked to Magufuli. And then Don Bosco Kajana came in Kenya. Then this man called Don Bosco, then he betrayed Baba. He ran to Chief Hasola. Why? Because the case was made him to be detained in Tanzania, was case of corruption. Are you getting the point? Now,
because he ran into to yellow fever's camp. Now akakuwa darling ya yellow fever in Kisii land. He was the first point. By the way, if you don't know, now it's in the public domain. He's the one who has said all this. He's the one who has spilled out what has transpired in Uda's nomination. We didn't knew. We know that and I told you here once, and I will tell you again, Ruto is very good schemer. He's very shrewd politician. If he managed to scheme from Moi's era, he came to ODM, he schemed. He went out with the half of ODM. President Uhuru Kenyatta is not on the safe side. He has schemed. But now here, there is a difference because now we have a vaccination, inaitwa azimionated vaccination, to drive away to vaccinate all yellow fevers people all over the country. And we have started in Central, whereby we are targeting to have only 80 MPs. 80 MPs, and these people, they are going to be fronted with none than Jubilee. So that at the end of the day, this disease of yellow fever, it will be no more. All people that are going in the country, all of them, tell your people, tell your cousin, wherever he is, come out and be vaccinated with this Azimio vaccine, because tumebakisha dosi ngapi? Dosi ni 4 zenye zimebaki, mwezi wa 5, wa 6, wa 7. Dosi ni 4 zimebaki. Kitambo tufike mwezi wa 8, everything will be sorted. Yellow fever will be nowhere to be seen. All people, they will be clean, na watakuwa wako tayari kusukuma kurudumu la maisha. Na hii mambo ya kusema ati let us not touch the constitution of Kenya, my friend, as I told you, there are some things, whether you like it, is good or bad. Once you touch it, you have touched the constitution, and you have to amend the constitution. You have to change it, and there is no way parliament can do that. It must go up to the referendum. So whether you like it, our constitution, or you don't like it, but there are some things, once you touch it, no matter how small it is or minor it is, it has to go up to the referendum. Let me talk about Martha Karua. People are just here chanting, muna flip flop, munasema, munapikisha Martha Karua somersault, munamfanya. Martha Karua akona jina tu kama ya baba. Because if I remember very well, Martha Karua and Baba, they went in the parliament at the same time. That was when Baba was representing Langata and Martha Karua was representing Kishuku. They went at the same time. They have gone through, and they were together in second liberation. So they know each other very well. Each person knows each person his stand. Akisema no. Akisema no for this, no. Why the people will say he was the only last man standing in the camp of Kibaki. And then when Kibaki betrayed her, she stepped down voluntarily. Hakuna mtu alimshurutisha ku step down. Martha Karua did that. Why those kind of morals ambazo haziko na watu kama chicken seller, chief hustler, wale watu tunajua walikuwa na misimamo mikali sana. Wale watu walikuwa wanasema ati wanaweza fanya vitu fulani, lakini when things goes wrong, they support all those wrong things. When people are being killed, wanasupport tu, ni kama wayani wananyamaza tu, wako pale wanasupport tu hiyo. When people doing things wrong, they still supporting. And when you tell them now, why don't you step down aside and then you allow the law to take the course? You see, so Martha Karua, he has the name, he has a constitution, he has a constituency, and I know the influence of Martha Karua in Kenya is very high. not only in Mount Kenya, but in Kenya it's very high. Alafu ule mtu alikuwa na idea ya Sabina JK, there is somebody, she's being mentored. Anapikwa polepole. She's becoming, watch her steps, because she's becoming the next Martha Karua in Mount Kenya, because Martha Karua now tunampeleka level ingine. Tukishampeleka hiyo level ingine, she's one of the people wale wametarajiwa kukuzwa kwa sababu tumeona capability yake. So me I think Duke, umefanya kitu mzuri sana kuongea about Baba Magufuli, na sasa hiyo with hiyo na hiyo nguvu yenye umeongea nayo, nataka uongee nayo hivyo kwa Chief Hustler, basi utakuwa umenifanyia favor. Hivyo tu ndugu yangu, na kama uko na swali niulize.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mimi ndiye aniita mtalii bana. Can I answer that question? He called me a mtalii.
No, you don't have to respond to that, Robert.
No. What I want to give him exactly what it's not a bad thing. Kasuri.
It's okay, Robert.
I told you before my wife comes from Tanzania.
You were saying it on a light note. Don't worry. Yes. It doesn't matter. Yeah, yes. Relax.
Yes, I have a problem in Tanzania, so you can't call me a mtalii there.
No, relax. There's Njiru who has been waiting here, alafu but I know Njiru was here before, alafu akaenda around amerudi. Then I have Richard Makiadi was the top. So let me bring these two, and then now we all of us today we might close early. So Njiru, habari gani?
Njema kabisa Bwana Demba, how are you?
I'm good. Kwa sababu najua ulikuwa hapa kitambo, so you can just give a summary of what you want to say, and I'll bring back here.
Yeah, I was here early in the morning, but nikakuwa na hitilafu ya network, but I have still decided to come again. So nataka kujadili mjadala yetu because I think the Kenyan campaign is slowly now inafika sasa ile tunaitanga kilele. And we are now thinking of a team which can now be able to win this election. And we now have Mr. Odinga and Mr. Ruto, who are the people who will reach the finishing line. And part of what will happen so that one of them can be able to reach the finishing line is the qualities of the deputy president watatuletea pale. So I would like now to say that Kenyan politics sasa imekuwa, it has been hyped kidogo, or it has been complicated. Kitambo, it was about the president. So, but with rising generation sasa, siasa yetu inaendelea kukua complex na ni vizuri. So that at least tusikue tu ati we are only looking at politics in one direction. Sasa siasa ya Kenya ni ile ya algorithm sasa. Unafanya mahesabu kabisa, nikichukua hii what will happen, nikichukua hii what will happen. Yani inakaa sasa kama chess kwa njia fupi. Now, let me now say what will happen according to my own self regarding actually the 2022 election will be won by whoever you will pick as your deputy. Those are the people who will help you to tilt the critical vote which will make somebody to win. Why do I say that? For example, tukiangalia ile upande ya wale watu tunapingana na wao, mtu kama Mr. Ruto. Mr. Ruto needs a very good deputy to validate his qualification. Number one, unaona ya kwamba kuna tuhuma mingi sana. Ako na mambo ya wizi, amefanya very shambolic nominations, so kuna vile inaonekana ni kama he doesn't have order, there is so much deficiencies ako nayo, and much of those deficiencies can only be recovered if you will be able to have a very serious deputy president. So that is how serious a deputy president in this election is. On the other side, pande yetu ya Baba Raila Odinga, our deputy president needs to have two things. Number one, you know very well, Baba is now at an advanced age. So we want a deputy president who will come and at least supplement him in terms of energy. That is one very key thing which a deputy president will come and supplement him. Then we also need another deputy president, a deputy president who will come and build the confidence on him, on the electorate, who ama wale watu ambao wamekuwa wakidemonize Baba. You know very well because sitaki kuongea hiyo maneno hapa, ni vitu tunajua. You know very well kuna hii story na kuanga ikisemekana Raidaphobia na Raidamania. You understand? Whereby we have a very big group which is very happy of Baba. And we also have another equivalent group which is a bit phobic when it comes to Odinga. And that phobic or that phobia, whether it is true or false, it has been created and it is there. So the deputy president, which Raila Odinga is bringing, is not a deputy president to give him a political leverage. He already has a political leverage. You don't need to sell Raila Odinga to anyone. He is a household name there. We know him. His record is clear. So Raila Odinga doesn't need somebody to build a rally. He doesn't need that. So the deputy president to Raila Odinga is not somebody who can like mount 100,000 people in Uhuru Park. That is not what Raila Odinga needs. Raila Odinga needs a very silent, calculative individual who can give him what he doesn't have. And it is not about filling the rallies, and that is what people are not getting it here. Yes, it is very good to have very popular people, but also remember, very popular people, there is still very serious things which they lack. Let me give you, for example, like all the politicians we have in Kenya, these very vibrant politicians. Let me, for example, I can give an example. We have somebody like Joho. Let's assume somebody like Joho and Raila combined. How can they supplement one another? All of them, they are hot politicians. They speak sharp to politicians. So, in other words, what I'm trying to say here is that the issue of a deputy president, we are not looking at a mobilizer. We are looking at somebody who can show Kenyans that this person is reliable. Let me tell you one thing now. One thing which is rotating in Kenya, people are fearing deputy president too much because of what has happened from Ruto. Ruto, for the last 5 years, he has proved to be more powerful than the president. Let's be careful and let's be serious on that. Why? Mr. Ruto was more powerful than the president because he managed to get the lion's share of the government. He got the most powerful cabinet secretaries, and much of the corruption scandals happened on his wing. So, in other words, without saying anything, the deputy president of Kenya, though it is not in the papers, he proved to be more powerful than the president. So that's why now I'm now saying the deputy president of Kenya in 2022 is somebody who we want, somebody who can neutralize the politics. We don't want a toxic person. We want somebody who can hit the ground running, and not somebody who will come and politicize. So we want somebody who is a bit docile. We like maziwa lala kidogo. Hatutaki mtu wa siasa mingi. So, and that is why, and again, an obedient person. An obedient, at least somebody who is silent. So, let me now enter into the candidate. Number one, and I can tell you for truth. Let me analyze two of the candidates who we have. Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka. If Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka, and this one is my opinion, if Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka is going to become the deputy president of Kenya through Azimio, expect status quo. That ticket will not sell. Why? The conditions of Kenyan election in 2022 have changed. We no longer have 2013, we no longer have 2017. Now, we are having a mix of a government and opposition together. So, Kalonzo Musyoka doesn't have that spark which is needed to build the confidence to the voters. Then there is this other wing which is now being created by the women. People like Mother Karua, Giru, they are now creating another narrative. We need a woman deputy president. I agree with them. Our women are qualified. We can get a woman who can become the deputy president. Now, what we need to do is we have to agitate our women properly. I still believe we have women in corporate world. Even some of them we are not seeing here. I can tell you, we have credible women. It is not a must that huyo mwanamke akue, she's extremely in active politics. Ni vile hatujaangalia vizuri. We have women in different quarters. Some of them ni vile they are a bit silent. So ile kitu najaribu kusema is having a woman as a deputy president, I agree with it. Our women, they have qualities and they can do it. So if we can be able to get a good progressive woman who can be able to make our country get that pole position, at least whereby we can be able to have the first woman in the executive position. At least now we have a woman in the chief justice position. I believe they deserve to have a deputy president, but we need a credible woman. So we are talking of credibility, surety, and coming to supplement Odinga. So if we can be able to get a woman who can come and supplement Odinga very well, I have no problem with a woman. The issues of men, people like Kalonzo Musyoka, Peter Kenneth, Peter Munya, they have to prove beyond what I'm seeing now, they can supplement Mr. Odinga. But so far, women are having it. And I can tell you, and the narrative which the women are creating, these men who want this position, they have to show more potential, they have to show more strength. But I'm not seeing men showing strength. And women are portraying potential that they might become competitive and they might annex people like Peter Munya, they might annex people like Peter Kenneth, and eventually we might end up getting a woman as a deputy president. And it will also bring another serious fight on the other end of the deputy president, because if Azimio is going to have a woman, the deputy president is also going to be forced to have a woman, because the narrative will push towards the woman issue. And on the other side, I don't see the deputy president having a credible woman. So I think the safety functions which we have as Azimio is, let's have this opportunity of having a woman as the deputy president. And I think it will sell, and we will also be able to build confidence in our women, because the literacy level in Kenya for women is also very high. Our women are going to school. Our women are doing wonderful jobs in so many sectors where we are having them. And I think our women can be able to even perform as a deputy president. We have them in the corporate world, and they are functioning well. Even in Africa, we have women who are president. We had Salif in Liberia. We are now having the Tanzania one now. So it is not that women are not functioning. In Europe, we have so many women as leaders of their countries. We had Angela Merkel, Finland, Sweden. There are women there. If you go in the Asian direction, wanawake huko. If you go in Taiwan, Myanmar, we had a woman, but unfortunately she is in jail now. South Korea, we had a woman, unfortunately she's also in jail now. But at least women globally, they have, okay, here in the US we have a woman as the vice president. So women are building their scope globally, and Kenya needs to show that scope, because we have been having too many men, and maybe this idea of having too many men in executive position might have been the reason why we have been unable to fight corruption. Let's have a woman there. Maybe the issues of corruption, we will be able to solve them. Maybe the issues of tribalism, we will be able to solve it. Maybe and so many problems which we are unable to solve. Maybe a woman at the helm will be able to solve these issues. So, to me, I agree with what the Kenyan women are saying, and I support them 100%. But our women will just need to get organized. They just give us a credible woman. So far, they are saying Mother Karua. I have no problem with Mother Karua. She is an astute leader. She is credible. She is good. Just to respond as I finalize, kuna mtu alikuja hapa akasema ya kwamba that Mother, I think it is Alex alisema ati Mother Karua needs to prove by becoming kwanza ati akuwe governor Kirinyaga before she becomes a deputy president in Kenya. I want to tell Alex, Mother Karua doesn't need to become anything in Kirinyaga to become a deputy president. What we need to do is that previously Mother Karua has held high positions in Kenya. So the ideas of saying that Mother Karua can only be seen as a credible woman by winning the Kirinyaga gubernatorial seat, that one does not hold merit. Already Mother Karua is a national leader. She has the qualities we need. In Kirinyaga, she doesn't need to win that seat so that she becomes a credible woman. In any case, Kirinyaga politics will play out between Girishi and this other woman. And I believe that Waiguru has a very low chance of winning there because we know in 2017 what happened. Alisaidiwa too. And Kirinyaga people were trying to punish sababu ya vile alikuwa amewekelewa maskando mingi. We know how Waiguru was elected. Waiguru is not a leader. Alikuja hapa akasema hata daktari amemwambia apumzike when she was met with the corruption scandals. And this is what we are telling Kirinyaga people. Waiguru mwenyewe alisema daktari alimwambia apumzike, she doesn't need to be in position anymore. She needs right duty. So I'm still surprised why Waiguru being a governor is a right duty. So Waiguru needs to be voted out, and I want to urge all Kirinyaga people who are here, you need to vote out Waiguru. Waiguru is not a leader. She's just somebody who is using bad qualities to become a leader. So okay. Women are good this time round. Thank you.
Thank you, Njiri. Makiadi, tafadhali.
Thank you, Demba. Ningependa kusalimia panel yote and every viewers around the world. I'll just begin my submission today by departing from Njiro's point of reasoning. I don't believe the coming election will be won depending on the person or the candidate that will be picked as a deputy president. I believe the election will be won depending on the turnout, especially on your stronghold, from your strongholds, and the kind of messages, the kind of enthusiasm that your supporters will have. It doesn't matter whether Martha Karua is picked or Kalonzo Musyoka. If the people don't feel like they want to go and vote, then there's no way you can win an election. So enthusiasm is very important. And it all boils down to the kind of message that you sell to your supporters. Now, moving on to today's topic, does your vote count? I think that is a very important question. Does your vote count? To me, I believe it depends on who is counting your vote. So whether you vote for your candidate or not, the most important thing is the person that is counting the vote. I've always insisted here that IBC should always be a transparent body. As Kenyans, we should try to encourage IBC to conduct a credible, verifiable, transparent election. Kenyan election is always one of the most expensive elections in East Africa, in Africa, and almost around the world. But then spending over 40 billion shillings to conduct an election that is disputed is a disservice to our country. I want to believe that IEBC should have a system whereby people can do a paper trail. If it's in terms of technology, I believe we should be heading towards a verifiable technology in our electioneering process. So IEBC should be continuously informing Kenyans on their election preparedness. They should always try to tell the candidates and especially the stakeholders in this election what they are doing to prepare for this coming election. And they should tell Kenyans at large what they have corrected from the previous election. And from what I see, I think IEBC is bound to make the same mistakes it made last time. The DP's choice, I've always said here that I believe in Ararua ticket, and I will always stay with that belief. In terms of what Martha Karua brings to Raila Odinga, I think she brings stability, she brings soberness, and there's that picture that is always trending in the news when Martha Karua was looking at Raila Odinga shaking Mwai Kibaki's hand with a firm eye. I believe she brings firmness. And if William Ruto will be the opposition leader, I believe his checkmate will be Martha Karua. In terms of KK alliance, we all know that Madividi is not going to be elected to be selected as the running mate because, as we all know, that I was looking at the Star today, and it looks like Mudavadi will be the finance cabinet secretary. So he's already been selected to pick that post if Ruto wins. So I'm thinking probably the person who will be the deputy presidential candidate in Kenya Kwanza Alliance will be probably Sudi or Kositani, because I don't see sober leaders on that side. Wetangula is designated to be a speaker of the Senate if they gather the numbers to elect a speaker. Now, moving on to the six-piece voting. Raila Odinga has a right to advocate for six-piece. Martin, you have a question? Or I can see you raising your hand. All right.
Not really a question. Makiadi, I just we're always on the same page, but I wanted you to tell. I wanted to tell you that don't demystify what Jiro said real quick. I mean, so soon, because you know what? It's not IBC or it's not anything else, but it's only humans that go to vote. It's humans that go to vote. So whether it's, IBC can go sit there, like last time we boycotted and there was no votes. So when you're saying, and what Jiro was saying is very right, I just want to tell you, don't demystify him too quick, because humans don't want to vote. So if it comes ladies, men, and everything that has to be involved, cats will never vote. It's just the human beings that vote. So you take what he's saying very seriously. Don't demystify it too quick. I think that was just an opinion.
Can I proceed, Demba? Now, I was talking about the six-piece voting. I think somebody's mic is on. You can hear my voice back there. There's an echo. Okay, thank you. The six-piece voting. I said here that Raila has a right to advocate for his party, especially in his strongholds. Unlike the way Robert was saying here that he believes in democracy. Democracy is about choosing the person that you believe will be your leader. And for any presidential candidate to do anything, whether it is in the counties and nationwide, I think he needs support. He needs support from both the county government and also the two houses, the Senate and the National Assembly. And so if Raila goes to Homa Bay and tells his people that his supporters that he wants a six-piece voting pattern, I think he's justified because if he can be able to gather the maximum number of MPs from his stronghold, then it gives him an easy task just to add the few numbers that he would need even to manage a country or to make sure that bills are passed. And if he ever wants to do something that requires voting from the counties especially, then he needs to have as many members in the county level as possible. Now, that does not mean that all will win, because the ultimate decider is, and also everybody has freedom to choose whoever they want. Finally, I just want to talk about, probably I'll ask you guys to tell me, because I was looking at some rumors going around. Probably Duke will tell us what is happening to Susan Kehika. Is she still in Kenya Kwanza Alliance, or she bolted? I think I'll leave it there and then, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, Makiadi. And I want to open it up even as we talk. Duke, I want to hear your views as you talk about that, and of course also all of us. Your people, and even you have said here before that Uhuru Kenyatta has failed, right? I want to ask you again, because Black is not here right now. First, I want to ask you a general question. What makes you think he has failed? And then now we start from there.
First of all, the success of any president, or maybe let us say the CEO of any company, is the returns. So for the president, we're going to talk about the state of the economy. So the state of the economy speaks volumes that the president has failed. For instance, when Kibaki came to presidency, everybody was feeling a positive economic impact in 2002, all those years when Kibaki was the president. But today, prices have increased of every commodity. Unemployment is still very high. The debt has increased. I can say it's more than 500%, something of that kind. So all that's failure. Number two is about corruption. You are the president, you have all the instrument of power. And then you come to the media, you say that, what do you want me to do? And also you say that we lose 2 billion every day. You see, you are just reporting to us, and you are the president, you have to do action. You have to act. Even if yes, you say maybe the deputy president is involved in corruption. Freeze that amount. He has the power to freeze those resources, because maybe the court procedures takes time. So I think that's what makes me say that the president has terribly failed.
Can I respond to him?
No, that's a good question. Wait, just a good answer. Now, I want to ask you, Duke, what was guiding when Kibaki came in? What guided his economic growth?
What I can say, despite the fact that Kibaki was using the old constitution to a large extent, which made him to have a lot of power. You can remember the power Moi was having when he was the president during the old constitution. I think President Kibaki tried to do the right thing and not to constrict power or to misuse any instrument of power. He actually used the instrument of power to do the services, the public services which are needed.
Okay, let me be more direct.
Yes.
What was it that directed Kibaki's growth between 2002 up to 2006?
You know, for instance, when you are doing an investment, you assess the issues at the issues and circumstances at the ground, and then you deal with them. So that's how you grow the economy. Or if you have a company you want to invest, you see where do we have the most, you are likely to have most returns. So you actually assess what does Kenya needs credit to do business. We are able to have a lot of microfinances and banks giving people credit to do business.
Duke.
Rather to do infrastructure.
Duke.
Yes.
Have you come across economic recovery strategy?
No, you can just say about it.
Okay, that is one. Second, have you come across Vision 2030?
Yes, I have.
Can I answer what Duke is not talking about? Can I come in, please?
No, there's somewhere I want us to get to, because there's been a lot of word out there, and we don't care to go back to actually know what is it actually that guides where we are, where we have been, where we are, and where we want to go. That's why I'm trying
Can I
to
answer that question, please, really quick?
Which one? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so that's a very good question you've asked about Quebec's economy. I want to tell the young man, one of the things which worked for Quebec was when before they came in, they were talking about ending corruption, and people were scared. People ran away. The cartels ran away. And when they came in, they had that mandate. I mean, the way it was, even though it was the old constitution.
Robert, let me ask you: Have you heard about economic recovery strategy?
Of course, Mr. Temba, I've run some campaigns. They don't seem there. I mean, remember, you are having some big men in this here. I've run a campaign.
No, I'm just asking you that. There's a reason as to why I'm asking you that.
Yes. But if you could have read me finish the why Quebec was successful, that's what I was answering.
The reason why I'm asking you about, have you gone through that document?
Which document are you talking about?
Okay, so you haven't gone through it also, because if we dare to look at some of these documents, and I think Duke, you can dare look at that. Yes, yes, Fred Kasuti, you've gone through it.
Themba, leave Duke out of the equation of economy recovery strategy because he don't understand and he don't believe in it. Leave Mr. Mukubwa outside of Vision 2030 or economy recovery strategy because they don't believe in it, because they didn't see it. They were not there. They didn't read it. They didn't understand. That's why everybody coming here telling you, hey, Kibaki was like this, Kibaki did like this. And who was the people? The manpower was behind of all those brains.
Yeah,
if you go down there to check it.
Now, I want us to be a little bit more focused in our discussion and debate, without just going round and round, because by informing people and talking about those documents, then we'll understand why the country.
Julia chance, eh?
Julia, why are you unmuting? I'm seeing Julia. Here we don't heckle. Yeah, I'm seeing all the hands that are being raised, so relax. So you see, I want us to be more focused, because Akina Duke and his team, they keep saying, oh, Kibaki, but they don't dare want to read the documents. Even Uhuru, what he's implementing is in Vision 2030. Is in Vision 2030. It is borrowed from Vision 2030, and I can read that for you if you are shaking your head there. Yes, Julia, before we go down there.
Can I come in?
Okay, I want to start you off. I want to start everybody off. We have to start somewhere so that we stop the side shows. Now, Vision 2030 is the Kenya's Vision 2030 aims to transform Kenya into a newly industrializing middle-income country, providing a high quality of life to all its citizens by 2030 in clean and secure environment. The other thing I want to start you off, for us to do this, we got to build on our on 4 factors: human resources, physical capital, natural resources, and technology. Now, highly developed countries have governments that focus on these areas. Less developed countries, even those with high amounts of natural resources, will lag behind when they fail to promote research in technology and improve the skills and education of their workers. So we can start there, Demba, and so that now we analyze what the who government is doing, whether it is taking us there, because it is good you brought this up, Demba. Yesterday, Duke and Drink, Mr. Black were telling us microfinance. I mean, they were talking about people accessing loans. But the question is, do we have the right infrastructure for this kind of investment, for even small scale traders to invest? Do we have the right kind of a business environment? Do we have that? Do we have what we need? Because that is the biggest challenge Kenya has. Now, I think I left the debate yesterday before I wanted to leave because of some reason, but I wanted to say that the cost of living, even in the first world, is very high. But what makes the life of people in the US and wherever manageable is because of the basic infrastructure that has been laid. Okay, ukieka biashara, it will expand because of the basic infrastructure. That is what we are lacking in our country. So I think now we can start there. What is our vision 2030? What do we need to do? What are the first things what first do we need to do? Do we have water for everybody? Do we have clean water? Do we have energy? I mean, do we have power supply for everybody? Do we have the correct road network? Do we have that for Kenyans? Do we? Before we go to anything else. So we can start there, Mr. Demba. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Before I bring Duke, this is information that you can access if you want to, but if you don't want, you will not access it. Okay. So I want to give you some background. Kenya Vision 2030 was unveiled in 2007. Now, before then, we had what it was called Economic Recovery Strategy for Wealth and Employment Creation, ERC, which drove the Kenyan recovery between 2003 up to 2006. So that was the thing that, and if you can remember, there was a lot of drama around its launch. Now, it helped Kenya to rise from 0.6 in 2002 to 7% in 2007. That was the Economic Recovery Strategy for Wealth and Employment Creation, ERC. Now, after that, Kibaki formed a task force. And that task force is what now came in with the Vision 2030. Now, if you look at Vision 2030, it was, I want to read for you. Since the year 2003 to date, income per capita has been rising steadily, thereby giving Kenya a real chance of escaping poverty after a long period of decline. Real personal earning, for instance, poverty levels from 56% 2002 to 46% in 2006. So that is a background that is being given. But basically the pillars of Vision 2030, there are 3 pillars: economic pillar, social pillar, and political pillar. That is something you need to understand. Now, the Vision 2030 was formed around the MDGs and the Sustainable Development SDGs later. So if you know Sustainable Development Goals and MDGs, MDGs later came to Millennium Development Goals. Later were changed to Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. So now, when Uhuru comes in, there's something that was introduced, midterm MTP, which is supposed to come every 5 years. So every successive government is supposed to pull from the Vision 2030 and pick what they want to meet from the Vision 2030. So for you to understand how a government pulls from there, when Uhuru came in, Uhuru pulled from the Vision 2030 and came up with what he called the Big Four agenda, which still aligns with the Vision 2030 in what was explained. Now, I want you can read for yourself if you want to. We have economic pillar, moving the economy up the value chain. Social pillar, investing in the people of Kenya. And then finally, of course, there are those things that Julia has talked about, like housing and urbanization, environment, water and sanitation, which Julia has talked about, the health sector, education and training, that's the social pillar. In the economic pillar is issues like business process outsourcing, manufacturing, wholesale and retail, agriculture, tourism, and stuff like that, where you also come and find issues of infrastructure. You know, later, if you have to move that, then a good business environment requires infrastructure, where now you come to find flagship projects coming up. Now, from this political pillar, rule of law, electoral and political process, democracy, and stuff like that, in the Vision 2030. Now, from there is where now Uhuru and his team came up with what you call the Big Four agendas. You can go and look at the Big Four agenda now. When they look at Big Four agenda, they look at them vis-a-vis where are they taking us in the Vision 2030. Now, if you don't understand that, then you're likely to say now, how is Uhuru doing the projects that he's doing without necessarily seeing where we are? It is the Vision 2030. Duke, let's listen. Okay, what do you want to say?
Now, you know, I know everything about Vision 2030. Actually, the goal was to bring Kenya to become a middle-income country by 2030. So I understand that. But part of the reason I gave why President Kenyatta has failed is about not tackling corruption. Is about, for instance, if, for instance, you are implementing projects which are aligned to Vision 2030, but you find the value of SGR maybe is 50 billion, and you do that at 3 times the value, you fail. That's what I mean. SGR was maybe to move to Kisumu, you take it to Naivasha, and then other parts are not covered.
Now
so
that's listen, Duke. Now that's politics. Now hold on, Duke. Now, I appreciate what you're saying, but you might need to give it a basis. You need to go down to the fact. Do you have those facts? Do you know the budgeting and even the provision for the funding of the Vision 2030 projects has been reducing every year? Did you know that? Now, the politics aside, because I know you will come and bring politics, and it's good for you and I.
No, you are trying to bring politics because you are trying to say that Uhuru is just trying to do what the Vision 2030 says. So that's why the economy is the way it is. And we have a president who says that we lose 2 billion every day.
Hold on, Duke. You're not listening to me.
President.
Okay, let me bring in Mato and then I bring in Robert.
Thank you, brother. Duke, I'm gonna come. Nani, Demba, how much are you giving me?
Just 1 minute. You're just responding. Then
I'm responding, but I also wanted to respond to something else that has gone because as a panelist here, you have to respect the moderator and what you say, and can I get to? Please.
Okay.
All right. Let me start and then I'll come back to Duke because I have a thing with Duke that I wanted to say. You know, there's something that Kasuti was saying, and there's something that Kasuti, again, unfortunately, this also goes back to Duke. Kasuti asked Duke, and I was laughing so much that hata comment walianza kusema Mato na kicheko. Because I actually, when I misbehaved, I came in nikasema, Duke, unachokoza. Because at that point you were talking about, you know, Magufuli being corrupt. And Kasuti asked you very well, hasa kama unajua nani Magufuli alikuwa corrupt TV, how comes you're not on this, you know, hii ya nini ya Ruto, you don't feel like he's corrupt and everything. That caught me so much. I'm actually answering on some things that nimekuwa nikiandika baby. No one is against next elections, and no one is against women. That was, I think that was going to Robert or somebody that said that. But the biggest part, actually, wacha niache hizo zingine. Let me, because kuna zile unaandikaga tu and then it passes your time. Let me go to Duke about this thing about, you know, we live in the USA, my friend. This thing of unajua sijui nashinangwa kuisema because I've said it so many times in this forum. Hii kitu ya, you know, moving from a first world to a third world country, I feel very funny when people talk about that because it's kind of like we need to move to a new world, and corruption is killing the whole country, and we're trying not to do the corruption in the country. I don't know if I'm making any sense. Because we are somewhere where we're just about there. We're in our country right now. We're at a point where we have the choice, and we are just about there where corruption tunazimaliza side. Right now, we have the chance. Ndo hii iko hapa. We can get it. Tuitoe. And Duke, saa zingine si lazima kupigana na watu wenye wakubaliani na wewe, ni kukubaliana na wao. I mean, si kupigana, ni kukubaliana na wao. Because what Kasuti is saying, what Themba is saying, what Roba is saying, what I am saying, what Mama Selina is saying, when it comes to ladies, Nanini, what everybody is saying, guess what? That makes the whole society move on and roll. So sometimes even when we come over here, is for us to make each other better and mostly make our country better. It doesn't matter whether it's Mother Karua. Me, I'm a Kamba. People wanajua hapa hivi. I come and I go against Kalonzo. You know? I think hakuna mtu ajui hapa I'm against Kalonzo. Not that necessarily that for him. I'm just saying, like, when you come, be able to be changed your mind. Be able to laugh. You know? Them anakujanga na migonga. So, but because by the end of the day, what we are doing, na Naitagwa, by the way, a lot of people will tell you hapa Naitagwa, I mean, they've given me a nickname, but I won't say it what I say, but that's the whole thing, is not a competition. It's about how we bring our land and our nation together for our kids and everything. Please, I listen to you a lot, Duke, but I wish one day you could just reason and think that it's not Azimio versus Kenya Kwanza, is not whatever. It's about your country, your kid, my kid, Themba's kid, and unajua Roba's kid, and Kasuti's and Kasuti, and everybody, and all of us that is listening. Can we really look at our life?
Thank you.
Because
Yes,
I'm about to, I wanted to come in.
Yes, Robert. You want to say something?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, let me just say like this. If Duke your reasoning is, all Kenyatta has done everything wrong. Let me give you that. Behind it, then Ruto is done, is so gone. You should not believe on him. If that's the case, let me say this. You know, our country, like Martin said, is sometimes 1 feet forward, 3 feet behind, going backwards. So instead of us as a country to come up with ideas, long-lasting ideas, how to help the country in economic and other things, how we can create private sector to work. Instead, we are a consuming country now. By the way, Kenya is becoming a consuming country because we import everything from our neighboring countries. We don't even import, we don't export anything no more. And that's why we are killing ourselves. You know, like now we are here, what we are saying is, when somebody does something wrong, the majority of us, we say is right, because maybe of some other thing where you believe. Let us be one thing. If somebody does wrong, if it's corrupt, it's corrupt. If somebody's corrupt, it's corrupt. If we say he has to get out of here, let him get out of here. Like now, I can tell you one thing. I would never, even if it means what, I cannot vote for somebody I know is involved in corruption. I cannot. So at this point, for a country to progress economically and other things, like now we are about to make a choice come August. We have to lay the foundation. If it means that we want to choose some people, not the leaders, then we are all cooked. But if we get viongozi, what do you call viongozi? What? People will just take us to the next stage. People will continue. Just hold on a minute. Sorry about that. I was to clean my background. So what I was saying was, if like now we want to win the election, who are the people we want to choose? Are we choosing people because we believe in them, or are we going to choose people because it's because of Ruto or Raila? So the thing is this: how do we help our country? The one thing I will always say, and I will keep on saying, let us move our country from this idea of people are saying, kila kitu ni kazi ya serikali. Kazi ya serikali. No. Let us start building our private sector. Our private sector. Then from there, we can just take another stage. But the idea of just playing games or what happened, I get it. I get it. But at the same time, what have you done for our country, or what have you done for the country? And that's what I would have to say.
Yes, Duke.
You know, what Indeto has said, and Roba is right. I don't accept corruption either. But I'm the person who believes that the fight against corruption in Kenya must start from the top. You as an individual, you cannot fight corruption. Neither can an MP or an MCA do that. The will must come from the top. And the person at the top is the one who has the instruments to do that. So if we find a situation where you find the person who's at the top with all the instruments, he's saying, what can I do? And he's reporting to us that a lot of money is stolen every day. And he's telling us he is unable to do anything. So he should be the one who should be asked to resign. Number one. Number two.
Demba, sorry, kuingilia. Duke, can I ask you a question?
Can I finish first?
Martin,
I just wanted to ask you a question, then I keep quiet.
Let him finish. Martin, let him finish.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
So therefore, that's what I'm trying to say, that the president Not even the judiciary is the one, you know, most of the corruption is political based. So from the political arm of the government, the political arms of the government, that is the executive and the legislature, they are the one who should be role models and who should act as an example and who should actually act to do away with it. But what's happening is we have a lot of politics about it. For instance, if you say, for example, Ruto is a thief, I don't want to hear somebody's a thief. I want you, as the president, you recover the resources. Of course, I'm very aware with the political dynamics in Kenya. Maybe you cannot imprison some individuals. They have to go through the due process in court, which is also sometimes not fair. But as the president, you can, for instance, freeze. You know, the president has power to freeze resources of corruption. You can freeze them before maybe they have been transferred to other nations so that the investigation can have evidence. So when you find that you are saying that a lot of money, 2 billion is stolen every day, we don't know to where, you can't investigate with the DCI and do action. You see, now so you expect me to say that that person has performed very well. The person is saying we are losing 2 billion every day. At one time we said, what do you want me to do? So what are you trying to say? So he's actually trying to say we stay with that, with corruption. That's my question.
Duke, I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Corruption, you cannot fight corruption as a president.
Hold on, Robert. Makiadi.
Thank you, Demba. I think I just have one question for Duke. Duke, can you tell us, you're blaming Uhuru Kenyatta because according to you, he has not fought corruption. Can you tell us what is Ruto's principal policy about fighting corruption that is different from anybody else?
What's a directive that one of the main principles of Ruto, which he has said, which actually is needed, is a necessity in Kenya, is not making the fight of corruption to be political, where you just give political statements, say somebody's a thief. We want action, resources to be recovered, individuals to be imprisoned. So we are going to separate politics from the fight of corruption, where we have evidence, there is proper investigation, there is evidence, resources are recovered. For instance, if I take, for example, 200 million, and just you call me a thief, I can go spend that money for the rest of my life and I'm happy. We want those resources to be recovered back to the treasury of the government so that they can assist people. So that's what I'm trying to say.
Can I come in?
Hold on, Robert.
Duke.
Hold on, Robert. You know, Duke, there's a reason as to why I brought the idea of the Big Four agenda and Vision 2030. I don't know why you keep running away from that. There's a reason as to why I brought those things. Because I want hold on.
The right things to do.
No, hold on.
Hold on. When there is corruption,
hold on, Duke.
The name of doing them.
There's a reason as to why I brought those documents for you. The reason why I'm trying to bring that, because if you go on that tangent, we are just going to be now asking you are refusing, and then of course now we are going. I brought that for you so that you can understand the backdrop in which we are trying to discuss. It's like we are trying to discuss. Okay, fine. Has this Jubilee government of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, what was it that it had promised to give? What has it given? What has it not given? All right. Corruption is, you discuss it when you're saying now the challenges on maybe certain things that have not been delivered. But I'm asking you, if you understand it from that backdrop, and you're looking at the things that, okay, there was the Vision 2030. Do you understand the 3 pillars of it? The economic, social, and political. Then when you understand that, okay, fine. What has happened in the social pillar? What has happened in the economic pillar? What has happened in the political pillar? Now, Uhuru came and picked the Big Four agenda. From that, has he been able to deliver on certain acts? So for you to be fair, wanasema mgala muue na haki mpe. All right? So you can be able to isolate. Because even you, when you passed, let's say you passed Form 4 and you got say you got a B plus, it didn't mean that everything else you got a B plus. There are some that you got a D, there are others you got a C, there are others you got. You can't just say that now this person failed because he got a C in one subject. You can pick out, okay, fine, I can give it to him on this, I can give it to him. That way you are able to help the conversation. We know you are UDA, that's okay, and nobody is telling you to change. Hold on, nobody is telling you to change from UDA, and it's whatever. That's okay, but we can't just be like Uhuru Kenyatta this, Uhuru Kenyatta this. He has refused. You have already overemphasized on that, all right? Yeah, and you're also misleading. Uhuru Kenyatta cannot freeze anybody's account without a court order. It is the courts that freeze people's accounts, unless you throw away the constitution. Uhuru cannot wake up and tell people that now freeze that account. Never. The constitution is very clear. It is a court of law that can actually issue an order to freeze an account. So you have to go and get a court order. So when you're coming to say that Uhuru Kenyatta should wake up and tell people, yes, freeze that account.
Excuse, that's what I was saying. Duke is promoting dictatorship. A situation where he's telling us the president can come and tell us from what he has is the one to fight corruption. If we do that, then we are dead as a country. Institutions should fight corruption, and that's where we go wrong. So the president does not have power to do that. We cannot promote such a thing.
For instance, no, it's not right. The president can, actually, we have power. The president has power to freeze some, actually even the Minister of Interior, to freeze some suspected assets, including money, pending court processes. For instance, if we talk about there are several cases which have happened in Kenya and maybe in the US. For instance, in the US, there is some. Just 1 minute. I want to.
You're misleading people.
No. Can I speak? I give evidence. I want to give two examples. In 2017, there is an NGO which was suspected to fund NASA. The account of that NGO was frozen without going to court, number one. Number two, even in the US, there is several individuals who are suspected to support Putin. Actually, the president has frozen all those assets without a court order. Should all of those cases go to court? So the president has power to do that. It's because maybe it's part of the process, or he is incompetent.
Duke, where are you speaking from? Where are you speaking from? Are you speaking with? Are you speaking from the inside? Are you speaking from inside, or you are speaking from Wikipedia? Because if it is you are taking these things from Wikipedia, my friend, you are wrong. But let me give you two things.
Kasudi wewe. Martin, dakika moja.
You know, sometimes it's painful, saa zingine kusikiza, and really it's not a bad thing. Duke, I think you're a very smart, intelligent person. And I think Kasuti and also Richard Makiadi also got you. Na Roba did, and I think Njiru pia likupata. I think at the end of the day, you need to really not reason of where you are or what side of the land you are or what side of the political side that you are. At the end of the day, Kenya is ours. These people, all of these people wenye nimesema, wamejaribu kukuongelesha kitu. And let me tell you something. The moment you hear 3 people say the same thing, you have to go back and reason about yourself, about what you're talking about. Because by the end of the day, hakuna mtu amekataa kama wewe ni mtu wa Ruto Hakuna mtu amekataa. We can be in different sides, all of us, but the end of the day, the Kenya is ours. But if I ask you today, just like Muturi the other day alifunga kila kitu because they don't want to hear about Ruto na and zile vitu ameiba, yenye watu wamesema ameiba. They don't want to hear it. They don't even want to talk about it. Unajua kama mimi nimekuibia, come talk to me. Let's talk. You know, if hata wao hawezi taka kuongea because every time you're trying to bury your head in the sand, my friend, there's a problem in it. Whether you run or you I don't care what you do. And you know what, Njiru? My daughter, my kid, your kid, and Demba's kid, and everybody's will not live in a different country, but live in the same country that Kasuti's kid is gonna live to. So we have to start taking politics out and thinking about what we are. I don't know how many people are fathers here. I know a couple of them that I know personally, but in this group right now. But again, Kenya ni yetu. Stop playing games. Stop running around. Themba nakuuliza swali unakimbia back and forth. Kasuti anakuuliza unakimbia back and forth. You know, Roba anakuuliza unakimbia back and forth. You're not making, just because you want to be a UDA guy and you want to make sure that Ruto is there and whatever. By the way, unless if you are Ruto, ama uko na damu na uhusiano na Ruto will never do shit to you. By the way, atakuja kukugonga we mwenyewe, atakuharibia mpaka na ataharibia watoto wako. Let's sit down and talk about our country. And you know what? Najua Mwana Themba ameanza kucheka cause anajua naongeanga matope ikifika mahali imenigonga. Because that's who I am. My friend, think about Kenya. Stop thinking about your party affiliation and whatever. Dude, tumeachana na Kalonzo. Move. God, please.
Okay, listen, mute Duke. Now, Duke is not helping us have a debate. I thought we would have a nice debate on that, but it's okay. We can start taking our closing remarks so that we tumalize leo. I want to let that pass. Duke is not going to help us. So let's just close, and I will start. I'll give us each.
Maoni ya hiyo ya Duke.
Wachana na Duke. Duke is not helping the debate. So
let me start the closing.
Yeah, let's take our closing remarks at least 1 minute left. Then let's start with Roba. Dakika moja tafadhali. Closing remark. Yes. Don't open the debate.
Okay. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow Kenyans, this is a very healthy debate. Like I've always said, I'm a man who believes in democracy, the will of the people. You cannot impose democracy on people. Democracy comes from the people. At this point, the third Wade who's going to be the running mate of our president or the next president, either is Mr. Raila or Ruto. It's very, very important. Some of us, we keep open-minded people. These people we keep on talking about here every day. To me, the way I see it, it's a day one thing, but let us see our country beyond them. Beyond them. They can be our leaders now, tomorrow they will not be there. But the Constitution and other things, they will protect us. Let us defend our democracy. We are in a good trajectory right now as a country moving forward. And Kenya is number one always. Always number one. Democracy works. And we are a democratic country, and it will remain to be a democratic country. Thank you.
Njiro?
Yeah, I'm happy for our discussion today. We are continuing to advise and learn from the discussion space in Kenya. I expect us to have a better election in 2022 because of some of the discussions we are having here. And I would love, or I'm happy to see majority of us here, they are ready to learn and know what is good without becoming vehicles of pushing propaganda. Maybe to finalize, one thing which I would like just to add to our discussion today is that there, when we are talking of economy, there are impediment factors beyond leaders which are drawing Africa back. The issue of economy is not only in Kenya. That is what is happening in Nigeria. That is what is happening in Tanzania. That is what is happening everywhere in Africa. We have impediment factors which need to be looked at on a continental point of view. So each and every time when I hear panelists come here and they say that some of the Kenyan leaders have done this and this, there are some things which are affecting us because of too much of a reliance on raw materials without manufacturing and not having a total economy on overall. So yes, there is a slight blame to give our leaders, but still I would like people like Duke to go and look at the history of Africa in general and some of the things which are affecting us. They are things which are beyond the policy. And I would like Duke in future also when he comes here, when he's talking of economy, he also needs to iron out and tell us what is the contribution of his deputy president in terms of economy, because he is trying to isolate wheat and chaff. Uh, and to me, I think we need to have a more elaborate discussion and try to see how we can be able to talk of economy. And we should not be giving people to run the economy and they have already squandered. We know what Ruto has done in this country. And I think in the least version, Duke should not come and tell us here how economy should be managed, and he is supporting a spendthrift, somebody who has low qualities in economy, somebody who is misusing government facilities, somebody who is going all over the world using government budget, a thief, you know. So Duke, give us a break. Don't come and lecture us about how the government has is being managed, the budget and what. And already the person you are supporting is among the worst of the worst. So please, if you want to tell us about economy, don't come and tell us about the deputy president. Tell us about other things, but you cannot tell us about economy and you are talking about deputy president. Those two people cannot be in the same sentence. So talk about economy, leave Ruto, tell us you are not with Ruto, but you cannot talk of economy and you are talking of Ruto. That is my closing point today. So talk, be straight. You are a good person, but you are a propaganda vehicle.
Thank you, Jiro. Kasuti.
Ashako msima sima tu, si acha nitumie hiyo lugha tu. If the first qualification so that you can become a yellow fever supporter, despite the fact that you have a PhD degree, master's, doctorate, whoever you are, the first qualification, you must be there, you must enter there before you be admitted. You must allow yourself to become academical dwarf. That's the first qualification. The second qualification, you have to insult Raila and Uhuru. That qualification, whatever president does, just you block your eyes, don't see it. He done this, unasema mbaya, hafanyi, hakui. 482 hospitals has been built only in Nairobi. And in those 400 hospitals, imeweza could treat how many people, how many our mothers has been gone there to seek medical attention. And then nyinyi hamuoni hiyo. The president has been working day and night. You don't see that. Munasema tu amefail. Barabara amejenga mtu wangu. Barabara amejenga. Anafanya kazi kama punda. Alafu nyinyi mnakuja hapa kutuambia hii kiburi mko nayo hii. Wacha niwaambie kitu kimoja nimalize na mstari. Hii kiburi mko nayo, kuna mtu alikuwa anaitwa Herode. alikulwa na vidudu, alilewa madaraka na akakaa na akakaidi kila kitu chenye alikuwa anaambiwa na Yohana Mbatizaji, akamkata kichwa. But mwishowe alikulwa na vidudu akiwa ameketi kwa kiti chake cha ufalme. So it's very dangerous when you admire wakati unapata madaraka ama unapewa madaraka ama unapewa uwezo wa kuongoza watu na ukuwe mkatili kiwango hiyo, utakulwa na mujwa, utakulwa na vidudu tu ukiwa uko hai. So appreciate what the president has done. That is what I can tell Mr. Duke. Please.
Haya, mtu wangu Makiadi.
Thank you, Ndemba. Thank you, Mutembei TV, for giving us such an opportunity to discuss on issues affecting our country. I would like to say that the test of leadership is realized in terms of crisis, and looking at our nomination processes and the fallout that is going to happen after the nomination, I think the leader who is going to navigate through these troubling times that are caused by contestants who feel that they have been aggrieved is probably the person who is going to run a good campaign and win the presidency. So I hope on the Azimio side they have a backup plan and they are able to keep their house in order so that we don't have discontent and people complaining that they've been shortchanged. You can see what is happening in UDA right now. People are bolting. So we are likely looking at a situation whereby we will have a lot of candidates from UDA, especially in Mount Kenya region, running as independents, and that tells you a lot about a party. So I hope Raila, especially in his backyard, he'll do a better job than what we are seeing in the UDA, and so that he can gain, gather the masses and have a team, a consolidated team moving forward. Thank you.
Julia?
Okay, I will start with does your vote count? Fellow Kenyans, please go out and vote. Your vote counts. There's this thing that I think this assumption may be on the Azimio side that we kind of, Azimio appears to be commanding a larger support in Kenya than UDA. I think that's how the latest opinion polls are saying. That's what they are saying. But I always ask myself that, do we think that Ruto has no support in the rest of the country apart from Rift Valley and Mount Kenya? He has small percentages here and there. He has some hustlers who think they're hustlers. Like, they may still come out to vote for him. So we need to come out kumera, this time for Baba. The evidence I have is, I was looking at the elections out there from 1992. And 1992, I think Moi was number 1, and then followed by Kenneth Matiba, and then Kibaki was number 3, and I think Jaramogi was number 4. What does that tell you? How could 2 Kikuyus be number 2 and number 3? It means they did not just get support from Mount Kenya. They got votes from other parts of the country. So I think Kenyans, we have a wrong assumption that sometimes these people get support only from their tribesmen. It's not true. And that is when people fail. People who expect to win fail. And some of them don't turn out to vote because they think they have already won. If I look, that is 1992, then I got to 1996, Kibaki was still number 2. 2002, you can see the number of votes Uhuru got, even though he did not win. Which means Uhuru did not just get votes from Mount Kenya region, he also got votes from other parts of the country. Now, the same was repeated in 2007. I don't think Kibaki got votes from Mount Kenya region only. I think there were MPs from Kisii that were in his party, even Northeastern, all that name, even Lamu. There's a Kikuyu MP in Lamu. Now, this time, we are having Ruto versus Baba, and Baba has support from Uhuru. But we cannot assume that Ruto doesn't have votes in Coast Province or Eastern Province. It will be, will be narrow-minded if we assume that and we think that Baba has already won. So the thing is, the messaging that should go for Azimio people is kumera kumera. This, it's like we should treat it like a do or die match. Like our people must vote, must come out and vote. The other thing about people are afraid of rigging and all that, I feel them. I also don't trust the IBC. So I think that we should have enough members or observers from our side in every polling station who cannot be compromised, because compromise comes in our enemies, in our opponent's stronghold, because in our opponent's stronghold, it is easy just even to ignore the few votes that have been cast for our candidate. So I think we have to be strong in that. So kumira itakuwa, because our votes counts. About the women, I think that has been exploited a lot. I don't want to go back. Six-piece suits, voting or mix and match. I suggest we do a 6-piece. Kama ni ODM. Pahari ya Jubilee, tupige Jubilee kabisa. Because Baba needs members of parliament. He needs enough members of parliament. He needs an overwhelming majority. Hakuna mchezo hapa. Hakuna mchezo. UDA should not get more than 70 members of parliament in total. We should make sure it is Operation Kick UDA out of Mount Kenya region. Kabisa, wakwende kabisa. So that Baba has
Vaccination is ready, Julia. Vaccination is ready. Assimilated vaccination, 4 doses.
Yes, wakwende kabisa. So that we have Baba with over 200 members of parliament. Baba akisema watu waruke, watu wanaruka. That's so people from Mount Kenya region, nimefurahi, naona mnasikia mwito wangu wa kuvuka sakafu. Kama mmevuka sakafu, basi tunavuka sakafu mpaka tunaingia Jubilee. Sasa hatutaki kujua Uhuru akisema ruka, tunaruka, akisema tucheke, tunacheka. That's what we are doing. Now, finally, about the economic thing and what Duke and UDA have been lying to Kenyans. This is a big lie. I had somebody called Wajigi saying today that the agreement between Uhuru and Ruto, when they were sharing the government, that one was in charge of the security, and that is Uhuru, and the other was in charge of the economy. So the person who is actually behind the downfall of our economy is none other than William Samoei Ruto. And we have evidence because of the numerous court cases he has. Kama akiambiwa jenge dam Kimaroel, tunasikia scandal, mara tunasikia shamba ya shule imeenda, mara tunasikia. Now we have a lot of evidence, and I think there's a debate in parliament concerning all his scandals. So now Kenyans, you understand why our economy is doing so badly. However, we do not need someone to give us cash money so that we can have the money in our pocket. We only need the right environment for us to prosper. We need to be sure that our children can go to schools without paying a single coin. We need to be sure that our product can get to the market. That's why we need correct roads, infrastructure. We need to be sure we have clean water. We have the right hospitals. We need to ensure that when I wake up tomorrow, I'm not worried about power, electricity. That is the right infrastructure for this dear country of us to prosper. So hatutaki huu uongo wa UDA, hatutaki huu ni uongo ati bottoms up. In fact, Wakenya wenzangu, bottoms up is a bottomless pit. Please don't buy that lie. Kwa hivyo nawaomba mvuke sakafu, mje pande hii tujenge nchi na Baba. Asanti Themba.
Okay, asante. Wacha nikuje kwa Mato kabla niende. Mato ulikuwa umefunga? Haya, funga ndio nikuje kwa Duke.
Me kwangu, I think what to say is that the reason I normally come back into this group every day, leo hata nilikuwa nimesema it's a Monday, why sitaki kuingia huko, but you know, I see a lot of leaders, big leaders and the future leaders of Kenya here, because I wish our parliament was composed if that's the right English, of the people here. There are funny people like Kasuti, the leaders like Themba, the people who will put you down like Julia, you know, people who will just put you just to not down, but who will console you, and when you're hyped, they're there, they will just, you know, make you feel good. And the other people that are not here, and the crazy, I mean, the Kina Alexes, the Kina, everyone. I feel like I wish that parliament was just, even, you know, Duke, even Duke, the people like Kina Duke that come in here and yes, try to put their way forward. Because by the end of the day, like Themba always says sometimes, at the end of the day, it's not where you are, is who we are as people. Today, I am sitting where I am. Tuliambiwa tusiseme kule tuko. Themba is sitting where he is. Duke is sitting where he is. Kasuti is sitting where he is. Richie is where he is. And we are here and we can always converse every day. Because you know what? We have one thing that actually brings us all together and is the reason we are talking. And that is our country, which is our kids' country, which is everything. It doesn't matter what side of the political side you are. And if most of our politicians can actually have a conversation that we have right now, knowing that Duke ako hiyo side ingine, na sisi wengine tuko hiyo side ingine, and we are not fighting here, we are just having a decent conversation, then maybe we wouldn't have post-election violences and stuff like that. We would have a country that we care for and we will all care for. I wish these people that come to this conversation today and the people that we meet over here can be the parliamentarians and the people that make, you know, people like Makiadi who will just be cool, you know, Themba will be cool, mi najua mi ni mkali kidogo na rukaga and stuff like that. Nani Kasuti atakimbiza, nani Mama Julia atatuliza, Mama Selina, and all those people that we meet in this thing. I wish that was the parliament that we have, because at the end of the day, we can talk about it. Watu kama kina Duke and the people in the back in the conversation in the comment section, which they make the thing, you know, the whole conversation go on. So for me, I think like we need to get to a place where we can actually call what is good, good, and call what is bad, bad, and not just because you belong to the other side, you want to call it good just because you belong on that side. You know, some of us, somebody would ask me why I'm, you know, sacrificing Kalonzo. Most of the people here know, and I'm a Kamba. But I have to be a human being and know that Kenya is bigger than Ukambani, Kenya is bigger than Kisii land, Kenya is bigger than everything. And we have to realize that it's bigger than that, and we all have to be fun and understand each other and who we are. Whoever doesn't agree with me, please convince me. And that's why, Duke, I'm asking you humbly, please jump on the other side. Kuja tutembe pamoja, my friend. The reason uko hapa hivi today is because uko kwa fence. Kuja, my friend, kuja. Kuna wengi tumeconvince na wamekuja, wamesema watakuwa na sisi. Kuja tutembe, tupatie baba tu hii moja, aende. Kasuti najua ako karibu kunigonga, lakini unajua hata wakinigonganga waga tunacheka tu, kwa sababu see, now we become friends because of this. Kuja nani Duke bana, kuja tutembee pamoja, tujaribu hii moja, let it be an experiment. Baba anapita tu once and then it's done, and then kutoka hapo tutaongea tena. And I see leadership in Mutembe TV and the people that actually come in here. These are the leaders that we need, the Thembas, the Dukes, the Julias, the Mama Selinas, the Fred Kasutis, the biggest man right here, Richie. I see the leaders in them because we can laugh about some stuff. Hatuendi kupigana. We're not going to fight. If we stop talking, then we start fighting. Let's talk. And I appreciate you guys every day. Asante Demba.
Duke. Katsudi, we have to go. We have to close. Duke.
Yes, I want to be very brief. So starting with what Ndeto has said, you said that Ukambani is, Kenya is bigger than Ukambani. I hope that also applies to Mount Kenya, because I'm one kind of a person who's convinced that the people from the mountain have been in power for long. I expect William Ruto to take Mudavadi and Raila Odinga to take Kalonzo Musyoka, so that you see the mountain has been having the president for 20 consecutive years, and still they are trying to take that post of the deputy president as if they have, it's an entitlement. Having done that, you have said that you have to be fair. You have to be fair. Maybe you say negatives and positives. So you are trying to imagine we are talking about the president. We are not talking about Raila Odinga, but some people are too concerned. They don't want me to talk about the ethos of the president. To extent you are telling me you have to say some positives. Well, but also you have to say some positive about Ruto. Nobody has taken one positive of Ruto. Also, you have not even given one negative of the president. So it should also apply to you. The point I want to talk is this. The best way a nation can be managed is where you find there is proper management of resources. There is creation of resources, there is creation of revenues, where a nation which is able to correct enough revenue within it. For instance, they say the Kenyan taxes are corrected to an extent of 40%. While the budget is used, it is the corruption of the part of the budget is like if we have 3 trillion, more than half is stolen, you see? So if we remit the corruption and we correct taxes properly, we can be a surplus nation where we have excess money even to give to other nations. So any person, for instance, if you give any person 10 million, that person can walk and buy a car. You can do anything. If I give you 10 million, you can buy a car the next day. So when the president goes and borrows a lot of money, hundreds of trillions, and then build an SGR at an extra price, so we cannot say that that president has performed. So it's about how you create the resources, how you generate the resources, and how you spend those resources. I hope I talked about the issue of the running mate. I feel the ideal position is I don't want the running mate to come from Mount Kenya. In either sides, I feel that the mountain has ordered power for too long. About the 6th piece, I disagree strongly with Julia. For instance, that's anti-democracy. It's working against the principles of democracy. For instance, there is some areas where the nominations are not fair. For instance, in Omapay, Mwanga was the right person. He was actually very strong. So all statistics were pointing that he was ahead, and you see, he was forced to step down. So I feel it's the political strategy of Raila Odinga, because he wants to control parliament. It's the right thing for Raila to do that. He has to encourage voters so that they can have some control, so that he will be able to govern. But for me, I cannot vote for the 6th piece. Actually, I will vote very differently. For instance, in 2017, my governor fought. I voted for Miguna and the Sakaja. Well, the others, I voted the ODM. So I think the 6th piece is not the right way to go. So I hope to end my submission there.
Thank you, Duke. Kama kawaida, we appreciate everyone, and kama kawaida, the way we finish. Makiadi, are we ready? Yeah, go ahead.
So I guess, or I can remember yesterday we read 27, I think 26 and 27. Or did we? Remember, you remember?
Yesterday we read 20, I think
5 and
25.
26. And 26,
25.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 27 is about equality and freedom from discrimination. So, equality and freedom from discrimination. One, every person is equal before the law and has the right to equal protection and equal benefit of the law. Number two, equality includes the full and equal enjoyment of all rights and fundamentals of freedom. Number three, women and men have the right to equal treatment, including the right to equal opportunities in political, economic, cultural, and social spheres. Number four, the state shall not discriminate directly or indirectly against any person on any ground, including race, sex, pregnancy, marital status, health status, ethnic or social origin, color, age, disability, religion, conscious belief, culture, dress, language, or birth. Number five, a person shall not discriminate directly or indirectly against another person on any of the grounds specified or contemplated in Clause 4. Number six, to give full effect to the realization of the rights granted under this article, the state shall take legislative and other measures, including affirmative action programs and policies designed to redress any disadvantage suffered by individuals or groups because of past discrimination. Number seven, any measures taken under Clause 6 shall adequately provide for any benefits to be on the basis of genuine need. Number eight, in addition to the measures contemplated in Clause 6, the state shall take legislative and other measures to implement the principle that no more than 2/3 of the members of elective or appointed bodies shall be of the same gender. 28, human dignity. Every person has inherent dignity and the right to have the dignity respected and protected. So tomorrow we'll begin from 29.
Thank you so much. Thank you. For those who are not aware, we are going through our constitution every single day. And we are on chapter 4 right now, the Bill of Rights. We did chapter 1, sovereignty of people and supremacy of this constitution. Chapter 2 was the Republic. Chapter 3 was citizenship. Now we are doing chapter 4, and that is the Bill of Rights. And then, of course, you go to chapter 5, that is land and environment. It's important for you to come and listen. We are reading it together as you keep on, understanding what the Constitution has and portends for you. I know you want to. There are some that you really need to pick out and keep in your fingertips what that is, so that when you are making reference, at least you know. Thank you so much, everyone who joined us for the conversation today. Idi Afan anasema tu ya mshindani kwisha mpaka ukasirika. David Olo, asante. Today someone has proven that he's the kid in the comments all time. Freddy Fred, Kenya should be proud of building a cultural diversity but kill tribalism. Yeah. Gitash Day, asante. Asante sana watu wetu hapo chini. Gitash Day na Bwansu Fred, asante. Gigi Man, asante sana. Pen Nyagaka, David Olo, wale walikuwa wanataka kuja lakini hatukuweza kuwaingiza, poleni. Kesho pia ni siku. Yeah, tomorrow is another day. Watu wa Kenya washafika kesho. Martin, toka kwa curtain Martin, kuja hapo. Yeah, kaa hapo. Toka kwa curtain kabisa tufunge. Kaa hapo. Penya Gaka, asante. Nyabwansu Fred, Ikwetu Ventures, shukran. DA, asante sana DA. Ndeto, don't hold your breath on Duke. He's too arrogant and was ignorant. Bob Werunga, Bob Werunga, nakujua sana. Asante. Danny Darius, our father. Remember, we need an update on making Tembe TV a media house. Yeah. Nataka kuweka hii iwe media house. Nataka kufungua Mutembei TV. Yeah? Reporting for Mutembei TV from Dallas, Texas. Namna gani Makiadi? Reporting. Actually, sasa sisi tunaanza kuweka Mutembei TV diaspora reporting. So nakuuliza hapo Richard Makiadi, what's happening in where is that Richard Makiadi?
STL.
Wait, Nani, member?
Yeah.
Richard Makiadi ndio atakuwa wa English reporter. Unajua anakuwa na hicho kisauti kenye cha reporter kabisa.
We are joined by our reporter Richard Makiadi from STL. What's going on? Can you tell us the status of what's happening down there?
Sasa na unajua mimi Kiswahili afadhali kushinda Kizungu.
Alafu tunaanza tunaingia Kilingala Bolingo nate na mato anapotea. Anyway, Danny, that's a good suggestion. I hope they are listening. Yeah, it's gonna grow. Patrick Mushiri Asante. Yeah. We really appreciate the feedback every day, every time when you come here, you give us the motivation, you keep us going. When is Madam Ember? Weka in Texas? Yeah, we can put it in Texas here. Tunasema hapa tu from Dallas, Texas. Tunawaambie na ripoti kutoka Dallas, Texas.
Themba, I have an idea. Tutatuma Richard huko kwa Warzone. Unajua huko kina Jeff Koinange tunamtuma saizi nini inaitwaje huko Russia huko wenye wanagongana na Ukraine huko tunamtumaga huko hivyo ndo anaturipotia kutoka huko.
Makiadi atahepa. I can report from DFW. Kuna Nyabansu Fred from DFW. Awesome. Julia naye anatupatia from Seattle. Is it Seattle?
No, South Carolina.
No, South Carolina.
Watu hapa wanasema wako Azimio ndani.
Safi.
Hey, South Carolina.
Julia atakuwa kwa studio. Tutaweka Julia kwa studio.
I have a very good friend of mine hapo South Carolina.
South Carolina ndio watu wanabeba bunduki ovyo huko. Nimesikia kumekuwa na shooting juzi.
Makiadi, acha kutuharibia jina. Sisi tumeokoka, tunapenda Mungu.
Uko wako na lawyer open carry eh? Okay. Yeah. Julia, I need to meet you. Kuna jamaa kwa Jijiman anataka kumeet Julia. Julia, you are becoming a celeb here, man.
On one condition, I'll meet them after 9. Kwanza wapige kura na nionyeshe evidence kwamba wamepigia baba kura.
Okay, Julia alipelekwa wapi David?
Nani huyo David? David nagojea kura yake, amesema atapiga kura na atanipatia evidence kwamba amepigia baba kura.
Yeah, tunaona reporters kutoka, kuna jamaa anataka kuripoti kutoka Texas, kuna wengine anataka kuripoti kutoka New Mexico. Hey, kumbe ma reporters reporting from Empire State, Werunga reporting from Empire State. Open carry ni hapana, Texas hakuna open carry.
Ile kitu mlifanya mbaya Ndemba ni kufungia trucks bana. Chakula hakuna huku ndani. Kufungia trucks zote huko kwa boda bana.
I will volunteer to report from yeah. When we start, like someone is saying, when it becomes a reporting, you guys can report from. By the way, you guys can be looking for content. You record it very nice. Then in Akuja, you can even host whatever from wherever you are. If there's content, if there's something good that we can host, we can inform the people out here. You can do that. Yeah.
Nasikia Governor Hot Wheels huko ameweka nini, amefungia matruck zote na anazisimamisha kila mahali. Unajua nasikiaga anaitwa Governor Hot Wheels.
Okay. We like you guys and we appreciate everyone, and thank you so much for coming. The comments and the participation keeps us going. And someone says this is one family. and we really appreciate. I think one day we should just have a diaspora kamushene online, tupige tu story hapa kwa Mutembei 1 hour, watu wa diaspora tuambie uzuri na ubaya wa kuishi huku.
Yes, they also need to know ubaya wa kuishi huku.
Yeah, tuwapatie both sides. Yeah, both sides. Alafu unapatia, of course, kuna watu wengi wako tu na nini zao, but you can hear from 5 people. Those are so many perspectives. And I know some states are good for some people. And when you're new in the US, there's some states that are good. Tax issues. Kuna places unataxiwa mingi, kwingine utaxiwi mingi. Being a student in certain states. So these people here can be able to give you, and who knows?
like in this state then, but nimeshangaa kuna places mingi ziko na teacher discounts. Unaenda kwa hii shop unapata wako na, as long as you can prove you're a teacher, kuna teacher discount.
Look at that.
Teacher discount.
Yeah, I mean we can have a tete. They used to call it a tete. Just
Madam Julia, one thing I came to realize, like in Missouri, kuna hata, like if you're black, now unaenda shule, like you can get a discount. I mean, really not a discount, scholarship, a half scholarship for you just being black.
Hata there's a college I took my son in, inaitwa Claflin. It is looking for international students to sponsor them.
Look at that.
Because they call them these colleges for Afro Americans or the people of color, and they don't have enough the population they need, so they are even looking for foreign students to give them scholarships.
Yeah, they are called HBCs.
Yes, HBCs. That's the one.
So I think
yes, sir.
That's a good thing. In fact, what you've just reminded me. I think there are so many people out there that would love to hear information about schools and probably how they would benefit by coming over to this side. And I think one of these days we will have such a session where we can bring people from different states and talk about this. Probably that information.
Why don't you guys do that research, and then we can come one day and we just have people from different states. You give them the pros and cons. People have heard too many things differently, so you can have, and then information is power, they say.
And Makiadi also has been like different professionals, and we know the professionals that we are in. I think it will be very educational, because a lot of people would actually understand what we do around in the US, and when they see over Wakituanapevi, they don't just think that we're just here, because there's a lot that we could give all of us in the different size of the world and market that we do. I think that would be a good conversation right there.
Okay, there you go. Now we keep thinking about how to give back. Yeah, so thank you so much everyone. I think for today nyinyi wote mshasema, lakini kabla tujaenda, mimi kama kawaida lazima niuze channel yangu hapa, Themba and Lulu. Mnapo subscribe kwa Mutembei TV, kindly subscribe also to my channel and my daughter's channel. Inaitwa Themba and Lulu. Lulu is my daughter. If you go there, that is just a show about a daughter and his African father trying to navigate lives and times in the US. So you can go there. Kindly remember to subscribe if you haven't, to join the growing family. Thank you so much for those who have subscribed. We really appreciate. And usiwe mchoyo, subscribe ni a second. And it's free. So just do that. Show some love for our growing family. Also subscribe to Mutembei TV. We are moving slowly. We're almost getting to the 300,000 mark. So nyinyi mnapo subscribe kwa Mutembei, pidieni pale pia Themba. Themba, I tried to search Lulu sikuona. Yeah, search for Themba and Lulu Show. Themba and Lulu Show. I've just posted it there. Themba and Lulu Show on YouTube. Utaweza kuiona. Sasa kwa sababu sisi wote tumeshasema hii maombi, Mato ndiye hajasema kwa muda, so si Mato tuombe.
Wacha Richi niokoe hapa.
Julia, utaniokoa hapa ama nimalize?
Now then, but see what your friends are doing. Okay, okay. Okay, fungeni macho tuombe. Hebu tuombe. Mungu, nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Amen.
Asante sana. Jiji man alikuwa anasema nyote basi tuseme. Thank you so much.
Na kabla nisahau, Julia, there is somebody ambaye alikuwa anauliza information ya faces, niliona kwa comment section. I think alikuwa anaitwa John Ohaga or somebody. Information ya faces. I don't know what that means.
Faces is Foreign Academic and Cultural Exchange Services. It's the organization that hired me here. I think I gave a presentation through Mutembei. That person can search it. It's Mutembei called it Teach Opportunities in South Carolina. Ask Julia. That's what Mutembei called it. Opportunities South Carolina. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can search it up and online. Google, search it up. Answer the process.
Since I talked about that, Demba, I think I saw a group of teachers. There are so many applications, and so many have been taken this year, teachers from Kenya.
There you go.
I'm pleased with that. I'm really happy.
There you go.
It bore fruit, yeah.
Yeah. Kuna walimu wanapata nafasi wanakuja US. Kama wewe ni mwalimu na unataka kuja US, employed, end hapo kwa hiyo faces, foreign academic and what? Umemute.
Just the word faces for Yauso, but caps, FACES, teaching with faces in South Carolina.
Teaching with faces in South Carolina. If you're a teacher and you want to relocate to the US, Ender Faces, you never know, that could be your opportunity to come to the US. Ender Faces, follow the process, follow the application. Who knows, next time we'll be having you and Julia coming to give us an interview here. Thank you so much for that.
Unalipua air tickets, they process your travel documents, they
Look at that.
pick you up at the airport, and they make sure you settle down. They place you in a school. See, tunakuja kutamak. You when you land here, you have a job. You've signed a contract.
And what is the minimum?
The minimum pay, I think they pay
the minimum qualification.
Minimum qualification, you have a Bachelor of Education and you need a driver's license.
Driver's license from Kenya?
From Kenya, yes.
So, Bachelor's of Education, when mwalimu, uko na driver's license, fanya driving in the meantime. Ukishafanya hivi, uenda faces, tuma applications zako, you want to relocate to the US, habari ndio hiyo. Sasa wewe, kama umekuja hapa na upate opportunity kama hiyo, what else do you need? See you. And we'll keep repeating it, Julia, every day. Kwa wale wanakuja, tunasema hiyo maneno so that wale wanataka kukuja kule atariri abati ukiangukia bas. See you. God bless you.
Demba, na watu wa engineering waniongeleshe.
Na watu wa engineering, we unatafuta unasema wa apply wapi? Huyu amesema faces, wa apply wapi?
Nitasema siku nyingine.
Awesome. Sasa we pia enda tupatie contact, tuseme hapa tupatie, tufungulie watu wale wanaweza kupata opportunities wa kuja. Thank you so much. God bless you. See you tomorrow.